Decorative lights adorned the opulent Wilson family mansion, illuminating the festivities for Lady Wilson's 70th birthday celebration. Surrounded by her grandchildren and their spouses, she was showered with extravagant gifts. "Grandma, I heard you have a passion for Chinese tea. I searched high and low to find this century-old pu'er tea, valued at $500,000, just for you," one grandchild proudly presented. "And since you're a devoted Buddhist, I brought you this exquisite Buddha statue, carved from beautiful Hetian jade, worth $700,000, another added. Lady Wilson chuckled joyfully, her eyes sparkling at the thoughtfully wrapped gifts before her. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and happiness. Suddenly, Charlie Wade, Lady Wilson's eldest grandson-in-law, broke the cheerful mood with a bold request. "Grandma, could you lend me $1 million? Mrs. Lewis from the welfare home is suffering from uremia, and I need the funds for her treatment." A wave of shock swept through the Wilson family. All eyes turned to Charlie, astonished by his audacity. Not only had he come empty-handed to Lady Wilson's birthday, but he also had the nerve to ask her for $1 million. 3 years prior, Lord Wilson had brought Charlie home, insisting on marrying him to their granddaughter, Claire Wilson. At that time, Charlie was destitute and struggling. After Lord Wilson's passing post-marriage, the rest of the Wilson family sought to expel him from their midst. Yet, Charlie remained unfazed by their disdain, living quietly as a live-in son-in-law. Today, in desperation, he turned to Lady Wilson for help. Mrs. Lewis, who had cared for him and saved his life, needed at least $1 million for dialysis and a kidney transplant. Hoping for her compassion on her special day, Charlie took a chance. However, just as he expected sympathy, Lady Wilson's laughter faded, replaced by a frown of indignation. She threw her teacup to the floor and exclaimed, "Bastard! Are you here to celebrate my birthday or to ask for money?" Claire rushed to her grandmother's side, pleading, "Grandma, Charlie isn't thinking clearly. Please forgive him." She pulled her husband aside, anxious. At that moment, Wendy, Claire's cousin, scoffed. "Claire, look at the worthless husband you've got. Gerald, my fiancé, is only my fiancé and he still managed to gift Grandma the jade Buddha. Your husband comes here empty-handed and has the nerve to ask for money." "Exactly. Charlie, we're both grandchildren-in-law of the Wilson family, but you're the disgrace." Gerald White, Wendy's fiancé and a scion of a wealthy family, chimed in. Although he was set to marry Wendy, he couldn't help but feel frustrated that someone as stunning as Claire Wilson, a renowned beauty in Orris Hill, had married a loser. "It's best if this useless loser leaves the Wilson family now." "Yes. He's a disgrace to our family. Maybe he's not looking to borrow money but to ruin Grandma's birthday celebration." Charlie clenched his fists, enduring the humiliation from the entire Wilson family. If it weren't for the pressing situation, he would have walked out without a second thought. Yet, his father's words echoed in his mind, reminding him to be grateful for help received and to repay it tenfold. So, suppressing his rising anger and shame, he addressed Lady Wilson, "Grandma, whoever saves a life saves the world entirely. Please, I beg you for mercy." A mocking voice interrupted. "Mr. Wade, stop trying to feed Grandma some platitudes. If you want to save someone, figure it out yourself. Who do you think you are, asking for money from Grandma?" It was Harold Wilson, Wendy's brother, who had always held a grudge against Claire for her superiority. Claire, feeling awkward, began, "Grandma, Charlie lost his father when he was 8. Mrs. Lewis from the welfare home raised him. He is incredibly grateful to her and wants to help her. Could you please assist him?" Lady Wilson scowled fiercely, "You want me to help him? Fine. Divorce him and marry Mr. Jones. If you do that, I'll give him $1 million right away." Mr. Jones, whom Lady Wilson mentioned, was Wendell Jones, a suitor of Claire's who had his eyes set on her despite her marriage. The Jones family was influential in Orris Hill, far more so than the Wilsons, and Lady Wilson had long desired to ally with them. Just then, the butler rushed in with exciting news. Mr. Jones sent a birthday gift for Lady Wilson. It's a Buddha talisman carved from jadeite, worth $3 million. Lady Wilson's face lit up with joy. Bring it to me. Let me see. The butler presented the stunning emerald green talisman, which drew gasps of admiration from the guests. It was flawless, a masterpiece of the finest jade quality. Gerald frowned, feeling overshadowed by Wendell's unexpected generosity. Lady Wilson lovingly admired the talisman. "Oh, Mr. Jones is so thoughtful. It would be a dream come true if he were my grandson-in-law." She then turned to Claire, asking, "So, how about it? Will you consider my proposition?" Claire shook her head firmly. "No, Grandma. I will never divorce Charlie." Anger flashed in Lady Wilson's eyes. "You ungrateful girl. What is that loser good for? Why waste your time with him? Kick him out of my house. I don't want to see his face at my birthday banquet." Charlie sighed, filled with disappointment. He no longer wanted to be part of the Wilson family. Turning to Claire, he said, "Claire, I'm going to visit Mrs. Lewis in the hospital." "I'll go with you," Claire replied quickly. Lady Wilson erupted once more, "If you leave now, you're no longer my granddaughter. You can take your mom, your dad, and that loser and leave the Wilson family." Claire stared at her grandmother, shocked by her harshness. Charlie interjected, "Stay here, don't worry about me." Before Claire could gather her thoughts, he turned and walked away. Harold laughed mockingly. "Hey, dear Charlie, if you leave with nothing, will you beg for food on the streets? If you do, you'll embarrass our family name. Here, I have $1, maybe you can buy a bun." He tossed a dollar bill at Charlie's feet, and the room erupted in laughter. Charlie gritted his teeth in frustration but left without looking back. Upon arriving at the hospital, Charlie headed straight to the cashier's office, hoping to negotiate a 2-day extension for payment. However, he learned that Mrs. Lewis had been transferred overnight to Fairview Hospital, the top medical facility in East Cliff, for treatment. "How much does it cost?" Charlie asked, alarmed. "I'll find a way to cover it." The nurse replied, "The total bill is $3 million. $1 million has already been paid, but the remaining $2 million needs to be settled within a week." "Who paid the $1 million?" Charlie inquired. The nurse shrugged. "I have no idea." Confused, Charlie turned to leave when a man in a black suit with gray hair approached him. They exchanged glances, and the man bowed. "Young master. We've finally found you. I apologize for all the hardships you've endured over the years." Charlie narrowed his eyes, coldly responding, "Are you Stephen Thompson?" Stephen looked surprised. "Young master, you remember me?" Charlie replied, "Of course. I remember all of you. You drove my parents and me out of East Cliff, leading to their deaths and leaving me an orphan. What do you want from me now?" Stephen's face fell. "Young master, Lord Wade was heartbroken to learn of your father's death. He has been searching for you. Come, let's go home and see him." Charlie retorted. Coldly, "No thanks. I don't want to see him." "Are you still angry with your grandfather?" Stephen asked. "Absolutely," Charlie replied vehemently. $10 billion? Charlie was taken aback, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open in disbelief. While he always knew his grandfather was incredibly wealthy, he had been too young to grasp the true implications of money back then. He only understood that the Wade family was among the richest in East Cliff and even in the entire country, but the actual net worth had been a mystery to him. Now, the reality hit him. If $10 billion was merely pocket change, then the Wade family's total wealth must exceed $1 trillion. To be honest, he felt a mix of emotions, touched yet unsettled. Thoughts of his late parents flooded his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling that his grandfather played a role in their tragic fate. Forgiveness would not come easily. Noticing Charlie's turmoil, Stephen quickly interjected, "Young master, as a member of the Wade family, this money is rightfully yours. In fact, it technically belongs to your father. The master mentioned that if you choose to return home, he will allow you to inherit the family's vast empire worth $1 trillion. If you prefer to stay away for now, you can use this money for your living expenses. Oh, and there's more. The Emgrand Group, Oris Hill's largest and most profitable company with a market value of $100 billion, was fully acquired by the Wade family yesterday. All the shares are now under your name, and you can claim your rights at the company tomorrow. Charlie listened in a daze, struggling to comprehend the enormity of it all. Wasn't this an overwhelming investment by the Wade family on his behalf? A premium black card loaded with $10 billion and ownership of the Emgrand Group, valued at $100 billion. Oris Hill was known for its talent, but the Emgrand Group was its shining star. It dominated the local business scene, commanding respect from all influential families, including those who had belittled him today, the Wilson family, the White family, and even the Jones family, who were still trying to win over his wife. To think they were mere subordinates compared to the Emgrand Group. And now, it belonged to him. Stephen handed Charlie a business card. "Young master, you may need some time to process all this, so I'll take my leave. Here's my card with my contact information. Don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything." With that, Stephen turned and exited. Charlie remained in a stupor long after he had left. He was torn about whether to accept the Wade family's compensation. But then he recalled the hardships he endured over the last decade, especially the humiliations he faced during his marriage to Claire. Perhaps this was the compensation he deserved for his suffering. Furthermore, Miss Lewis urgently needed $2 million for her medical treatment. Clenching the card tightly, he made his way back to the cashier. "Hello, I'd like to settle the bill." He swiped the card, entered the password, and just like that, the transaction was complete. $2 million were transferred to the hospital's account. Charlie felt as if he were floating. Had he really become a billionaire in an instant? He returned home in a haze. Upon entering, he could feel the tension in the air. Claire and her parents had moved out of the Wilson family villa and were living in a modest home instead. After Claire married Charlie following Lord Wilson's death, they had been forced out of the villa. His mother-in-law was spewing outrage. "Charlie Wade, you loser. You're such an embarrassment. If you don't divorce him now, your grandma might kick you out of the Wilson Group." Claire, remaining calm, replied, "If that happens, I'll just find another job." "You," her mother snapped back, "what's so great about that loser? Why don't you just divorce him and marry Wendell? If you marry Wendell Jones, our family can hold our heads high." Her father chimed in, "Your mom's right. Marrying Wendell would elevate our family's status. Your grandma would treat you like royalty." Claire firmly stated, "Just stop. I will not divorce Charlie." "You." Both parents were about to continue when Charlie pushed the door open and stepped inside. His in-laws shot him disdainful looks. His mother-in-law scoffed, "I thought you'd forgotten how to come home, loser." Charlie sighed inwardly. If only she knew he was now the owner of the Emgrand Group and had $10 billion in cash. However, this wasn't the right moment to reveal his true identity. He had distanced himself from the Wade family for so long. Who knew what they were up to? Exposing himself could invite trouble. For now, it was best to remain in the shadows. So, he lowered his head and spoke softly, "Mother, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused today." His mother-in-law shouted, "Trouble? This is more than trouble. You're endangering us. Can't you show a bit of decency and leave our house?" Claire quickly defended him, "Mom, how can you say that? Charlie is your son-in-law." "Nonsense," her mother growled. "I don't want such a loser as my son-in-law. The farther he is from us, the better." Claire nudged Charlie. "Come on, let's go back to our room." Charlie nodded gratefully and followed her into the room. Though they had been married for 3 years, they had never shared a bed, with Charlie sleeping on the floor beside Claire's bed. That night, Charlie found it difficult to sleep. The events of the day had left him in shock, and he struggled to process everything. Before drifting off, Claire asked, "How is Mrs. Lewis doing?" "I have about $100,000 with me, you can use it tomorrow." Charlie replied, "It's all right. Someone has already paid her bill and transferred her to Eastcliff for treatment." "Really?" Claire exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "So, Mrs. Lewis will be okay?" "Yes," Charlie assured her. Mrs. Lewis has done so many good deeds in her life, helping others. Now, someone is returning the favor. That's great to hear. Claire smiled. You can rest easy now. Yes. I need to get some sleep. There's so much to handle at the company, and I'm exhausted. What's going on with the company? It's not doing well lately. Grandma wants to collaborate with Grant, but the Wilson Group is too insignificant compared to them. They wouldn't even notice us. Oh? Haven't there been collaborations between the Wilson Group and Grant in the past? Claire laughed sarcastically. Of course not. What do we mean to Grant? We're probably just a speck of dust to them. Even Gerald's family, Wendy's fiancé's family, could barely scratch the surface of Grant's business empire. That's why Grandma is so eager for them to marry soon. She thinks the White family can help us build connections with Grant. Charlie nodded, understanding the situation. The Wilson family had exhausted every option to collaborate with Grant Group. However, Lady Wilson would never realize that he was now the owner of Grant. With this in mind, Charlie resolved to take charge of Grant Group and support Claire in her business endeavors. The Wilson family had treated her unfairly, and he could no longer stand by while they bullied her. As her husband, he felt it was his duty to elevate her standing within the family. He silently vowed, Claire, your husband has changed. I won't let anyone disrespect you again. I will make the entire Wilson family bow before you. The following morning, after whipping up breakfast, Charlie hopped on his scooter and made his way to the Grant Group's office. He parked his scooter at the edge of the parking lot. Just as he secured it, a sleek black Bentley glided into a space across from him. Curiously, he glanced up and saw a young couple emerging from the vehicle. The man was dressed in a sharp, branded suit, exuding charm and sophistication. The woman, on the other hand, had a flamboyant style that, while a bit over the top, showcased her beauty. This lady was none other than Wendy Wilson, Claire's cousin, and the man by her side was her fiancé, Gerald White. Charlie was puzzled by their presence but knew that avoiding them was the best strategy to prevent any unwanted trouble. Ironically, the more he tried to stay out of sight, the more likely they were to notice him. Wendy spotted him from the corner of her eye and exclaimed, "Hey, Charlie." Although Wendy called out to him in a friendly tone, Charlie felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Out of politeness, he halted in his tracks and awaited their approach. With a forced smile, he asked, "Wendy, what brings you here?" Wendy laughed lightly. "Oh, Gerald is here to meet Doris Young, the vice chairman of Grant Group. I'm just here to keep him company." She then glanced at Gerald with affection and added, "The White family has numerous projects with Grant Group. This will not only benefit the White family but also our Wilson family in the long run." Charlie was unaware that the Whites were business partners with Grant Group. After all, he had just taken over the company and hadn't yet delved into the specifics. Maintaining his composure, he replied with a polite smile, "Mr. White is quite talented, you two make a wonderful couple." Gerald shot Charlie a contemptuous glare, his anger simmering beneath the surface. How could this loser, who had been publicly humiliated by Lady Wilson just the day before, act as if nothing was wrong? Why on earth would Claire, a stunning woman, choose to marry someone like him? If Charlie hadn't existed, Gerald would have certainly pursued Claire with zeal. Who would want to be engaged to Wendy, who fell short in every possible way? Gerald let out a frustrated huff and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to apply for a job," Charlie replied. "Apply for a job?" Gerald scoffed derisively. "You? The guy who can't accomplish anything wants to apply at Grant Group? Are you serious?" Charlie frowned. "What's it to you?" Wendy had initially called out to Charlie to humiliate him. Now, seizing the opportunity, she mocked, "Why? Gerald's right, isn't he? Do you have any educational background or achievements to show? Honestly, they wouldn't even consider a loser like you, even if you were applying for a security position. You'd be better off scavenging for trash on the streets, at least you might earn a few thousand a month." With that, she tossed a water bottle at Charlie's feet and sneered, "There you go, pick it up and sell it for some cash. Don't say I never cared about you." Gerald laughed maliciously. You're nothing but trash, but since we're family, I'll give you a break. I happen to know the vice chairman of Emgrand Group personally, maybe I could put in a good word for you and see if she can find a toilet cleaning job for you? Charlie smirked and retorted, what job I'm applying for is none of your business. You should focus on your own issues instead. Emgrand Group is a big company, and I doubt they'd want to collaborate with someone as lowly as you. Gerald's face flushed with rage. Who are you calling lowly? Charlie replied with disdain, you, lowly. He then turned and strode toward the building, ignoring Gerald's angry shouts behind him. Damn you! Stop! Do you hear me? Before long, Gerald rushed after Charlie and caught up with him at the elevator area. He felt the urge to teach Charlie a lesson, perhaps delivering a couple of slaps to remind him of the consequences of his insolence. However, they were inside Emgrand Group's building, and he worried that making a scene would damage his reputation and upset his business partner, so he reluctantly abandoned the idea. With gritted teeth, he warned, I'll let you off today, but don't think you'll be so lucky next time. Charlie simply snorted and stepped into the elevator. Before the doors closed, he called out, Gerald White, do you really believe you're so powerful? Trust me, you'll soon learn the price of your arrogance. You little. Gerald's face turned a dark shade of red. He wanted to barge into the elevator, but Wendy held him back, saying, Gerald, don't share the elevator with that loser, we might suffocate from his stench. He nodded, fully aware that engaging with Charlie wasn't wise. Instead, he coldly snorted, huh, you're lucky today. Just wait, I'll make you pay next time. Inside the elevator, Charlie headed straight to the top floor, where the chairman's office was situated. Stephen had already set everything in motion for him at Emgrand. The person overseeing these arrangements was Doris Young, a well-respected businesswoman in Oris Hill. Not only was Doris charming, but she was also exceptionally capable. She had risen to the position of vice chairman of Emgrand Group at a young age and had played a significant role in the company's success. Since the Wade family had acquired Emgrand Group, the former chairman had stepped down, and Doris remained to assist the new chairman. When Doris saw Charlie, she was taken aback. She hadn't expected to meet such a young and charming man after hearing about him from Stephen. Quickly regaining her composure, she greeted him with respect. Welcome, Mr. Wade. Please, follow me to my office. This was the first time Charlie had the pleasure of meeting Doris, and he had to admit she was truly stunning. At around 27 or 28 years old, Doris possessed a slender yet curvy figure, a captivating presence, and an air of maturity that commanded respect. Sitting across from Doris at her desk, Charlie began, I won't be in the office often, so I would like you to oversee the company on my behalf. Additionally, please keep my identity confidential. Doris recognized that Mr. Wade, seated before her, hailed from the illustrious Wade family. For a family of such prominence, Emgrand Group was merely a small enterprise, so it was understandable that he wouldn't manage it directly. She quickly responded, Of course, Mr. Wade. Just let me know if you need anything, I'm here to assist you. At that moment, a secretary knocked on the door, saying, Miss Young, a man named Gerald White and his fiancée are here to see you. Doris replied without hesitation, I'm currently meeting with a VIP, please have them wait. Curious, Charlie asked, Do you know Gerald White? Charlie's tone turned cold as he stated, From now on, Emgrand Group will cease all business relations with the White family. Halt any ongoing or planned projects. If the White family profits from our company in any way, I will reconsider your position as vice chairman. Doris was taken aback, realizing someone from the White family must have offended him. She nodded vigorously and exclaimed, Don't worry, Mr. Wade. I will instruct my staff to terminate all collaborations with the White family immediately. Charlie nodded with satisfaction and added, Inform them that Emgrand Group has no interest in associating with lowly garbage. Have security escort them out. Meanwhile, outside the office, Gerald and Wendy waited anxiously. The White family had always aspired to be key players in the Emgrand Group collaboration. Gerald hoped to build a strong rapport with Doris Young to strengthen their family's ties with the company. However, the unexpected happened when Doris's secretary approached them with a few security guards. "Excuse me, may I know if Miss Young is available to meet with us now?" Gerald asked, confusion etched on his face. Coldly, the secretary replied, "I'm sorry, but our vice chairman has stated that Imgrand Group has no interest in collaborating with lowly garbage like you. All partnerships with your family are cancelled effective immediately." "What did you just say?" Gerald gasped in shock, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Why did that remark sound so familiar? Oh right. Charlie Wade had said the same thing in the parking lot. What did Doris Young mean by that? Did she truly intend to end all collaborations with the White family? Anger surged within him, clouding his thoughts. What was happening? All projects cancelled. A significant portion of the White family's income relied on their work with Imgrand. If they terminated ties, it would severely impact their wealth. He couldn't accept this harsh reality. He shouted, "I demand to see Miss Young. I want to ask her personally." The secretary shot him a frosty glare. "I'm afraid Miss Young will not see you, and you are no longer welcome here." Gerald protested vehemently, "Are you kidding me? We are long-term partners with Imgrand. She can't just end our projects like this. Don't push us." The secretary ignored his outburst and directed the guards, "Please escort them out." The head of security swiftly moved in, grabbing Gerald's wrist and twisting it painfully behind him. Gerald winced in agony as Captain Cooper sneered, "Get out of here. If you cause a scene at Imgrand Group, I'll make sure you regret it. You're just a security guard. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Gerald retorted, infuriated. Captain Cooper responded with a sharp slap across Gerald's face, declaring, "And what are you in the eyes of Imgrand Group?" Gerald felt the sting of the slap, embarrassment flooding him. Just as he was about to explode with fury, his phone rang. It was his father. He answered, and a furious voice boomed from the other end, "You fool! What did you do? Imgrand Group wants to terminate all projects with us. Who did you offend?" Gerald whined, "No, Dad, that's not true. I didn't offend anyone. I just came to see Miss Young, but I never even got to see her." His father shouted again, "Imgrand Group said they're cutting ties because of you, the lowly garbage. You're the reason our family is facing such a loss. Get back here and explain this to your grandfather." Stunned, Gerald clutched his phone as he and Wendy were forcibly escorted out of Imgrand Group's main entrance. Suddenly, Charlie's face flashed in his mind. He turned to Wendy and asked, "Wendy, is this related to your pathetic cousin-in-law? Does he have any connection to Imgrand Group?" "Ha!" Wendy was taken aback. After considering the situation, she realized it could indeed be connected to him, but he was just a loser. She shook her head firmly, saying, "No, there's absolutely no way he has anything to do with Imgrand Group. He's not even qualified to clean their toilets." "You're right," Gerald nodded, feeling defeated. As he thought about his furious father, he said, "I need to go home right away." Before long, news of the White family's ousting from Imgrand Group spread through Oris Hill like wildfire. No one knew the specifics, but it was clear that the White family must have crossed Imgrand Group in some way. The family's standing plummeted, their wealth slashed by more than half, and they fell from being a top-tier family to a second-rate one. Lady Wilson trembled with rage upon hearing the news. She considered breaking off Wendy's engagement to Gerald, but even after this setback, the White family remained more influential than the Wilson family. Reluctantly, she decided to endure the situation for now. Back in Doris's office, Charlie was impressed and satisfied with how things unfolded. He appreciated her swift and decisive actions. With a pleased smile, he said, "Doris, excellent job. Starting today, I'm doubling your salary." Doris gasped in surprise, standing up to bow respectfully. "Thank you, Mr. Wade." Charlie nodded and continued, "I need you to make 2 announcements." "Yes, please go ahead," Doris replied. "First, announce the change in Imgrand Group's ownership and the appointment of a new chairman, but keep my identity under wraps. Just refer to him as Mr. Wade. The second announcement will be about Imgrand Group investing $2 billion to construct a 6-star hotel in Oris Hill and inviting tender bids for partners. All construction and interior design companies in the city are welcome to participate. The main business of Wilson Group revolved around interior design and construction. The old lady would jump at the chance to work with Grant. Winning the bid with Grant Group would make anyone the most sought-after professional in the industry. Now that he owned Grant Group, Charlie could offer his wife some lucrative opportunities. The recent announcements from Grant Group sent shockwaves through Oris Hill, akin to a powerful earthquake. Upon discovering the ownership change at Grant Group, the Wilson family quickly understood the reason behind the termination of their collaboration with the White family. It appeared that the new owner of Grant held little regard for the Whites. This brings us to the enigmatic Mr. Wade. He effortlessly purchased Grant Group, a company valued at hundreds of billions of dollars. Such power is quite astonishing. After all, even the wealthiest individual in Oris Hill wouldn't possess such capabilities. In the aftermath of this news, numerous affluent families were poised to act. They were eager to forge connections with the mysterious Mr. Wade, and many even contemplated marrying their daughters to him. Additionally, Grant Group's announcement of a $2 billion investment in a hotel construction project sent ripples through both the construction and interior design industries in Oris Hill. $2 billion. Just the opportunity to bid on scraps of the project could yield substantial profits. Numerous companies, including Lady Wilson, who had a penchant for wealth, were keen to get involved. Overjoyed, Lady Wilson realized that this $2 billion project could be the golden ticket for the Wilson family to secure a contract, elevating their status significantly. Consequently, she called for an urgent family meeting at the villa that evening to strategize on how to seize this monumental opportunity with Grant Group. Attendance was mandatory. Later that evening at the Wilson family mansion, Charlie attended the meeting at Lady Wilson's request. Aware of her true intentions, he planned to use this occasion to support Claire. When Harold, Claire's cousin, spotted Charlie in the mansion, he scoffed mockingly, "Wow. Charlie Wade, how shameless can you be? What gives you the nerve to face Grandma now?" With an unbothered demeanor, Claire replied, "Enough of your nonsense. Grandma invited everyone in the Wilson family. Charlie is my husband, which makes him a part of the family too." Harold let out a sarcastic laugh. "A part of the Wilson family? Ha! He's just a live-in son-in-law." Charlie simply rubbed his nose and said to Claire, "Let's not engage with him. We should head in quickly, Grandma is waiting for everyone." Claire nodded and walked into the house, ignoring Harold completely. His expression twisted with irritation as he anticipated their upcoming embarrassment. Once inside the meeting room, Claire and Charlie settled into a corner. Soon after, Lady Wilson made a grand entrance, and the family meeting officially commenced. Sitting at the head of the table, Lady Wilson rapped her knuckles on the surface and began enthusiastically, "The Wilson family has been waiting for an opportunity like this for years, a chance to elevate ourselves to the pinnacle of Oris Hill's social hierarchy. That opportunity is finally upon us." She continued with fervor, Grant Group has unveiled a $2 billion mega-project. If anyone can secure a contract from it, the rewards will be immense. Moreover, this is Grant's first major project following its change in ownership, a golden opportunity for us. If we make a favorable impression on the new chairman, our family could achieve significant power and prominence in the future. Despite her enthusiasm, the attendees remained relatively indifferent and unresponsive. It wasn't the first time the Wilson family sought collaboration with Grant Group, but for years, they had been met with silence. What made Lady Wilson think they could finally secure a deal now? It seemed unlikely. Seeing the lack of enthusiasm, Lady Wilson's face flushed with fury, and she shouted, "Why is everyone so quiet? Does no one believe we can secure even a small part of this $2 billion project?" Everyone exchanged nervous glances, but nobody dared to speak up. Growing increasingly frustrated, Lady Wilson gritted her teeth and declared, "Listen carefully. Whoever can secure a $30 million contract from Grant Group will be appointed as the director of our company." The room fell silent, jaws dropping as if a bomb had detonated. Lady Wilson ruled the family and the company with an iron fist and had never before appointed a director. Such a position wielded significant power, typically reserved for the company's future successor. By offering this position as a reward, it was clear that she was desperate to land the project. However, despite the allure of the reward, the task itself was daunting. Securing a $30 million contract from Emgrand Group. To the Wilson family, it felt like a ludicrous proposition. Even if Lady Wilson herself approached them, the executives probably wouldn't even grant her an audience, let alone discuss a collaboration. The conference hall was as quiet as a church. Lady Wilson slammed her hand on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Are none of you capable of finding a solution for your family?" She then turned her gaze to Harold. "Harold, I'm assigning this task to you." Harold managed a strained smile and quickly responded, "Grandma, the White family was just ousted by Emgrand Group. Our family is even less significant. How can we expect to secure a deal with them?" Lady Wilson scolded him, "Nonsense. How dare you dismiss the possibility before even trying? You're more hopeless than that loser Charlie." In truth, Lady Wilson harbored doubts herself. However, she was unwilling to lead a family that remained stagnant at the second or third tier of the social ladder. She longed for the Wilson family to ascend, and the Emgrand mega project was her only shot at making that dream a reality. Thus, she refused to relent, no matter how difficult the path seemed. She had anticipated that Harold, as the eldest grandson, would embrace the challenge, but his outright refusal took her by surprise. Harold felt disheartened. No one in their right mind would accept such an impossible task. He was convinced that he would be dismissed even before stepping foot in Emgrand Group's offices. Not only would he fail, but he would also face ridicule for his inability to accomplish the task. That's why he could never agree to his grandmother's request. Lady Wilson glared at the rest of the family and shouted, "What about the rest of you? Is there no one willing to take on this challenge?" At that moment, Charlie nudged Claire with his elbow and whispered, "Darling, you should accept the mission." Claire gasped in disbelief, "Are you out of your mind? There's no way Emgrand Group would partner with a small company like ours." Charlie smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely secure the deal." Claire's eyes widened in shock. "Are you really sure?" Charlie nodded earnestly. "Absolutely. I'm confident you won't encounter any issues. Trust me, seize this opportunity, and your status within the Wilson family will soar." Claire found herself unable to articulate why, but she felt almost entranced by Charlie's words. Summoning her courage, she stood up to absorb his message and addressed Lady Wilson, "Grandma, I'm willing to give it a try." Claire's announcement sent a ripple of shock through the room, leaving everyone gasping in disbelief. Many thought Claire had lost her mind. This was the worst possible moment to step into the spotlight. The chances of her succeeding were slim to none. Emgrand Group was the largest company in Oris Hill, and the Wilson family was merely a tiny blip on their radar. Anyone who dared to take on this challenge was destined for failure. Harold couldn't resist mocking her. "Claire, do you really believe you can secure a deal with Emgrand Group?" Wendy chimed in with a similar tone, "Claire, who do you think you are? What do you imagine Emgrand Group is? Your reckless behavior will only bring shame to our family." Another voice echoed, "Wendy's right. If Claire gets rejected by Emgrand Group, our family will become a laughingstock in Oris Hill." Claire felt a rush of blood to her face, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Since marrying Charlie, her standing in the family had drastically diminished. Not only did her relatives overlook her, but they also mocked her parents. She believed that if she could secure a deal with Emgrand Group, it would help her regain her position in the family. More importantly, she wanted her parents to hold their heads high and feel proud of their identity. However, under the weight of their sarcastic remarks and scorn, she began to doubt her ambitious idea. She shot an annoyed glance at Charlie. How had he convinced her to entertain such a ridiculous notion? She regretted suggesting it at all. Lady Wilson was visibly furious as she listened to the audience's jeers. No one dared to take up the challenge after she had asked several times. Now, with Claire boldly stepping forward, the crowd had turned to ridicule. Lady Wilson had always held a disdain for Claire, but in this moment, she appreciated Claire's willingness to tackle the impossible, unlike the other family members who only brought her grief. Especially Harold, her favorite grandson, who had turned out to be quite the disappointment. Because of this, Lady Wilson's perspective on Claire shifted significantly. She declared, "Enough of this nonsense, you cowards. I'm assigning the task of securing a deal with Grand Group to Claire." With a hint of hesitation, Claire murmured, "Don't worry, Grandma, I'll give it my best shot." Harold let out a derisive snort, "You give it your best, and what next? You'll just end up embarrassing us when you fail." Charlie interjected mockingly, "Harold Wilson, why do you keep belittling Claire? Do you think the Wilson family is beneath Grand Group?" Harold was taken aback that Charlie dared to speak up during the family meeting, especially in such a bold manner. Noticing Lady Wilson's rising irritation, he quickly clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. I just think it's unrealistic for Claire to secure a deal. That's all." Charlie chuckled and asked, "What if she actually succeeds? How about we make a wager?" Harold grinned slyly. "All right, let's bet. You think I'm intimidated by your little challenge? What are the terms?" "Let's hear it," he added. Charlie proposed, "If Claire succeeds, you will kneel before me and admit you were wrong in front of everyone. If she fails, I will kneel before you and concede that I was wrong. What do you say?" "Ha ha ha." Harold burst into laughter. "You're really digging your own grave, loser." "All right, I'll take that bet." Charlie nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "Everyone here is a witness. Whoever backs out of the bet will face dire consequences." He emphasized consequences loudly, ensuring Harold wouldn't backtrack after losing. Harold wouldn't dare go back on his word after such a statement. To do so would mean cursing his grandmother, Lady Wilson, and he knew she wouldn't let him off the hook easily. "All right." Harold thought he had the upper hand, but little did he know that he was walking straight into Charlie's trap. He laughed triumphantly, "Everyone, you'll be my witnesses. I can't wait to see you kneel before me." Claire was taken aback by the entire situation, desperately signaling Charlie with her eyes, but he ignored her pleas. Lady Wilson was unconcerned with the wager. Her main focus was whether the Wilson Group could secure a spot on Grand Group's collaboration list. If the deal went through, she wouldn't mind if Harold called Charlie "Daddy," let alone grovel before him. Thus, she concluded calmly, "That's enough for today. Claire, you have 3 days to negotiate and finalize the deal." Meeting adjourned. Upon returning home, Claire's parents were furious with the young couple. Claire's mother, Elaine Wilson, paced the living room anxiously, exclaiming, "Claire, you've lost your mind. How could you listen to that loser and take on this task without thinking it through?" Her father, Jacob Wilson, turned to Charlie with anger, saying, "Charlie, you hopeless loser. You've thrown my darling daughter into a pit this time." His face turned red as he continued, "If Claire fails, she'll be ostracized by the family, and you'll have to bow to Harold like a peasant in front of everyone. My dignity will be shattered." Charlie responded earnestly, "Dad, Mom, everything will be fine if Claire successfully negotiates and secures the deal, right?" "Negotiate my foot." Jacob growled angrily. "Do you even realize how powerful Grand Group is? They won't even glance at the mediocre Wilson family." Charlie smiled confidently, "Perhaps someone will take notice of us, you never know. Honestly, I believe in Claire. I think she'll secure the deal with ease." Elaine sneered derisively. "You think so? Who do you think you are? Do you believe you have any pull with Grand Group? You're nothing but a loser, a nobody. How dare you be so naive and overconfident?" As Claire observed her parents mocking Charlie, she let out a deep sigh and said, "Dad, Mom, please don't blame Charlie for this. It was my idea. I just want our family to stop being looked down upon. Haven't we endured enough over the years?" Claire's mother interjected, "But you can't take on such a responsibility. It's not just you, even if your grandma were to go herself, they wouldn't take her seriously." Charlie managed a wry smile while watching the argument unfold. He suspected that his arrogant in-laws would never accept the fact that he was the actual owner of Grand Group. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "I'm coming." Elaine let out a frustrated sigh as she approached the door and opened it. "Join Telegram Group." Charlie turned his attention to the doorway, where a young man in a sharp Armani suit stood. The man was strikingly handsome, with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist that looked to be worth at least $4 million. Elaine exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, Wendell! What brings you here?" The young man was Wendell Jones, the heir of the Jones family who had been chasing after Claire for some time. With a charming smile, Wendell replied, "Auntie, I heard about Claire's negotiations with the Emgrand Group, and I'm here to offer her some advice." "Wow, you really are our family's savior." Elaine was bubbling with excitement, looking at Wendell as if he were already her son-in-law. She quickly ushered him inside and pleaded, "Wendell, would you help Claire secure the Emgrand Group contract?" Wendell nodded politely, completely ignoring Charlie as if he were insignificant. He walked directly to Claire and said softly, "Claire, why didn't you tell me about this? It's a big deal." "Don't worry, my family has connections with Emgrand Group. I'll talk to my father and see how we can assist you." Truth be told, Wendell's father wasn't as influential as he claimed. He was merely trying to win Claire's affection with grand promises. Claire, aware of Wendell's feelings for her, replied coolly, "Wendell, I appreciate your offer, but I'll manage on my own." Elaine was taken aback and scolded, "Claire, are you out of your mind? Mr. Jones is being kind enough to help you, and you dismiss him like that?" Claire remained silent, but Charlie, intrigued, asked Wendell, "Mr. Jones, I'm curious, how exactly can you assist Claire? Emgrand Group is massive, and I doubt you hold much sway with them. So how can you guarantee Claire the contract?" Wendell scoffed dismissively and replied, "What do you know? The Jones family has been working with Emgrand Group for years. We're set to get at least 1/3 of their $2 billion project. In the meantime, I'll ask my father to allocate $10 million as a subcontract to Claire." Simple as that. Charlie was taken aback, "Wow. I had no idea the Jones family had such a close relationship with Emgrand Group." Wendell smirked. "Of course. Everyone in Oris Hill knows that." He then shot Charlie a disdainful look and said, "Charlie Wade, let me give you a piece of advice. A frog in a well like you should step aside. A man like you can't bring Claire happiness, you'll only be a burden." Claire interjected coldly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, but I don't need your help, and I'd appreciate it if you watched your words." Wendell, flabbergasted, replied, "Claire, I'm here to help you. Why are you siding with this loser? Why are you defending him?" Claire responded firmly, "He's not a loser, he's my husband." A dark cloud crossed Wendell's face as he growled, "Fine. You've made your choice. I'll be waiting to see how you solve this problem. Don't come crying to me later when you realize you missed an opportunity." With that, Wendell turned, slammed the door behind him, and left. Elaine rushed after Wendell, but he was already gone. She slapped her thighs in frustration, pointed at Charlie's face, and shouted, "You! How dare you! What can you do besides being a burden to Claire? Mr. Jones was genuinely trying to help, and you chased him away." Charlie replied flatly, "Mom, he's all talk. If he can't secure a contract with Emgrand, how can he possibly help Claire?" "Nonsense!" Elaine retorted, "What do you know, you ignorant fool? The Jones family can secure 1/3 of that $2 billion contract." Charlie remained stoic, but inwardly he was amused, thinking, "I may not know the full extent of the Jones family's power, but I am certain that my Emgrand Group will no longer have any dealings with them. Even if they have collaborated before, that's all over now." Meanwhile, Claire couldn't read her husband's thoughts. She turned to her mother and said, "Mom, please don't blame Charlie. Just wait until I return from Emgrand Group." "Ha!" Elaine sighed heavily, feeling that fate had dealt her an unfair hand. She had married a useless husband, and now her daughter had married someone even more hopeless. What had she done to deserve this fate? The following morning, Claire arrived at the Emgrand Group office alongside Charlie, carrying the file filled with proposals she had diligently prepared overnight. As they stood before the towering 100-story building, Claire felt a wave of doubt wash over her. How could a prestigious company like Emgrand consider collaborating with the Wilson family, especially for a hefty $30 million deal? It felt akin to a beggar approaching a wealthy individual and requesting a $30 million handout, utterly absurd. Yet, she had made a promise to her grandmother and accepted this daunting challenge publicly, so she had to push through, no matter the odds stacked against her. With a resigned sigh, Claire replied, "All right, let's hope for the best. Please wait for me here." Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and stepped through the entrance. Meanwhile, Charlie pulled out his phone and dialed Miss Young. "Miss Young, my wife is on her way to see you right now. Please ensure everything goes smoothly." "Yes, Mr. Wade. You can count on me, I'll meet all your expectations. By the way, I heard that Imgrand Group has a close relationship with the Jones family. Is that true?" "Indeed, we have collaborated on numerous projects with them, both completed and ongoing. They have expressed interest in partnering with us again on this new megaproject and have submitted their proposals for my evaluation. However, the final decision rests with you, Mr. Wade." Charlie's tone turned icy as he replied, "I do not want the Jones family involved in this new project or any future projects." "Understood. I will follow your instructions without fail." Meanwhile, Claire entered the Imgrand Group office and checked in at the front desk, uncertain if Doris Young, the vice chairman, would even see her. Before long, a poised female assistant approached her. "Hello, are you Miss Claire Wilson? Miss Young is expecting you in her office, please follow me." Claire nodded, momentarily dazed. How could Miss Young know she was there? Was it possible that Doris was aware of her impending visit? It seemed unlikely for someone of Doris Young's stature to know about her, but this was a rare chance she couldn't afford to miss. She quickly followed the assistant to Miss Young's office. Doris rose from her chair and greeted Claire warmly. "Hello, Miss Wilson. I'm Doris Young, the vice chairman of Imgrand Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." Feeling a bit nervous in the presence of such a renowned business figure, Claire managed to speak, albeit with a trembling voice. "Hello, Miss Young. Thank you for meeting with me. I'm here to discuss the hotel project. While the Wilson Group may not be as powerful as some of the other companies, I assure you that we work diligently and have built a solid reputation in the interior design and decoration sector." She handed over her document file and added, "Here's our portfolio for your review." Doris smiled kindly as she examined the documents. After a quick look, she stated, "Miss Wilson, I believe you would be the ideal partner for us." "Really? Is that true?" Claire asked, astonished. This was progressing far too smoothly for her comfort. Doris continued with a smile, "While I admit that the Wilson Group does not fully meet our requirements, our chairman has a high regard for you and is willing to give this a chance." "Your chairman?" Claire echoed, surprised. "May I ask who that is?" Doris replied with a faint smile, "Our chairman is Mr. Wade from Eastcliff." "Mr. Wade?" Claire's brow furrowed in confusion. "I don't believe I know anyone by the last name of Wade, other than my husband." Doris nodded subtly. Charlie had instructed her to keep his identity under wraps, so she could only reveal so much. Claire was unaware that the Mr. Wade she referred to was actually her husband, whom she considered rather insignificant. Doris then pointed out, "In your proposal, I noticed your quoted figure for the agreement is $30 million. Claire nodded, feeling anxious. "Is that too high?" Doris shook her head with a smile. "Not at all. In fact, it's less than our budget." Claire was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Our chairman has instructed me to adjust the quotation to $60 million. In the midst of their conversation, Doris handed Claire a contract. "Here, we've prepared a contract in advance for a total of $60 million. If it meets your approval, we can sign it right now." "Ha! This," Claire exclaimed, utterly shocked. She had never imagined that a company as formidable as Imgrand Group would have a contract ready beforehand, especially for an amount that had doubled. Her grandmother's target for this project had been $30 million, yet the contract clearly stated $60 million. Suddenly, memories of her husband's earnest expression from their family meeting the night before flooded back to her. Why had he seemed so confident? As she stood at the entrance of Imgrand Group, her own doubts had been overwhelming, while he appeared unshaken. Could he have known all along how this would turn out? Who was he, really? In a fleeting moment, a bizarre thought crossed Claire's mind. Could the Mr. Wade that Doris mentioned actually be her husband, Charlie Wade? Upon further reflection, she dismissed the idea as utterly ridiculous. After all, Charlie was an orphan who had grown up in a welfare home. But then again, who in the world had ever treated her as well as Charlie did? $30 million might have seemed like an extravagant dream, yet they had offered her $60 million. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Miss Young, is your chairman Charlie Wade?" Doris felt her heart race. The chairman had explicitly instructed her to keep his identity a closely guarded secret, only revealing his last name to the public. If Claire guessed correctly, she would be in trouble. She quickly shook her head and replied, "Miss Wilson, I urge you to drop that question. Our chairman is from a prestigious family in Eastcliff. His identity is highly confidential, and I'm not authorized to disclose any details." Claire nodded, calming herself at the mention of an Eastcliff descendant. After all, Charlie was an orphan and certainly not from a prominent family. It seemed she had been overthinking things. Still feeling dizzy and dazed, Claire stepped out of Doris's office, clutching a $60 million contract between Wilson Group and Emgrand Group. It all felt surreal, like a dream come true. As soon as she spotted Charlie at the entrance, she rushed over, excitement bubbling inside her. "Charlie, I did it! I did it!" Charlie felt a grin tug at his heart. "Of course, your husband is the owner of Emgrand Group, securing the deal was a given." But he feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Wow! You managed to land such a challenging project. Darling, you're amazing." "Not really," Claire said modestly. "It seems they just handed the project to me." "Huh?" Charlie looked confused. "What do you mean?" Claire hesitated, worried that mentioning the chairman's intentions might make Charlie jealous. So, she quickly changed the subject. "It's a long story. Let's head back to the office and share the good news." Charlie chuckled. "All right. This time, that arrogant Harold must honor the bet and kneel before me." Claire agreed, "Yes. He's so snobbish and conceited, it's time he faces a reality check." In truth, Claire had her own strong personality. Harold and the rest of the family had always looked down on her and Charlie, but now that she had achieved the impossible, she was determined to humble them a bit. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Wilson Group office. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and peculiar. Everyone knew Claire had gone to Emgrand Group that morning, but they didn't believe she could succeed, so they were there to mock her. To their surprise, she returned much sooner than expected. As Claire and Charlie entered, they were met with sneers and disdainful looks. Harold sneered, "Hey, Claire, back so soon. Couldn't even get past their door, right?" "Ha ha ha." Wendy chimed in, "Claire, failing in less than an hour. That's a world record." A cloud of disappointment shadowed Lady Wilson's face. She was irked. She understood that tackling a project with Emgrand Group was daunting, but Claire should at least show some determination, even in failure. How could she give up so easily? Lady Wilson glared at Claire and said, "Claire Wilson, you disappoint me." Charlie frowned at their reactions. How could they be so vile? They were ridiculing Claire without knowing the outcome. Especially Harold, the insufferable brat. Who did he think he was to look down on them? He better be ready to kneel before him. Initially thrilled, Claire's excitement began to wane in the face of their mockery. Anger simmered inside her as she replied, "I'm sorry to disappoint, but I've secured a deal with Doris Young from Emgrand Group." "What? You actually did it?" "No way. That's impossible. You couldn't even meet Doris Young." Everyone gasped in disbelief. "Claire Wilson, do you think we'll fall for that?" Harold regained his composure and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Miss Young from Emgrand Group is a well-known elite in the city. Why would she want to meet you? Are you even aware of your status?" Faced with the crowd's doubts, Claire retrieved the contract and handed it to Lady Wilson. "Here's the contract. Please, take a look." The contract landed in the conference room like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through everyone present. Harold still refused to believe it, shouting, "She must have forged it. I can't believe she could handle Grand Group. He's right. Wendy chimed in, aghast. Who does she think she is, striking a deal with Grand? It's a $30 million project. If she could do it, I would have already secured it myself. Claire scoffed. Cousin, you're mistaken. It's not 30 million, it's 60 million. No way. Wendy laughed derisively. 60 million? You must think we're all idiots. If you claim it's 60 million, I can just as easily say I'll land a $100 million contract. Harold curled his lip in contempt. Claire, you're making fools of Grandma and us. He turned to Lady Wilson, saying, Grandma, this is unacceptable. You can't just let her off the hook. Lady Wilson was fuming, her teeth clenched in anger. She already thought it was a stretch to land a $30 million deal, but Claire came back claiming it was worth 60 million. Did the young lady truly believe she could toy with everyone in front of such a large audience? If she didn't expel this rebellious girl from the family, how could she maintain control in the future? With fury in her eyes, Lady Wilson slammed the table and commanded, Claire Wilson. Go to the HR department right now and submit your resignation. Claire stared in disbelief. Were they out of their minds? How hard could it be to simply open the contract and read it? Just then, someone shouted, Wow! Grand Group's official social media account just announced it. The $60 million contract is real. The room fell silent, stunned by a sudden roar. Everyone quickly pulled out their phones, eager to check Grand Group's official social media account. Sure enough, the verified account had just released a groundbreaking announcement. A wave of shock rippled through the conference room as the post revealed that Claire had indeed clinched the deal, doubling the anticipated total value in just half an hour. How was this even possible? It seemed almost too easy. Harold was filled with disbelief and regret. Until today, Claire Wilson was on par with him regarding status and identity. If he had only accepted the task yesterday, he could have prevented Claire from shining, no matter the outcome. Instead, he backed out because of his fear of failure. Now, Claire had triumphed, leaving him feeling as though he had received a resounding slap to the face. In that moment, Lady Wilson eagerly grabbed the contract and began to read it. Her laughter filled the room as she exclaimed, Excellent! Truly excellent! Claire, you've outdone yourself. She then inquired, What was your secret? Claire replied, It's all thanks to Miss Doris Young. She holds our family in high regard. Wanting to be honest, Claire hesitated. She realized she had no idea who the chairman of Grand Group was. If she revealed the truth, no one would believe her. Harold, upon hearing this, felt as if a knife had pierced his heart 1,000 times. He wanted to disappear. No wonder Claire secured the contract. Doris Young from Grand Group respected the Wilson family. Did this mean it wouldn't have mattered who had gone in the end? Harold berated himself for missing such an incredible opportunity. Just then, Charlie spoke up, Harold, do you remember our bet? Instantly, Harold's expression twisted into one of disdain. How could he forget? The terms stated that whoever lost would have to grovel at the other's feet. With Claire winning the contract, it was clear he had lost. No. Absolutely not. There's no way I'm groveling at that loser's feet. Over my dead body. Through gritted teeth, he sneered, Charlie Wade, who do you think you are? Just a useless toy boy who married into our family. You seriously expect me to bow before you? Charlie responded flatly, Yes, I'm just a toy boy. But remember, we made an oath yesterday. Whoever breaks it will face dire consequences, your mother, father, grandparents, all of them. He emphasized the word grandma, and Lady Wilson's face darkened. She glared at Harold and asked coldly, What's it going to be? Do you really want to bring harm upon me? Panicking, Harold blurted out, Grandma, don't listen to him. He just wants to humiliate me and insult you. Charlie replied calmly, Harold, don't try to deceive Grandma. You made a vow. If you break it, you'll be cursed. Do you want to condemn her? Grandma, we were just joking. You can't take it seriously. Lady Wilson, her face expressionless, said, "You know I'm a devoted Buddhist. How dare you break a promise made before God?" "Grandma," Harold was genuinely panicking now, as it was clear she was truly furious. Seeing Harold's hesitance to keep his promise, which would protect his own pride, Lady Wilson slammed the table and shouted, "Are you really going to break your oath?" "Grandma, Harold stuttered. In his mind, he quickly weighed his options. If he followed the betting rules and admitted defeat to Charlie, he would lose face. But if he defied the bet and angered his grandma, he would lose everything in the Wilson family. He would be risking far more than just his pride. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Fine. I'll uphold my promise." Charlie looked at him with a quiet smile, eagerly awaiting the moment Harold would kneel before him. Harold felt as if his legs were made of lead. He moved slowly and awkwardly toward Charlie, his body trembling with agitation. In a moment of weakness, his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Thump. Onlookers discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. With his head bowed, Harold spoke in a loud yet shaky voice, "I'm sorry." Then he leaned forward and knocked his head against the floor. Charlie replied, "What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Speak louder and clearer." Swallowing his humiliation, Harold bowed his head again and shouted, "I'm sorry." Charlie smirked, "Oh, you're sorry? What exactly are you sorry for?" Inside, Harold seethed with anger, wishing he could tear Charlie apart. But there was one more bow to go. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I shouldn't have doubted Claire's abilities." With another bow to the floor, Charlie felt a rush of satisfaction. He had held a grudge against Harold for quite some time. Now, watching him kneel like a dog and admit his mistakes brought him immense joy. Claire's eyes widened in surprise as she witnessed the scene, suddenly realizing that her husband seemed different. Yet, she couldn't quite put her finger on what had changed. As she recalled Charlie's confident demeanor when he made the bet with Harold yesterday, she began to wonder if he had known all along that she would succeed. Where did such unwavering confidence come from? After completing 3 bows, Harold felt tears welling up in his eyes, but he knew better than to act impulsively now. He was acutely aware of his grandma's disappointment and agitation towards him, and he understood that he needed to avoid provoking her any further. Lady Wilson breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Harold bow and concede defeat. Although she didn't want her beloved grandson to lower himself before Charlie, whom she viewed as a loser, the bet they had made involved her. As a devoted Buddhist, she feared the repercussions and bad karma that might follow if Harold failed to uphold his promise. It would certainly disrupt her peace of mind. With a serious tone, she addressed Harold, saying, "Consider these 3 bows as a lesson. Never gamble on something without absolute certainty. If you do decide to wager, keep your family out of it." Harold, with a sulky expression, replied, "All right, Grandma, I get it now. I won't make that mistake again." As he spoke, his gaze shot daggers at Charlie, seething internally, "You jerk. How dare you force me to kneel before you? You've embarrassed me today, and I swear I'll make you pay for this." Lady Wilson then proclaimed, "Today is a joyous occasion since Claire has secured the contract. Everyone, let's get moving and make the necessary preparations. We must seize this opportunity to forge a strong partnership with Grand Group." Charlie interjected, "Grandma, since Claire has successfully finalized the deal, shouldn't you announce her appointment as the new director of the company, as you promised?" Lady Wilson raised her eyebrows, her mind racing. While she had indeed stated that the winner of the contract would be appointed as the company's director, Claire had never been her favorite. Moreover, her husband had always grated on her nerves, prompting her to reconsider. What if Claire became uncontrollable after gaining such a high position? In that moment, she felt the urge to retract her promise. After all, she hadn't sworn an oath, so she wouldn't feel guilty about taking it back. However, openly retracting her promise right after Claire's success would be unwise, so she suggested, "Here's what we'll do instead. Tomorrow evening, I'll host a banquet, inviting all the prominent figures in Oris Hill. At that event, I'll officially announce our collaboration with Grand Group and Claire's appointment as the new director." Charlie felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him at Lady Wilson's words. Claire, too, smiled with relief. At last, the position of director was hers. She would no longer be sidelined, and her parents could finally hold their heads high with pride. Turning to Claire, Lady Wilson said, "Claire, I need a favor from you." "Of course, Grandma, what do you need?" Claire replied. "I want you to reach out to the chairman of Grand Group and invite him to our banquet tomorrow." After a brief pause, she added with eagerness, "If he attends, it will be a tremendous boost for our family, elevating our status and reputation." Claire hesitated, "But I've only met Miss Young, the vice chairman. I haven't interacted with the chairman himself. Also, doesn't it seem a bit too calculated to hold the banquet right after securing the contract?" "So what? I want everyone in Oris Hill to know that we're now partnered with Grand Group. We're on our way to success and prosperity." Lady Wilson continued, "Even if the chairman declines, you can still invite Doris Young. She's the second in command at Grand Group and would be a valuable guest at our banquet." She felt a rush of excitement just thinking about it. The thought of those who had once looked down on the Wilson family now having to humble themselves filled her with anticipation. Under her guidance, the Wilson family would flourish and shine. After a moment of contemplation, Claire replied hesitantly, "Okay, I'll give it my best shot." "Not just a shot. You must do it," Lady Wilson insisted. Claire nodded reluctantly and then turned to Charlie, whispering, "What if the chairman doesn't show up? What if Doris Young declines the invitation as well?" Charlie chuckled and reassured her, "Just give it a try. You have Miss Young's number, don't you? She might agree as soon as you call her, who knows?" The purpose of the banquet was not only to showcase the strength of the Wilson family but also to announce Claire's promotion to director. As her husband, Charlie was excited to support his wife and celebrate her achievement. At that moment, Claire was unaware that her husband was the chairman of Grand Group. She nervously fidgeted with her fingers and sighed, "I heard that the chairman of Grand is a young master from a highly affluent family in Eastcliff. A person like that must be incredibly busy. Surely, he wouldn't have time to attend some trivial banquet." Charlie laughed and replied, "I doubt it. Maybe he's someone who spends his days at home, cooking and doing laundry with his wife. Who knows?" Claire rolled her eyes and teased, "Do you really think everyone is like you?" Charlie nodded. "Yes, maybe the boss of Grand Group is just like me." Claire pursed her lips and snorted, "Come on. That's impossible." Claire assumed Charlie was just joking, so she brushed it off and stepped aside to dial Miss Young's number. Before long, the call connected. Dora's sweet and cheerful voice greeted her, "Hello, Miss Wilson." "Hi, Miss Young. I have a favor to ask," Claire said, her voice a bit hesitant. "Sure, what do you need?" Doris replied. Taking a deep breath, Claire rehearsed her request in her mind before speaking with determination, "Could you let me know if the chairman is available tomorrow night? My family is hosting a banquet to formally announce our collaboration with Grand Group, and I would be honored if he could attend." After a moment of silence, Doris responded, "Miss Wilson, I'm sorry, but I can't make decisions for the chairman. However, I can certainly ask him for you, if that's all right." Claire replied politely, "Thank you, and I apologize for any inconvenience." Once the call ended, she held her phone anxiously, waiting for a response. Just then, Charlie's phone rang unexpectedly. Cursing himself for forgetting to mute it, he guessed it was Doris calling to get his opinion. Attempting to appear calm, he answered, "Yes." As anticipated, Doris' voice came through, "Mr. Wade, the Wilson Group is having a banquet tomorrow night. I'd like to know if you would like to attend." Charlie responded, "Oh, is that so? Sure, I will, all right, bye." Quickly hanging up, he muttered, "These marketing spam calls are really annoying." Unaware of anything amiss, Claire's phone rang again. Doris' voice came through once more, "Hello, Miss Wilson. I'm pleased to inform you that our chairman has accepted your invitation and will be attending the banquet." "Really? That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your assistance. Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Chairman as well," Claire exclaimed, barely containing her excitement. She hadn't expected the chairman to agree. Turning to Lady Wilson, she exclaimed joyfully, "Grandma! The chairman of Grand Group is coming." "Really?" Lady Wilson's excitement was palpable. She immediately instructed her family, "Quick, get everything ready. Book the most luxurious hotel and order the finest food and drinks. We need to put on a grand welcome for the chairman of Grand Group. Also, reach out to all the major companies in the city and invite them to our banquet. Let them know that the chairman will be there." As the office buzzed with activity, everyone scrambled to make phone calls. The news spread like wildfire throughout Orris Hill, with everyone learning about Wilson Group's banquet and the mysterious chairman's attendance. Lady Wilson answered numerous inquiries with a beaming smile, delighted by the attention. She felt certain that after tomorrow's event, the Wilson family would become the most sought-after family in Orris Hill. With a joyful laugh, she declared, "All right, that's enough for today. Let's focus on preparing for tomorrow's banquet." Dismissed. After the meeting, Lady Wilson returned to her office, and Harold, looking sheepish, followed closely behind. "Grandma, are you really planning to appoint Claire as the director?" Harold couldn't resist speaking up when they were alone. Lady Wilson frowned and replied coldly, "I've made a promise to Claire. Why shouldn't I appoint her?" "Grandma, you can't make her the director." "Why not?" "She secured a significant contract. Her contributions are noteworthy, and she deserves recognition. She only got the Grand contract because Wendell from the Jones family assisted her. I heard he visited her yesterday, and then Grand Group signed with us today. It seems a bit too coincidental, don't you think? I suspect she spent the night with Wendell." Lady Wilson's expression darkened with brewing anger. "Is that true?" "Absolutely," Harold asserted confidently. "Wendell was definitely at Claire's place last night. Just look into it, and you'll see. Grandma, Claire is a married woman. If word gets out about this contract and how it was won, what will people think of the Wilson family? What will they say about you?" Lady Wilson's frown deepened as she considered Harold's claims. She recalled Wendell's obvious feelings for Claire. After all, he had gifted her an expensive jade talisman for her birthday. It was becoming clearer why Claire had landed that lucrative contract. Noticing her change in demeanor, Harold pressed on, "If you appoint a woman like Claire as director, our reputation will suffer. You should choose someone else for the role, preferably a man, to avoid any gossip." Lady Wilson nodded, contemplating his suggestion. She found herself believing much of what Harold said. It would be wise to select a different director to prevent any rumors about Claire's alleged affair with Wendell. If people thought the new director was responsible for winning the project, it could shield the family's reputation. Moreover, she had her biases. She was not fond of Claire and had traditional views that clashed with Claire's rising influence in the family. She resolved to keep Claire's power in check. Looking at Harold, she said coldly, "Harold, from now on, you must heed my instructions. Follow my guidance and avoid going against my wishes. Do you understand?" Harold stood tall, pledging his loyalty. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll follow your orders as a loyal servant. I'll do whatever you say." "Good," Lady Wilson replied. "At tomorrow's banquet, I will announce that you will be the new director, fully responsible for the Grand Group project. But remember, you must remain obedient and loyal. I can elevate you, but I can also bring you down." With excitement, Harold exclaimed, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll be on my best behavior." Claire felt a surge of excitement as she stepped out of Wilson Group's office. Tomorrow, Grandma would officially announce her new role, and at last, she could hold her head high with pride. Turning to Charlie, she exclaimed, "Charlie, thank you so much. If it weren't for your encouragement, I wouldn't have had the courage to take on this challenge." With a warm smile, Charlie replied, "You truly deserve this, Claire." After a moment, he added, "Oh, and we should celebrate this wonderful occasion, don't you think?" Claire nodded enthusiastically. "What do you have in mind?" "Our third anniversary is just around the corner," Charlie proposed. "Let's celebrate it together. I'll handle all the details while you relax." Claire's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you planning to surprise me?" "Absolutely. Charlie laughed, nodding. I'm planning a surprise just for you. A warm feeling swelled in Claire's heart. Alright then, I won't pry for any details. No need to ask, just wait and see. Charlie had a series of plans ready for a special and intimate anniversary celebration. Compensation was his main goal. In the past, he had struggled financially and was unable to buy gifts for Claire or even afford a proper wedding. Now that he was doing well, he was determined to make it up to her. After parting ways with his wife, Charlie ventured alone to a jewelry store called Emerald Court, located in the heart of Orris Hill. Known as the most popular jewelry store in town, Emerald Court offered everything from gold and platinum to diamonds and jade, essentially, every gem and accessory one could dream of. Charlie aimed to find a gift for Claire before he headed to the best hotel in town to reserve a venue for their belated wedding. Upon entering the store, the sales staff initially ignored him, noticing his worn counterfeit Adidas sneakers. Undeterred, Charlie browsed for a while until he spotted a stunning jade necklace displayed in a glass case. Crafted from exquisite icy jadeite, it was a perfect match for Claire's grace. He glanced at the price tag, $13 million, which was well within his means now. He signaled to one of the salespeople. "Excuse me, could you please take this necklace out? I'd like to see it." The staff member looked at him dismissively and replied, "I don't have the key, our manager has it." He then used the intercom to call out, "Miss Wolf, there's a gentleman here who wants to see our most prized possession." Moments later, a striking woman with heavy makeup rushed to the front. Her name was Jane Wolf, the sales manager. "Which esteemed guest wishes to see our prized collection?" she inquired. The salesperson pointed to Charlie, saying, "This gentleman here." Jane's expression shifted to one of disdain, as if she had just tasted something unpleasant. How could this apparent loser afford such an expensive item? She turned to the male staff member and remarked, "Gil, are you joking?" "No, he genuinely wants to see the necklace," Gil replied. Jane sneered, "Are you telling me this guy can afford that necklace? Are you blind? If you are, let me know so I can fire you immediately." With years of experience, Jane prided herself on her ability to assess customers and their financial status. From her observation, Charlie appeared to be just another poor man who couldn't even afford a $1,300 necklace, let alone one worth $13 million. He was simply wasting her time. Though the male employee fell silent after her outburst, Charlie frowned and challenged her, "You opened your doors for business, right? I want to see the necklace. What's the issue?" Jane laughed derisively. "Yes, we are open for business, but we don't serve the mentally challenged. You can't afford it, so kindly leave our store." Charlie's frown deepened. "How do you know I can't afford it? What gives you the right to judge me?" "Huh?" Jane mocked, "This jade necklace is worth tens of millions. How exactly do you plan to pay for it? I know what you're up to. You want to see it just to take a picture and show off on Instagram, right?" She crossed her arms, her demeanor haughty and condescending. A few customers in the store overheard the exchange, whispering among themselves in disbelief. Can you believe this guy? Why would he want to look at something he can't afford? Seriously. Did he even glance in the mirror before leaving? He doesn't belong near such a beautiful gem. People like him are everywhere these days. Charlie, noting Jane's contemptuous attitude, decided it was time to teach her a lesson. He pulled out his phone and dialed Steven's number. "I need you to get $13 million in cash and meet me at Emerald Court in 10 minutes, he instructed. "Understood, young master." "I'll take care of it," Steven replied promptly. Jane smirked, mocking him. "Oh wow, look at you, putting on quite the show. $13 million in cash? Hilarious. I've never seen that much cash in my life. Don't you know you need to schedule an appointment with the bank for withdrawals above $1 million? You're too funny." Charlie simply nodded, unperturbed. "You'll see it soon enough." As whispers filled the store, Jane listened, enjoying the ridicule aimed at Charlie. She couldn't wait to see how he would react when the money didn't materialize. Just a few minutes later, several Rolls-Royce cars pulled up outside Emerald Court. 8 imposing bodyguards in black suits emerged, each carrying a black leather suitcase. Their serious demeanor and intimidating presence sent a chill through the store. Everyone was left in stunned silence, wondering who this man could be and what was happening. Jane was astonished by the lavishness of the scene before her, pondering if these impressive individuals were there for him. Quickly, she brushed that thought aside. No way. The unfortunate loser wouldn't have connections to anyone so influential. As Stephen emerged from the third car and confidently walked into Emerald Court, Jane leapt to greet him. However, he completely ignored her, heading straight for Charlie instead. "Young master, I've brought the money," Stephen announced. With a swift gesture, he signaled to his muscular bodyguards, who entered the store, placed a suitcase on the floor, and opened it to reveal it overflowing with cash. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Could it be? The rumors about the loser were true. Who exactly was he? Many people pulled out their phones, eager to capture this astonishing moment. But Stephen's bodyguards quickly moved to clear the area, forcing the spectators out of the store. All they managed to record was the back of Charlie's head. Charlie pointed at the cash and addressed Jane. "You mentioned you'd never seen so much cash before, didn't you? Take a good look now." Staring in shock, Jane nodded vigorously. "Yes, I see it now." Charlie then instructed Stephen, "I want to see the manager of this store." Stephen nodded and pulled out his phone to make the call. Once the call connected, he barked, "Bastard, this is Stephen Thompson. I'm at Emerald Court right now. You have 1 minute to get here, or I'll have someone burn this place down and break your legs." Jane's face went pale, horror filling her eyes as she looked at Stephen. Who was this man? Was he truly that powerful? Her boss was a significant figure in Oris Hill, well connected within the organized group, and everyone respected him greatly. She couldn't comprehend how anyone would dare speak to him that way. Within a minute, a middle-aged, overweight man came rushing in from the back office. Upon spotting Stephen, he hurried over, saying, "Mr. Thompson, it's an honor to have you in my shop. If only I had known sooner, I would have come to greet you myself." Without hesitation, Stephen slapped the man across the face and growled, "You think you're pretty important, don't you? Your staff dared to mistreat our young master. Are you tired of living?" Stephen was furious, knowing the young master had endured a difficult past decade, and he was incensed that a lowly staff member would disrespect him. The chubby man, shocked and hurt from the slap, froze when he understood Stephen's words. The young master was someone of immense power, and if Stephen was a dragon in the mortal realm, then Charlie was a god. Trembling in fear, he turned to Charlie, who appeared ordinary but was, in fact, Stephen Thompson's young master. The chubby man dropped to his knees and stammered, Young master, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me." He then turned his wrath toward his staff, shouting, "Which ignorant fool offended the young master? Show yourself." All eyes shifted to Jane in an instant. Jane wanted to back away, but the chubby man lunged at her, seized her collar, and slapped her while cursing, "You ignorant *tch. How dare you offend our young master? Are you blind and foolish?" Reeling from the slap, Jane fell to the floor, crying out, "Boss, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm blind and stupid. Please forgive me." "Forgive you?" The chubby man grabbed her hair, yanked her face up, and began to punch her repeatedly. Blood began to flow from her face. "Damn you, *tch. You want to drag me down with you? Before you take me down, I'll take you with me." Jane's teeth were knocked out, her recently enhanced nose was broken, and her face was a bloody mess. Finally managing to break free, she crawled toward Charlie, clutching his leg as she sobbed, "Young master, I'm so sorry. I won't judge others like I did before. Please, forgive me." Charlie looked at her with cold contempt and replied, "You brought this upon yourself." The chubby man was taken aback when he saw her clinging to Charlie's leg. He rushed over, stomping on her head and yelling, "How dare you touch the young master? I'll kill you." With that, Jane fainted. The man called for the guards, "Get rid of this *tch and throw her in the garbage dump out back." "Yes, boss." The guards swiftly hoisted the bloodied Jane and carried her out of the store. Charlie turned to the chubby man and said, "My wife likes this jade necklace. Please wrap it up." The chubby man nodded enthusiastically, "Of course. I'll take care of that immediately." Charlie presented his black card and insisted, "Please charge this to my card." Then he turned to Stephen, "You can take back the cash now." "Young master," the chubby man interjected quickly, "since you like the jade necklace, just take it. It's on the house." Charlie replied, "I don't need it for free." "Please, young master, accept it as a gesture of my gratitude," the chubby man pleaded. Stephen advised Charlie, "Sir, since he wants to make amends with this gift, please accept it. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep tonight." After a moment of contemplation, Charlie nodded slightly. "All right, thank you for your generous gift." The chubby man sighed in relief. He knew if Charlie had refused, Stephen would have made his life a nightmare. With his influence, he could make anyone disappear without a trace. "Sir, do you need a ride?" Stephen asked. "No, thank you," Charlie replied, shaking his head. "Where is your back door?" "I'll leave on my own." Onlookers felt as if they had stepped into a different world. Several Rolls-Royces had arrived to deliver $13 million in cash just to purchase a piece of jade, and the owner of Emerald Court had given it to him for free. Who was this seemingly ordinary man? What was his background? Many took to social media, posting videos of the incident, which quickly became a hot topic of discussion. The mysterious man was labeled as the ultra-rich man, willful boss, mysterious elite, and more. Some even started an online activity dubbed "Search for the Mysterious Rich Man." Fortunately, when people recorded the video, they were swiftly pushed out of the store by the bodyguards, leaving Charlie's image vague and blurry. It was impossible to use as a reference for their manhunt. After leaving Emerald Court, Charlie chose not to rush home. He aimed to surprise his wife with a memorable celebration for their wedding anniversary. This surprise extended beyond the exquisite jade necklace. He was determined to recreate the romantic wedding they never had. Looking back, Charlie and Claire had hastily registered their marriage at the insistence of Lord Wilson, Claire's grandfather, without ever having a proper wedding ceremony. Lord Wilson had planned a grand wedding for them, but shortly after their marriage, he fell seriously ill and was hospitalized. Consequently, the wedding was postponed, and soon after, Lord Wilson passed away. This left Charlie sidelined by the Wilson family, effectively burying any wedding plans. However, things had changed. Charlie was now wealthy, and he was resolute in giving his wife the wedding she deserved. The first venue that came to Charlie's mind for the wedding was the Sky Garden at Shangri-La Hotel. Currently, Shangri-La was the premier hotel in Orris Hill, renowned for its opulent decor and expansive grounds, complete with an upscale shopping mall. The Sky Garden, located on the top floor of the mall, boasted a stunning design featuring crystal glass and fragrant flowers imported from around the world, resembling a magnificent garden suspended in the sky. This venue was the most luxurious banquet hall available in Orris Hill, and hosting a wedding there would cost several $1,000,000. For Charlie, who had become wealthy, this amount was manageable. The most important thing to him was making his wife happy, so he stood confidently at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, ready to book the Sky Garden for their anniversary celebration. Unbeknownst to Charlie, the hotel operated on an exclusive members-only basis. Access to dining, accommodation, or event hosting required a membership card. There were various membership tiers, each offering different privileges. Regular members could only dine in the lobby and stay in standard rooms. Silver members enjoyed dining in private rooms and luxury accommodations. Gold members had access to the deluxe dining room and suites, while platinum members could dine in the Sky Garden and stay in executive suites. The highest tier was the diamond membership, granting access to the presidential suite and the ability to reserve the entire Sky Garden for events. However, membership at the gold level and above was invitation only, reserved for individuals of significant social standing. As Charlie attempted to enter the hotel, he was stopped by several men in black suits. "Excuse me, sir, please show us your membership card," one of them said. Feeling somewhat out of place in his modest attire, especially compared to the elegantly dressed guests around him, Charlie quickly replied, "I'd like to speak to the hotel manager about booking a venue." I'm sorry, but you can't enter without a membership card, the man responded flatly. Can I apply for membership right now? Charlie asked hopefully. Shaking his head, the man replied, unfortunately, you need a referral to apply for membership. Frustrated, Charlie wondered why Shangri-La had to be so complicated. In the midst of his distress, he suddenly remembered that during his senior year at Oris University, Lord Wilson had enrolled him, and he had a classmate named Sabrina Lee who worked at the hotel. Rushing to find his phone, he quickly called her. After explaining his situation, Sabrina assured him, "Don't worry, class rep. I'll be there right away." Grateful, Charlie thanked her, feeling relieved that their friendship had endured despite the years. A few minutes later, a high-pitched voice echoed at the hotel entrance. "Hey, class rep." Looking up, Charlie saw a woman in a professional outfit with striking makeup approaching. It took him a moment to recognize her. Sabrina had changed so much since their college days. As she reached him, the two guards immediately bowed and greeted her respectfully, "Miss Lee." Charlie was astonished. "Wow, Sabrina. It's been a while, and you're now a manager here at Shangri-La? That's incredible." Sabrina smiled modestly, "Oh, class rep, you're too kind. I'm just a small-time leader in the HR department, which is considered low to middle management at Shangri-La." Charlie earnestly praised her, "That's still impressive. I've heard that the standards for management here are very high. You're doing amazing." Sabrina chuckled and then turned to the guards, her tone icy. "Did you block my college class rep from entering?" The guards exchanged nervous looks. One of them quickly replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Lee. We didn't know he was your classmate. We were just following protocol." Sabrina scoffed, "Protocol is one thing, but understanding people is another. Don't you see that?" Thinking she might reprimand them, Charlie quickly interjected, "Sabrina, don't blame them, they're just doing their jobs." Sabrina shifted her gaze to him, bursting into laughter. "Oh, class rep, you really think you're someone special, don't you? Did you expect me to punish my staff just for you?" Confused, Charlie frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Sabrina replied with a smirk. "Is it not clear? A pathetic loser like you, thinking you can waltz into Shangri-La? Don't even dream about it." Charlie clenched his fists, bewildered. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I'm just having a little fun." Sabrina grinned, her expression playful. "I always thought it was ridiculous that a nerd like you could be class rep when you couldn't even afford a proper meal in the cafeteria. Did you ever look in the mirror?" With a cold stare, Charlie responded, "Sabrina Lee, I don't recall ever offending you. Why do you persist in ridiculing me?" Sabrina crossed her arms defiantly, her voice dripping with arrogance as she declared, "Oh, I absolutely loathe you. What's the matter? Can't handle a little criticism, loser? Everyone at college knows you married Claire and are just a live-in son-in-law after graduation. You were a pathetic failure who couldn't even afford a decent meal back then, and now you're just a toy boy. How dare you come to me for help, you ridiculous loser? Who do you think you are?" Inside Charlie, a simmering rage began to ignite. People typically don't lash out unless provoked first, and Sabrina had crossed a line this time. Just then, he received a text from Stephen that read, "Young master, the Wade family owns Shangri-La Hotels and Resorts. The Shangri-La in Oris Hill is just one of our many establishments worldwide." Charlie's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Stephen just say that the Wade family owned Shangri-La Hotels? He quickly replied, "You're not joking, are you?" "Not at all. The person in charge of the Oris Hill Shangri-La is Isaac Cameron. His number is 155. Give him a call, and he'll take care of everything for you." "All right." Sabrina was growing increasingly annoyed by Charlie's nonchalant demeanor, watching him text while she insulted him. It felt to her like bullying a dog, and she wanted nothing more than to hear him whimper. But to her surprise, Charlie remained silent. It seemed that, no matter the time that passed, he was still the same loser from college, unshaken by her taunts. Encouraged, she raised the stakes, sneering, "Hey, Mr. Class Rep, you sure are good at taking insults. By the way, I heard that you and Claire haven't been intimate in 3 years. Is she actually someone else's mistress, and you're just her cover? Ha ha ha. Charlie's expression darkened with indignation. Not only are you insulting me, but you're also disrespecting my wife. Sabrina Lee, you're making a grave mistake. Fuming, he called Isaac Cameron's number. Staring intently at Sabrina, he said flatly, waiting for the call to connect, I'm going to ask your person in charge how Shangri-La hires staff when someone like you can work here. Just then, the call connected. Hello, who is this? A charismatic male voice inquired from the other end. Charlie replied coldly, is this Isaac Cameron? I'm Charlie Wade, and I'm at the entrance of Shangri-La. You have 1 minute to get here, or you can leave Shangri-La. On the other end, the man's confident tone instantly faltered as he panicked, Young master. Are you really at the Shangri-La now? 50 seconds. Frantically, the man exclaimed, please hold on, I'll be right there. Sabrina smirked, listening to Charlie's conversation, and mockingly retorted, wow, Charlie. I didn't know you were so good at bragging. Do you even know who Mr. Cameron is? Even the most elite members of Shangri-La wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in front of him. Do you really think I'm falling for your act? Charlie shot her a glare and replied coolly, you'll find out in 30 seconds if I'm just pretending. Sabrina laughed scornfully. Alright, beloved class rep. I'll wait 30 seconds. No, let's make it 3 minutes. If Mr. Cameron doesn't show up in 3 minutes, I'll have the guards silence your lying mouth. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. 20 seconds later, a middle-aged man in a sharp, tailored suit rushed toward them, clearly flustered. He was an underling of the Wade family, but one with significant power. As the general manager of Shangri-La in Oris Hill, he was a well-respected figure in the city. It had been ages since he had been this anxious. Yet, his panic was understandable. He never thought he would encounter the young master of the Wade family at Shangri-La. As Sabrina prepared to continue her insults, she noticed the guards' faces turn pale as they looked behind her. Following their stunned gazes, she turned to see Mr. Cameron approaching. Her eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. Turning back to Charlie, her expression was filled with horror. How can this be? Who is Mr. Charlie Wade? Isaac's voice trembled with fear and disbelief. Everyone stood there, astonished, as the man who could shake Oris Hill with a mere stomp of his foot appeared terrified, his voice quaking. Charlie announced loudly, that's me. Isaac hurried towards him, bowing deeply. Young. Charlie swiftly interrupted, Mr. Cameron, some matters are best not discussed aloud in public. Isaac shook with nervousness at the reminder. Oh, I'm such a fool. Young master's identity must be kept secret, and I almost revealed it. If I offend him, it would be the end for me. He quickly adjusted his tone, still respectful, Mr. Wade, welcome to Shangri-La. Please follow me to my office for further discussion. Sabrina stood there, utterly speechless. She couldn't grasp what was happening. Who was Charlie Wade really? What was his true background? How could he command such respect from the head of Shangri-La, making him bow like a lowly servant? Surely, he wouldn't hold her mockery against her, right? Sabrina quickly donned a charming smile and addressed Charlie in a sweet tone, Class Rep, welcome to Shangri-La. It's a true honor to have you here, and as your former college mate, I'm delighted to see you. Please, come in. She thought her flattery and gentle demeanor would make Charlie overlook her earlier rudeness. However, Charlie was not as forgiving as she had hoped. Isaac was taken aback by Sabrina's words, promptly asking, Lee, you're Mr. Wade's college mate? Yes. Absolutely. Sabrina responded with urgency. Mr. Wade was my class representative in college, and we were quite close. Isaac declared without hesitation, head to the president's office tomorrow. You're going to be the HR manager of Shangri-La. In Shangri-La, moving from team leader to HR manager represented a significant leap in hierarchy. This promotion would not only boost her salary and benefits tenfold but also give her authority over a majority of the hotel's employees. Being an HR manager was considered a prestigious managerial position. Sabrina was so excited by this news that she nearly fainted. Charlie replied coldly, "Mr. Cameron, do you have any idea what my relationship with Sabrina Lee is?" Isaac assumed Charlie was unhappy with the promotion and quickly offered, "Mr. Wade, I can make Miss Lee the vice president if that would make you happy." Charlie interjected, "I reached out to Sabrina Lee for help because I didn't possess a membership card, and out of the blue, she insulted me and even urged the guards to harm me. And now, you want to promote her to vice president? What's the intention behind this? Are you trying to provoke me?" Isaac felt a wave of panic wash over him. He had miscalculated his flattery. He shot a furious glare at Sabrina, his voice filled with anger as he exclaimed, "How dare you offend Mr. Wade? Did you borrow courage from a lion? Are you seeking trouble?" Sabrina, terrified, fell to her knees, trembling as she cried out, "Mr. Cameron, I'm so sorry." Isaac kicked her harshly, sending her sprawling away, shouting, "You foolish girl. I'll make sure you understand the consequences of offending Mr. Wade." He then turned to the security guards, barking, "Give her a severe beating. Show no mercy, ruin that plastic face of hers and send a message throughout Oris Hill that anyone who hires her will be opposing me, Isaac Cameron." Sabrina was filled with dread, pleading desperately, "Mr. Cameron, please forgive me." Isaac's face flushed with anger as he yelled, "Now you realize your mistake, huh? What were you thinking earlier? How dare you provoke Mr. Wade? If it weren't for him, I'd end you right now." Tears streamed down Sabrina's face as she crawled before Charlie, bowing deeply. "Mr. Wade, I'm so sorry. Please, for the sake of our past friendship." Charlie looked at her with a frosty stare and replied, "Sabrina Lee, we may be friends, but why did you insult me and my wife just now? Class rep, I was completely out of line. It was my big mouth, please forgive me. I don't retaliate unless provoked. You've crossed the line, so I won't let this slide. You've brought this upon yourself." Charlie then scoffed. "Now, experience the consequences of your own actions, you ignorant woman." Isaac growled, "You wretched girl. Don't you dare bother Mr. Wade again, or I'll tear your mouth off your plastic face." Sabrina didn't dare utter another word, remaining on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Charlie ignored her completely and turned to Isaac, stating flatly, "I need to discuss the Sky Garden with you. Let's go to your office." Isaac eagerly agreed, leading the way. "Of course, Mr. Wade, right this way." Before they exited, he shouted to the guards, "Teach her a lesson, and don't stop until I say so." "Yes, Mr. Cameron," the guards replied nervously. They rushed towards Sabrina, forcing her down and giving her a harsh beating. Behind Charlie, Sabrina's cries echoed, but he paid no mind as Isaac guided him into Shangri-La. Once inside Isaac's office, Charlie got straight to the point, saying, "My wife and I will be celebrating our wedding anniversary in a few days. Can I book the entire Sky Garden?" Isaac responded without hesitation, "Young master, to maintain fairness to all premium members, we don't allow the chartering of the Sky Garden, not even for prominent politicians in the city. However, I assure you, it will be reserved exclusively for you in the future." Charlie replied coolly, "That's not necessary. I just need it for my anniversary, and I would appreciate your help in arranging a surprise for my wife." "Absolutely. You can count on all of us at Shangri-La to fulfill your requests." After taking care of the arrangements at Shangri-La, Charlie boarded the bus home. He noticed that nearly all the passengers were engrossed in videos on their phones. To his astonishment, everyone was watching the same clip. It was the video of him flaunting $13 million in cash at Emerald Court just days prior. The video began with Steven and the security team stepping out of their black Rolls-Royces. Then, it shifted to the guards unloading numerous black suitcases into Emerald Court, humiliating the arrogant sales manager. The entire incident had been filmed and uploaded online, but the video unfortunately did not clearly show Charlie's face. The footage spread rapidly throughout Oris Hill, igniting curiosity as people speculated about the identity of the wealthy individual. Many young women began to fantasize about their own rags to riches stories, hoping to encounter their own Prince Charming soon. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his face was too blurry in the video to be recognized. When he finally arrived home, the atmosphere was filled with joy and excitement. Claire had secured the Grand Group contract and was on the verge of being appointed as the director of the Wilson Group. Her parents were overwhelmed with tears of happiness. After years of being mocked and belittled, they could finally bask in the glory of their daughter's success. With his in-laws in such a good mood, they no longer viewed him as despicable or bothersome. Elaine exclaimed joyfully, "I'm just so thrilled today. My daughter is amazing." Turning to Charlie, she smiled, a rare sight indeed, and said, "Charlie, despite your shortcomings, I must give credit where it's due. Claire's success is thanks to your encouragement. You won't need to cook dinner tonight. We'll celebrate out." Claire giggled. "Let's go to Kempinski." "That's too pricey." Elaine gasped. "Isn't it at least $1,000 per person?" Claire laughed. "Mom, the director's salary is substantial, with an annual income of $1 million. "Wow!" Elaine clapped her hands in delight. "That's incredible. My dear Claire has finally achieved something remarkable." After a moment of thought, she added, "But you'll need to give me 70% of your salary. You young people don't know how to handle money. Hand it over, and I'll manage it for you. I promise I'll handle it better than you ever could." Claire agreed. "All right, Mom. I'll give you that every month, but let's set some boundaries. Please don't insult Charlie again, he's your son-in-law." Okay. For your sake, I promise to ease up on my criticisms of him." Claire and her family enjoyed a delightful dinner at Kempinski while Wendell sulked at home, feeling deeply dejected. He had just seen a post on the official Grand Group page that left him feeling even worse. To his shock, Claire had managed to secure a $60 million contract in just half an hour. The harsh and scornful comments he had made about her yesterday now echoed in his mind, leaving him utterly embarrassed. What a slap in the face it was. At that moment, Wendell received a call from Harold, who was venting about his own frustrations. "Hey, Wendell. What the hell is going on? I set you up to pursue my cousin, but you turned your back on me and helped her land the Grand contract. How could you do this to me?" he complained as soon as Wendell answered. Wendell shook his head in disbelief. "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." Harold pressed on. "Wendell, be honest with me. Did you sleep with my cousin?" Wendell felt a surge of embarrassment wash over him. Denying it would mean admitting his own incompetence, which he couldn't bear. Instead, he mumbled sheepishly, "Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you whenever I can." "I knew it." Harold sighed, then quickly asked, "Wendell, my cousin was a virgin, right? I can't imagine she'd ever slept with that loser." "You really hit the jackpot, you lucky dog." Wendell gasped, excitement bubbling up inside him. So, Claire Wilson was still a virgin. This was an opportunity. He could spread the word that he had been with Claire, which might drive a wedge between her and her husband. With a sly grin, he giggled and told Harold, "Yes, your cousin was a virgin. She was so tight and cute I just couldn't resist." "Ha ha ha." Harold's voice turned bitter as he responded, "Just don't forget about me when you start reaping the benefits, okay, buddy?" "Don't worry." Wendell replied casually. Just as he hung up, his father called, sounding frantic. "Wendell, we have a serious problem. The Grand Group has cancelled all their projects with us. Did you offend anyone recently?" Wendell fell into stunned silence. Was this really happening? Did it mean his family was about to face a significant loss? He hurriedly asked, "Dad, what's going on?" "No, I didn't offend anyone." "Did you?" His father sounded equally bewildered. "Neither did I. I've been stuck in the office and haven't met anyone, let alone offend someone." "Hey, Dad, could it be that Grand's new chairman is shaking things up after taking over?" "Yes. That's it," Mr. Jones exclaimed, suddenly realizing. "I haven't had a chance to meet the new chairman since his appointment. I've talked to Doris Young a few times, but she mentioned that the chairman doesn't see visitors. What should we do now?" Wendell asked. Mr. Jones fell silent as he contemplated the situation, then said, "Oh, wait. The Wilson family is hosting a banquet tomorrow night, and they said they've invited the chairman. We need to find a way to meet him." "All right." Wendell agreed eagerly. "Let's go together tomorrow." The following day, the entire Wilson family was ecstatic, celebrating what they considered a momentous occasion. The news of their victory with the Grand Group contract and the chairman's invitation to their banquet had spread like wildfire throughout Orris Hill. For the banquet, Charlie chose his finest suit and arrived at the hotel where the event was being held. Stepping out of the car at the entrance, he was halted when a Porsche screeched to a stop right in front of him. Wendell Jones emerged from the vehicle, looking sharp in an expensive suit and sporting a slick hairstyle. A waiter promptly approached to greet him. Wendell noticed Charlie and a look of disdain crossed his face as he scanned him. With a sly smile, he remarked, "Where did you find that counterfeit suit? You look like a dog trying to play dress up." Charlie replied flatly, "What does it matter to you?" Wendell smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. "You may not be my concern, but your wife is a whole different story." Charlie frowned and asked, "What story?" Onlookers began to take notice, intrigued by their exchange. Rumors had begun circulating since the previous night, suggesting that Claire had secured the contract due to her intimate connection with Wendell. After all, how else could Grand Group work with her if it was based solely on her and the Wilson Group's capabilities? It seemed plausible enough. As the crowd gathered, Wendell raised his voice, "Do you really believe Claire could win the Grand contract on her own?" Charlie glared at Wendell, unamused. "Why not?" Wendell's smile widened into a cocky grin. "Because of me, obviously. Claire is my woman now, and I pulled every string I could to help her succeed in the negotiations. If you have any sense, you should divorce her as soon as possible." Although many had guessed as much, they couldn't help but gasp when Wendell stated it so boldly. It was true. Claire had won the contract by sleeping with Wendell Jones. "Because of you." Charlie chuckled darkly. "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?" Wendell shot a disdainful look at Charlie and sneered, "You're just a loser who can't even keep an eye on your wife. It's such a waste for Claire to be with you. Why not let her go with me? I can give her everything she desires." A chill fell across Charlie's expression. In a low and steady voice, he responded, "I'll give you two choices. First, apologize to Claire and retract everything you've said in front of everyone. Or second, I'll ensure your family's company goes bankrupt. Make your decision now." Wendell erupted in laughter, clearly unimpressed. "Are you serious? Who do you think you are, trying to ruin my family's business? You've got to be kidding me. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how valuable our company is? What could you possibly do to bring us down?" "Ha!" Charlie maintained a blank expression as he observed Wendell for a moment, almost as though he were looking at a fool. Then, he pulled out his phone and called Stephen. "I want the bankruptcy and liquidation of the Jones family's business in 3 minutes. Let their debts skyrocket." The idea of making a multi-billion-dollar company go bankrupt in 3 minutes seemed utterly impossible. Wendell glared at Charlie, disbelief etched across his face. "You're full of it. Do you really think you're some kind of ultra-wealthy mogul?" Wendell continued coldly, "I'll give you two choices too. First, get on your knees and apologize to me, and then divorce Claire. Second, I'll have someone beat you senseless and show you how sweet Claire is with me. Make your choice. You have 1 minute." Charlie glanced at his watch. "You have 1 minute left. Are you sure you don't want to save your company, even a little? Get lost. You have 30 seconds to decide. If you don't kneel now, you'll regret it forever." Wendell threatened. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Time's up. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he adjusted his collar and signaled to the bodyguards around him, ready to unleash a beating on Charlie. Just then, Wendell's phone rang, catching him off guard. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his father. Quickly, he answered, "Dad, I'm at the hotel now. Where are you?" On the other end, Wendell's father fumed, "What did you do this time? Who have you offended? All the shareholders are dumping our stocks, and our share price has plummeted by over 80%. He continued, "The bank is at our doorstep demanding repayment. All our partners have halted their projects with us. Our capital chain has snapped. We're facing bankruptcy and liquidation." Wendell's face drained of color as he absorbed his father's furious words. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "We're done for. Absolutely done for." Wendell opened his mouth to ask a question just as he heard the sound of a siren and the police banging on the door, demanding his father come to the station for questioning. Suddenly, his legs felt weak, and he knelt before Charlie. His phone slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. The night breeze chilled him to the bone as he realized the severity of the situation. The bodyguards exchanged wary glances, hesitant to intervene. Trembling with fear, Wendell looked up at Charlie and whispered, "Who are you really? You did this, didn't you?" The onlookers were taken aback. Wendell Jones had just knelt before the son-in-law of the Wilson family. What was happening? Charlie looked down at Wendell and leaned slightly forward, saying, "I gave you a chance to make a wise choice, but you didn't take it. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. There's nothing going on between Claire and me. I had nothing to do with the Emgrand Group project. Everything I said was a lie. I made it all up. Please, I beg you, spare me and my family." Wendell knocked his head on the floor in a desperate apology. He never imagined that the seemingly unimportant son-in-law of the Wilson family held such tremendous power. A single phone call was all it took to bring his family to the brink of ruin. When he dared to look up at Charlie again, he saw a face devoid of emotion, a visage more terrifying than any devil. This was someone capable of destroying his family in mere moments, and he knew he could never afford to offend him again. Charlie shook his head, replying, "You should be thankful, I at least spared your life. Otherwise, your entire family would be facing dire consequences right now." Wendell's complexion turned ghostly pale, his body shaking uncontrollably. Charlie continued in a cold tone, "To be honest, yes, I am the ultra-rich man you've seen online. If you value your life, don't disclose my identity, or I can't guarantee you or your father will see tomorrow." With a final pat on Wendell's face, Charlie straightened up and walked into the hall, leaving Wendell in a state of shock. He didn't dare resist the humiliation Charlie had inflicted upon him. Instead, he crawled after Charlie into the hall. Frantically searching the crowd, Wendell finally spotted Claire. He rushed toward her, kneeling at her feet and sobbing, "Claire, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have spread those ridiculous rumors about you. I had nothing to do with the Emgrand Group project. Please, spare me." Claire was taken aback by his sudden outburst and instinctively stepped back, stumbling into a warm embrace. Turning around, she saw it was Charlie. The moment he stepped into the room, he noticed Claire, looking stunning and radiant in her elegant outfit. She was like a bright star amidst the crowd. Seeing Wendell rushing toward her, Charlie quickly wrapped his arms around her to prevent her from falling, his glare directed at Wendell. Wendell, realizing he had provoked Charlie again, hurriedly crawled away. Claire looked puzzled. "What's wrong with him?" Charlie whispered softly, still holding her close, "He must be out of his mind. Just ignore him." Though they were married, they had never shared such intimate contact before. Claire felt her cheeks flush as she sensed Charlie's warmth enveloping her. Awkwardly, she extricated herself from his embrace and said, Mr. Wade from the Emgrand Group should have arrived by now. I'll go check." As Wendell hurriedly made his exit, Harold was just entering the hall alongside his sister Wendy and her fiancé, Gerald. Accompanying Gerald was a well-dressed young man who bore a slight resemblance to him. Upon encountering Wendell, Harold rushed over and asked, "Hey, Wendell. I just heard something troubling about your family. Is it true?" Wendell quickly pushed him away, muttering, "I'm done, it's over, I'm done." Concerned, Harold pressed, "Mr. Jones, what's wrong?" Wendell shook his head in a panic, too afraid to speak. He feared that if he revealed too much, he might not make it through the night. With that thought in mind, he shoved Harold's hands aside and bolted from the hall as if his life depended on it. Harold watched him flee inside. It really seems like it's the end for the Jones family. Isn't it all happening a bit too quickly? Just yesterday they were fine, and now they're bankrupt. Just then, an idea struck Harold when he spotted Charlie and Claire. He approached Claire and said, "Claire, let me introduce you to our esteemed guests tonight. This gentleman here is Gerald's cousin, Kevin, the eldest son of the White family." "Kevin, this is my cousin, Claire," Harold continued with a sly smile. Kevin had been fixated on Claire since he arrived. At Harold's introduction, he quickly extended his hand and said, "Claire, hello. I've heard so much about the stunning beauty of the Wilson family, your reputation certainly precedes you." Charlie, standing nearby, felt a flicker of annoyance. This was the downside of having a beautiful wife. Suitors swarmed like flies, and he could hardly keep them at bay. Stepping forward, he shook Kevin's hand and said coldly, "Hello, I'm Claire's husband." Kevin scrutinized Charlie from head to toe, his disdain evident. He retracted his hand and replied flatly, "I didn't realize Claire was married. It's quite a waste for a beauty like her to be with someone like you." Wendy quickly jumped in, "Kevin, the loser is our family's live-in son-in-law, he has no job or skills." She then winked at Kevin and added, "Once Gerald and I are married, we'll all be one big family. Let's make sure to spend more time together." Kevin understood her implication and smiled, "Miss Claire is truly beautiful and graceful, I'd love to get together more often." At that moment, Charlie spotted his in-laws, Elaine and Jacob, approaching them. Elaine hurried over and exclaimed, "Claire, have you heard? The Jones family has gone bankrupt." Claire stared in shock, "What? When did that happen?" "Just now." Elaine sighed. "I thought that after your divorce from Charlie, you might end up with Wendell. But it seems that plan has gone out the window." Charlie felt a surge of frustration. Did his mother-in-law really not see that her current son-in-law was the better catch? Kevin stepped forward to introduce himself to Elaine, saying, "Hi, you must be Claire's mother. I'm Gerald's cousin, Kevin. You're stunning, it's no wonder your daughter is just as beautiful and captivating." Upon learning that Kevin was Gerald's cousin, Elaine's mind raced, eldest son of the White family, a wealthy Prince Charming. Her excitement was palpable as she replied, "Yes, I'm Claire's mother." "Are you friends with Claire?" Kevin smiled and said, "Yes, we are, but we just met today." Joy radiated from Elaine as she nodded enthusiastically, "Come, let's sit together. Mr. White, my Claire is beautiful, and she's as pure and honest as an angel. You youngsters should stay in touch more often." "Mom!" Claire protested, irritation creeping into her voice as she interrupted her mother. Elaine was about to argue when Claire gently pulled her attention to the stage, where Lady Wilson was now standing in the spotlight. Lady Wilson surveyed the room before addressing the crowd, saying with a smile, "On behalf of the Wilson family, I'd like to welcome all our friends, partners, and esteemed guests to our banquet tonight. Now, let's give a warm welcome to Doris Young, the Vice Chairman of Grand Group, with a big round of applause." The spotlight shifted to focus on Doris, who dazzled in a black evening gown that accentuated her figure. A captivating presence, she drew the attention of every man in the room. Doris stood up, nodding graciously to the crowd, her gaze briefly landing on Charlie before moving on. Lady Wilson continued, "First, I'd like to thank Grand Group for trusting us with such an important project. We will do our utmost to meet their expectations. Next, we'd like to introduce an outstanding junior of our Wilson family." Elaine shouted excitedly, "Hey, Claire! It's your time to shine." Although Claire had mentally prepared for this moment, nerves overtook her. Charlie offered her an encouraging glance, while Harold shot a sneering look at the thrilled Claire. Lady Wilson smiled at their table before speaking again. "Without him, we wouldn't have been able to collaborate with Grand Group. After careful consideration, our board has decided to appoint him as the director of Wilson Group, responsible for the project with Grand Group. Let's welcome the new director of Wilson Group, Harold Wilson." Claire stood frozen in disbelief, her eyes wide as she watched Harold strut onto the stage, a smug smile plastered on his face. Charlie felt a surge of anger. How could they betray Claire like this? After benefiting from her, the Wilson family seemed to have cast her aside without a second thought. Claire's eyes welled with tears as she swiftly got to her feet and fled the hall, leaving everything behind. The fall from happiness to despair was crushing for her. Meanwhile, Charlie seethed inwardly, thinking, how dare you hurt my wife? I swear, I'll make you pay. On stage, Harold declared proudly, thank you for this honor. I will give my all as the new director and ensure the project with Grand Group is a success. Lady Wilson nodded approvingly, taking back the microphone to announce, there's one more significant matter for tonight's banquet. We are honored to welcome the new chairman of Grand Group, Mr. Wade. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Everyone was eager to see the new chairman of Grand Group, their anticipation palpable as they scanned the crowd for his appearance. Someone speculated, I suspect the mysterious chairman is the same wealthy figure from Emerald Court. I think you're right. He doesn't seem to belong to Oris Hill's upper-class social circle. Wow! Does that mean the chairman of Grand Group is the most powerful billionaire in Oris Hill? I can't wait to see what he looks like. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and eager anticipation, Charlie, with a steely expression, slowly rose to his feet. Charlie rose slowly to his feet, causing gasps of disbelief to ripple through the crowd. In that very moment, every eye in the banquet hall was fixed on him. Charlie, what on earth are you doing? Sit down. Elaine cried out, her voice laced with horror. Didn't he realize the gravity of the situation? None of the powerful figures present dared to stand up at such a moment. What was this so-called loser trying to achieve by grabbing the spotlight now? Gerald and Kevin exchanged worried glances, whispering to one another, is he really the chairman of Grand Group? They quickly shook their heads in disbelief. There was no way he could be the chairman if he was being reprimanded by his mother-in-law right at that moment. Loser, what do you think you're doing? Sit down. Harold bellowed from the stage, clearly irritated. Charlie shot him a cold glare. Ignoring the bewildered stares all around him, he walked directly over to Doris and leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Doris nodded slightly in response, and the scene made everyone's hearts race. Doris Young, the vice-chairman of Grand Group, known throughout Oris Hill for her beauty. How could Charlie, the supposed outcast of the Wilson family, have a connection with her? From the looks of it, they seemed quite familiar with one another. After their exchange, Charlie disregarded the curious gazes and stepped out of the hall in search of Claire. Doris then stood up, took to the stage, and grasped the microphone as the crowd watched in stunned silence. Hello, I'm Doris Young. Earlier, Mr. Charlie Wade encountered our chairman outside the hall, and our chairman asked him to relay a message to me. A collective sigh of relief swept through the audience upon realizing that Charlie was not the chairman after all. Kevin murmured derisively, it was just a chance encounter. How shameless can he be to try and cozy up to his assistant? He really is hopeless. Gerald shrugged nonchalantly, a smile on his face. That's just something nobody would ever think to do. Meanwhile, on stage, Doris cast a cold glance at Lady Wilson. The chairman has instructed me to inform you that Grand Group is terminating its collaboration with Wilson Group effective immediately. The contract is hereby declared void. What? A shocked outburst echoed throughout the hall. No one had anticipated Doris would deliver such shocking news. The sudden twist left everyone in a state of disbelief. Lady Wilson turned pale, dashing towards Doris. Miss Young, what do you mean by this? Why the sudden change? Did we do something wrong? She had invited all the distinguished guests and bosses to the banquet, hoping to elevate their family standing in Oris Hill. If the termination of the project became public knowledge in such a setting, the Wilson family would face scorn and ridicule. Doris replied resolutely, this collaboration was initiated due to our chairman's respect for Miss Claire. Yet, you arbitrarily decided to appoint some unqualified person to oversee the project. We cannot accept such an absurd arrangement. With that, Doris dropped the microphone and exited the hall. Lady Wilson crumpled on stage, her face ashen. She never imagined that her poor judgment would cost them such a rare opportunity. If she had known this would be the outcome, she would never have swapped Claire's position for Harold's, even under duress. Meanwhile, Harold was equally perplexed. What had just happened? It seemed Doris had set her sights on him, but he couldn't recall ever crossing her. Desperately, he approached his grandmother and asked, "Grandma, you're not regretting the director's appointment, are you?" Lady Wilson struggled to her feet, her hand raised as she slapped him hard across the face. "You fool! How can you still be thinking about that position at a time like this? Come with me. We need to find Claire right now." After Charlie dashed out the door, he quickly noticed that Claire hadn't gone far. She was huddled in the corner by a pillar, tears streaming down her face. He approached her gently, removed his coat, and draped it over her shoulders. "Hey, don't be upset. Being the director of Wilson Group isn't the end-all, you're capable of so much more." Claire looked up, her voice trembling as she replied, "You don't understand. If I become the director, my parents will finally hold their heads high in the family. How could Grandma go back on her word?" Charlie persisted, "Who knows? They might come crawling back, begging you to take the position. But look at you now with that tear-streaked face, you won't look your best when it's time to go on stage. No way, it's impossible. Grandma has already announced it, there's no turning back now. You should go inside and leave me alone." At that moment, Lady Wilson and Harold burst out of the hall. The elderly lady was out of breath from running, followed by a throng of onlookers eager to witness the unfolding drama. As soon as Harold spotted Charlie and Claire, he rushed over, glancing down at Claire's tear-stained face. "Claire, you need to talk to Miss Young right away. Don't let her terminate our contract," he urged, anxiety etched on his face. Claire blinked in confusion. "Terminate our contract? Why?" Harold snapped, "Stop pretending. You must have told Miss Young to humiliate me in front of everyone. If you don't fix this, I won't let you off the hook." With a sharp slap, Lady Wilson reprimanded Harold again. "How dare you speak to your sister like that? She is our director at Wilson Group." Harold, fuming, protested, "Grandma, didn't you say you wanted me to be the director? If it weren't for your manipulation, I wouldn't have changed my mind so suddenly." "Keep this up, and you'll be out of the Wilson family," she retorted. Harold seethed with anger after being slapped twice, but he knew now wasn't the time to explode. He had to hold back his rage. Turning to Claire, Lady Wilson pleaded, "Claire, I'm begging you. You're now the director of the Wilson family, please talk to Miss Young. If you don't, we're all finished." Claire glanced at Charlie, still looking bewildered. Charlie shrugged and said, "I told you they would come begging you to be the director, but you didn't believe me. Look at you, your makeup is a mess now." Feeling shy, Claire wiped her tears and replied, "Okay, I'll try to reach out to him grand." She took out her phone and dialed Doris, with all eyes fixed on her. After a brief wait, Doris answered. "Hello, Miss Young. My grandmother has asked me to inform you that I will be taking on the role of director at Wilson Group and overseeing the project within Grand Group. We hope you can give us another chance." Doris chuckled, "Absolutely. If you're the director and in charge of the project, then we can move forward. But if someone else takes that role, then it's off the table." "Miss Young, thank you so much," Claire said, her mind racing with confusion. "It's all thanks to my chairman's decision. He might share more with you personally soon," Doris added with a smile. This left Claire even more puzzled. Who was this chairman? She had never met him, yet he seemed determined to help her at every turn. "Could you please come back to the hall?" Claire asked nervously. Doris had initially left because of her irritation with Claire's family, making it awkward to invite her back. Yet, to Claire's surprise, Doris agreed without hesitation. Soon, Doris's car pulled back up to the hotel entrance, sending shockwaves through the gathered crowd. Gasps of awe and fear rippled across the onlookers as they turned their attention to Claire. As everyone settled back into their seats, Lady Wilson gracefully walked onto the stage, hand in hand with Claire. With a warm and sincere smile, she addressed the audience, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. I made an error. Claire here is a remarkable descendant of our Wilson family. Thanks to her dedication, we have secured a valuable contract with Grand Group. Her hard work has led to this incredible achievement." Nearby, Doris shot a disdainful glance at the elderly lady. With a dismissive wave, she interjected, "I need to clarify something. Miss Claire didn't just contribute to this project, she accomplished it entirely on her own. No one else played a role in this." Though her tone was quite rude, the guests were used to Doris's behavior. Given Grand Group's prominent status in the city, even if Doris were to openly confront Lady Wilson, no one would dare intervene. Lady Wilson quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Miss Young is absolutely correct. Claire deserves all the recognition for her hard work. From this moment on, she will be the director of the Wilson Group. She will oversee the project within Grand Group completely." Doris finally smiled and extended her hand to Claire. "I look forward to working together." Claire, still in a daze, managed to nod in response. The applause that erupted throughout the hall was thunderous, and everyone regarded Claire with admiration and excitement. Who was this woman, and how did she manage to captivate the Grand Group? Claire felt just as confused and intrigued. She glanced over at Charlie, recalling his words from earlier. This moment mirrored what he had described. The appointment as director was what she was meant for all along. Even after the banquet concluded and she returned home, Claire remained bewildered. Reflecting on Charlie's recent behavior, she felt a strange sense of unease. Over the past few days, he seemed different, as if there was something mysterious about him that she couldn't quite grasp. Suddenly, Claire's name began to circulate wildly across Oris Hill. Everyone was aware that the Wilson family had an exceptional descendant who had caught the attention of Grand Group, a development that promised to rejuvenate the Wilson family. The next morning, Claire awoke early, eager and full of energy as she hurried to the company. Today marked her first day as director, and she was determined to excel and see the project through. Meanwhile, Charlie went about his usual morning chores. Just as he was about to head to the market for lunch ingredients, his mother-in-law, Elaine, called him. Upon answering, Charlie was met with Elaine's frantic voice. "Charlie, you need to come to Pinnacle Avenue in 10 minutes. If you don't, just wait until I get home." Before he could respond, she hung up, leaving Charlie puzzled. His mother-in-law had left early in the morning, and her tone suggested something urgent had occurred. Despite his distaste for her demands, he knew he couldn't ignore her. Quickly packing his bag, he rushed out, hopped into a cab, and headed for Pinnacle Avenue. Upon his arrival, Charlie was met with a striking scene. A group of seniors menacingly surrounded the entrance of a closed insurance company. At the front of the crowd stood Elaine, brandishing a banner and shouting furiously, "You're a liar, Axel. We demand our rights. Give me back my money." Charlie hurried over, anxious to understand. "Mom, why did you call me? What's happening?" As he spoke, the uproar from the protest filled the air, making it difficult for him to hear himself think. The seniors were voicing their frustration so loudly that Charlie wondered if his ears could withstand the noise. Elaine pulled Charlie into the fray, handing him her banner. "Here, take over for me. I've been shouting all morning, and my throat is killing me." Charlie stood there, utterly bewildered. He could only mimic the actions of the older folks around him while expressing his confusion. As the crowd chanted, he turned to the uncle beside him for clarity. It became clear that Axel Insurance Company was promoting insurance packages that promised incredibly high returns. The elders, lured in by these enticing offers, had invested heavily, purchasing numerous insurance products from the company. Today was supposed to be a big day, the day they were to receive their dividends. However, when they arrived to collect their earnings, they found the doors securely locked, with only a handful of employees remaining outside, offering feeble excuses. It was then that they realized they had fallen prey to a fraudulent investment scheme. No wonder Elaine had insisted he come to support her in protesting. Charlie rubbed his forehead in frustration and asked, "Mom, how much did you invest?" Elaine replied in a panic, "They promised huge dividends from the insurance investments. I was completely taken in and used all our savings to buy their products. Charlie's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You invested all our savings in those participating policies? Elaine, embarrassed by his tone, snapped back. Do you think you're the only one who can speak? Why are you shouting? I already feel humiliated enough. What's next? Are you going to announce it over a loudspeaker? Still fuming, she continued to berate him. If you had achieved even a little success, do you think I would have bought these fraudulent insurance products? If I don't secure some insurance for my old age, do you honestly think you'll be able to take care of me? This man, who couldn't even support his own family, had the audacity to cause trouble here. She glared at Charlie, growling, I warn you, keep chanting. Don't you dare stop. Charlie pressed his lips together and nodded. All right, Mom. Just then, a group of ladies approached, eyeing Charlie before one of them asked, Elaine, is that your son-in-law? They scrutinized Charlie's outfit and began to mock him. Oh my goodness, he looks so pitiful. He doesn't even come close to my son-in-law. Exactly. Look at his clothes, they're so outdated and ragged. I dress better than him. The elderly women gathered around him, unleashing a barrage of sharp criticisms. While their comments were irritating, Charlie remained unfazed. After all, they were just a group of old ladies who had lost their savings. There was no need for him to stoop to their level. Elaine, growing increasingly frustrated, couldn't take the teasing any longer. The more she listened, the more uncomfortable she felt as she glanced at Charlie. In a fit of anger, she declared, just wait. I'll make sure my daughter divorces him in a few days and finds a wealthy husband. Charlie couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, a rich husband. Even if you gathered all the wealthy sons in Oris Hill, they wouldn't be worth the price of my belt buckle. Meanwhile, Elaine was in a state of worry. She realized she couldn't rely on Charlie, who seemed incapable of helping her beyond chanting at the protest. She desperately needed someone capable to assist her in recovering her money. Unfortunately, Wendell, who had been pursuing her daughter, had recently gone bankrupt. Otherwise, she might have asked him for help. Then, a thought struck her. She remembered Kevin, Gerald's cousin, whom she had met at the banquet the previous day. He had shown a lot of interest in her daughter, and she suspected he might have some feelings for her. Although the White family wasn't as prestigious as the Jones family, they were still well respected in the city. Perhaps he could offer some assistance. Luckily, Kevin had handed her his business card the day before. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed his number. The call was answered almost immediately. Elaine quickly said, Hello, is this Kevin? Hi, I'm Claire's mother. Ever since he met Claire at the banquet, her stunning beauty had captivated him. She lingered in his thoughts, and he found himself frustrated about how to approach her. Just when he least expected it, her mother called him. He suspected Elaine might be in some sort of trouble, and of course, he was eager to impress her. With a sincere tone, he replied, Auntie, are you in any trouble? Yes, I need your help, Elaine said hurriedly. Kevin, some old friends and I purchased participating policies from an insurance company called Axel, and we invested all our money into it. However, the company is refusing to pay us our dividends and they won't even return our money. Can you help me get it back, please? Kevin felt a surge of excitement at the challenge. It was his moment to shine. Auntie, don't worry. I'll come right over to help you solve this problem. Elaine was ecstatic. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. After hanging up, she shot another glare at Charlie, exhaling in frustration. Some people are as useless as a pile of trash. We can't rely on him. What can he do besides mumble? Charlie smirked. His mother-in-law was indeed pretentious and oblivious. She had turned to Kevin for help. The company had likely swindled them out of tens of millions, if not more. It was clear they had some sort of powerful backing to act so boldly. There might even be a mafia boss pulling strings behind the scenes. How could Kevin, an inexperienced young man, hope to confront these ruthless scammers? The White family's influence was merely average. After the Emgrand group severed ties with them, their power had further diminished. It was practically impossible for the White family to tackle such large-scale financial fraud. Honestly, Charlie could just call Isaac from Shangri-La, and the issue would be resolved in no time. After all, Isaac was the Wade family's representative in Oris Hill, and everyone, businessmen and underworld figures alike, had to respect his authority. However, his mother-in-law's blind faith in Kevin was infuriating. If she believed in him, then let him take the spotlight and handle things his way. Some onlookers were eagerly watching Elaine, hoping she had found someone powerful to assist them. Elaine couldn't help but smile proudly and announced, "Don't worry, everyone. I've asked Mr. White for help. He's very influential and capable, I'm sure he can retrieve our money effortlessly." Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Mr. White. Elaine, you're amazing for finding such a powerful ally." Exactly. Mr. White must have a vast network. It should be a piece of cake for him to resolve our issue, right? Elaine, since you know such an impressive young man, why not marry your daughter to him instead of this loser? Elaine shot Charlie a disdainful look and retorted coldly, "This loser will be kicked out of our family soon enough." Charlie remained silent, anticipating how poorly Kevin would perform. Soon, a sleek black Porsche pulled up in front of them. A handsome young man in a suit stepped out of the vehicle. Here came Kevin White. The onlookers gasped in admiration, "Wow, look at him. Handsome and sharp. I wonder which family is lucky enough to have him as their son-in-law." "Absolutely. If my daughter can wed him, I can rest easy. Come on, stop daydreaming. Even if you were gone, he wouldn't be interested in your daughter." As soon as Elaine spotted him, she hurried over and exclaimed, "Hey, Kevin. You finally made it. I was so anxious waiting for you." Indeed, it was Kevin. Kevin smiled and replied, "Auntie, I truly apologize for keeping you waiting." "Oh no, Kevin, you're far too considerate. It only took you about 10 minutes to get here, you arrived so quickly. As soon as I heard you were in trouble, I rushed over. I even ran a few red lights on the way." Elaine looked quite pleased but asked worriedly, "Will that get you into trouble?" "Not at all," Kevin replied casually. "The traffic officers are all my friends. A quick call is all it takes to sort out any tickets." Clearing his throat, Kevin shifted gears. "Now, back to your situation. How much have you lost in total?" Elaine sighed deeply. "Over $1 million. They promised me $200,000 in dividends this month, but now I can't even get my initial investment back." Kevin nodded, a serious look on his face. "Don't worry, I'll help you recover your money." Then he noticed Charlie standing behind Elaine, and his expression soured slightly. He hadn't expected to see this loser here. Ever since meeting Claire, he had felt a strong urge to get closer to her, especially after hearing from Gerald that she might still be a virgin. Thus, he couldn't help but sneer at Claire's husband. Feigning a smirk, he said, "Hey, Charlie, didn't see you there. Do you have any ideas on how to help Aunt get her money back? Want to give it a shot first? I wouldn't want you to think I'm stealing your moment." Elaine quickly interrupted, "Oh, stop with the nonsense. What can he do? The most he can manage is to open his mouth and chant slogans. Kevin, just ignore him." Kevin nodded and retorted, "Since Charlie can't assist you, let me take a crack at it." Charlie offered a slight smile, responding half-heartedly, "Good luck, Mr. White." Kevin chuckled derisively. At that moment, several elders gathered around Elaine, saying, "Elaine, we're all your friends. Can you please ask this handsome man to help us too? We really need to recover our hard-earned money." Elaine arrogantly replied, "Oh, that's not for me to decide. Kevin is here to assist me, he doesn't know any of you." The crowd turned to Kevin, pleading, "Mr. White, please have mercy and help us." Although Kevin found the crowd bothersome, he realized Elaine was a greedy person, so he smiled casually, "Since you're Auntie Elaine's friends, I can certainly help you." Everyone rejoiced at his words. However, Kevin continued in a haughty tone, "But remember, I'm only helping because of Auntie Elaine. So, for any money I recover for you, a 10% commission goes to Auntie Elaine. Is that acceptable?" The crowd cheered, "Absolutely." It's much better to get back 90% of our money than to recover nothing at all. Elaine was ecstatic upon hearing this. The total amount her friends had lost added up to tens of millions. If Kevin could recover their money, she would pocket $1 million in commission alone. Elaine was absolutely ecstatic when Kevin declared loudly, "Uncles and aunties, relax. I'll go talk to them now. Please wait for my good news." Feeling empowered by Kevin's presence, Elaine couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Kevin, I want to come with you." Charlie quickly jumped in, cautioning, "Mom, I really think you should stay out of this. If Kevin can't resolve the issue, you might end up in trouble." "Bah!" Elaine shot back angrily. "How dare you doubt Kevin's skills, you loser?" The other seniors were counting on Kevin to help them recover their money. Charlie's sudden skepticism only fueled their irritation toward him. Under their disapproving glares and murmurs, Charlie replied flatly, "Mom, it's smarter for you to wait here. Being a bystander is the best option." Elaine found his tone distasteful and snapped, "Shut your stinky mouth. This isn't the time or place for your comments." With arrogance etched on his face, Kevin sneered, "You're only good at being jealous. Do you think I'm like you, a loser who just stands around complaining?" Seeing that his mother-in-law wouldn't heed his advice, Charlie shrugged and said casually, "All right then, let's wait for your good news, Mr. White." Charlie had a deep disdain for Elaine. She was pretentious and often blinded by superficialities. Today's situation might have appeared to be just a standard fraud issue, but with a little insight, one could see the larger, more sinister scheme at play. Elaine was too stubborn to listen to reason and insisted on forging ahead herself. It might be best for her to learn a lesson the hard way. Unbeknownst to Elaine, Charlie was genuinely worried about her. She shot him a fierce glare before turning back to Kevin, saying apologetically, "Kevin, please don't pay any attention to that loser. I trust you." Kevin chuckled triumphantly, responding, "No worries, Auntie. I won't lower myself to his level." He then turned toward the building, speaking confidently, "Auntie, let's go." "All right." Kevin led Elaine through the crowd, striding toward the entrance of Axel Insurance. As they reached the door, he shouted at the employees blocking the entrance, "Listen up. Tell your boss to refund their money immediately. If not, I'll be back with my team of lawyers and security guards, and I'll come crashing through that door to apprehend you and your boss." Elaine chimed in, "Did you hear that, you bunch of nitwits? We have backup now. If you refuse to pay us back, Mr. White will make sure you all end up in prison." The young employee at the front looked anxious and quickly replied, "I'm sorry, I'm just a security guard. I'm not responsible for the business." Kevin responded coldly, "Then call your boss. Let him know I'm Kevin White from the White family in Oris Hill. Tell him he needs to come deal with me personally, and don't say I didn't warn him." Kevin spoke with an air of arrogance. While the White family wasn't the top family in Oris Hill, they were considered middle class in the local social hierarchy. In contrast, the person he was confronting was merely the head of a mediocre fraudulent company. It was unlikely that this boss would remain calm upon hearing Kevin's name. The young employee, despite being unfamiliar with Kevin's true background, felt a sense of urgency and quickly called his boss. In the office of Axel Insurance, Axel Jordan, the owner, greeted a man in his 40s with a warm and respectful demeanor. His face beamed with a broad smile as he reached into his drawer, retrieving a bank card. He handed it to the man, saying, "Don Albert, this card holds $30 million, and the pin is your birthday. This is your bonus, please verify it." The middle-aged man, dressed in a sharp suit, had a rugged and worn face, yet his eyes were sharp and predatory, resembling those of a lion. Anyone who saw him would instantly recognize him as Don Albert Rhodes, the notorious mafia boss of Oris Hill. His reputation was such that no one dared to cross him. Don Albert glanced at Axel with a satisfied smile and remarked, "Axie, not bad at all. I'm impressed with your tact." Axel, feeling a bit anxious, replied, "Don Albert, what should we do about the elderly folks protesting outside?" Albert dismissed the concern with a flat tone, saying, "They're just a bunch of old fools. Don't pay them any mind. If they don't leave, I'll have some of my men teach them a lesson." Relieved, Axel quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Don Albert." Albert chuckled, "Next time, go all in with ventures that can yield big profits. I've got your back if anything goes south." Axel was overjoyed. Bowing his head sincerely, he said, "Don Albert, thank you. Your support motivates me to work even harder. Together, we'll make a fortune." Though Axel lacked a strong background in Oris Hill, he was clever and full of cunning schemes. Aware of his limitations in safeguarding the hefty sum from financial scams, he sought Don Albert's help, offering him part of the money in exchange for protection. Axel was confident that Don Albert, as a leading figure in Oris Hill's underworld, was the best ally he could have. With Don Albert's backing, he could continue his fraudulent activities without fear. Just as Axel reveled in his alliance with Don Albert, an employee rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, we've got a situation. A guy claiming to be Kevin White is demanding that we return the money or he'll have you thrown in jail." "What?" Axel exclaimed, frowning. He turned to Albert and said, "Don, there's a man downstairs identifying himself as part of the White family. He's rallying the protesters and causing a scene. He claims to be powerful in Oris Hill and is threatening us to return the money, or he'll see us locked up." Axel intentionally exaggerated the situation to provoke Albert. Leaning in, he pleaded, "Don, the White family wields significant influence in Oris Hill. I can't confront them if they escalate this. Please help me out of this mess." "The White family of Oris Hill?" Albert scoffed, his disdain evident. "To me, they're nothing more than a speck of dust. Even their leader must bow before me. How dare their young ones provoke me? They're simply asking for trouble." With that, Albert slid the bank card into his pocket and declared coldly, "Let's go. I'm eager to find out which fool thinks they can demand money from me." At that moment, Kevin stood proudly in front of the main entrance of Axel Insurance. He was fully aware that today presented a golden opportunity to impress Claire's mother. This was his chance to showcase his worth. If he could win her approval, Claire Wilson, the most beautiful woman in Oris Hill, would soon be his. The thought of it sent jitters through him. With a booming voice, he declared, "Uncles and aunties, don't worry. The boss will refund everyone." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and joy lit up their faces. Everyone was elated, except for Charlie, who regarded Kevin with a sneer. Kevin was riding high on his own ego, oblivious to the fact that his arrogance might lead to his downfall. As he basked in the applause, the door of Axel Insurance swung open, revealing Axel and a sharply dressed middle-aged man. This man exuded an impressive presence despite his age. He was Don Albert. Trailing behind him were a group of muscular men, his personal bodyguards, who looked intimidating and strong. Don Albert commanded such respect in society that, despite his notorious reputation, few had actually seen him. Consequently, no one, including Kevin, recognized him. They only knew Axel Jordan, the owner of Axel Insurance. Suddenly, gasps rippled through the crowd. "Wow! Kevin actually managed to summon Mr. Jordan. He's incredible. Absolutely. It's all thanks to Elaine that we're getting our money back. Elaine, you've got to admit, Kevin is the perfect son-in-law." Elaine soaked in the compliments from her friends, feeling uplifted by Kevin's actions. A broad smile spread across her face, her eyes shining with pride as she regarded Kevin. At that moment, Kevin strode forward with the confidence of an arrogant hyena. Although he couldn't recognize Axel or Albert, he misinterpreted Axel's respectful demeanor towards Albert, assuming Albert was the boss. Thus, he confidently asked Albert, "Are you the boss of Axel Insurance?" With a cryptic smile, Albert replied, "No, I'm not the boss. I'm just assisting him, but feel free to share anything with me." Kevin raised his eyebrows in acknowledgement, then smirked disdainfully. "So, you're just a sidekick? You're not worth my time. Step aside and call your boss." Charlie shook his head, watching Kevin with the eyes of someone observing a foolish clown. The man in the suit not only appeared formidable, but his bodyguards also suggested he was a person of influence. Instead of showing respect, Kevin was digging his own grave with his dismissive attitude. Elaine, oblivious to the tension, sneered, Kevin, don't waste your time on that worthless sidekick. The real owner is the man next to him." Axel, on the other hand, was in a state of utter shock. How could Kevin and the old woman be so brazen? How dare they insult Don Albert as a mere sidekick and order him to leave? Clearly, they had no understanding of the consequences of such audacity. Who in Oris Hill would dare to disrespect Don Albert so openly? Even if someone did, they would likely find themselves facing severe repercussions from the outraged Don Albert. Just as Kevin completed his so-called intimidating threat, a muscular man positioned behind Don Albert suddenly stepped forward. He seized Kevin by his hair and slapped him repeatedly across the face. "How dare you raise your voice at Don Albert? Do you wish to die?" Without hesitation, he then turned to Elaine, striking her across the face as he shouted, "Damn you, old coot! How dare you insult Don Albert? I'll tear that filthy mouth right off your face." Boom! It felt as though Kevin and Elaine had been struck by lightning. What? The man in the suit before them was the notorious Don Albert of Oris Hill? They had just ridiculed him without a second thought. Soon, the color drained from their faces, leaving them as pale as sheets of paper. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably in fear. Reacting quickly, Kevin threw himself onto the floor, kneeling before Don Albert, crying out, "Don, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I didn't recognize you. I didn't mean to insult you. I have nothing to do with these old folks and their money. Please, spare my life." He knelt there, slapping himself and banging his head against the ground, wailing and begging loudly. He never imagined that the one backing Axel Insurance was actually the infamous Don Albert. Not even his family would dare to cross such a powerful figure, let alone him. He deeply regretted his earlier actions. His intention was merely to win favor with Claire's mother to get closer to Claire. Who would have thought he'd offend the fearsome Don Albert before he even had a chance to fulfill his wish? If his father learned of this, he would surely beat him to a pulp. The elderly individuals were stunned as they witnessed this unbelievable scene. They had pinned their hopes on Kevin to recover their money, yet no one expected to see him kneeling and begging before the man in the suit like a lowly peasant. Meanwhile, Elaine, who had been so arrogant earlier, stood frozen like a statue after receiving multiple slaps. Don Albert scoffed in disdain and ordered his men, "Since they have such filthy mouths, take turns slapping him 10,000 times. Don't stop until you've finished." Fear gripped Kevin at the command. Those slaps would surely kill him. One of Don Albert's men pointed at the trembling Elaine and asked, "Boss, what about her?" Albert glanced at her with disgust and replied flatly, "Same." Elaine's legs turned to jelly as she collapsed onto the floor, her body shaking uncontrollably. Would she survive after offending Don Albert? The muscular men stood ready, some grabbing Kevin while others clutched Elaine, all poised to begin the brutal punishment. Meanwhile, Charlie watched the unfolding scene with cold detachment, standing among the terrified crowd. Initially, he didn't want to intervene as his mother-in-law was being beaten. She had always been arrogant and stubborn, and perhaps a lesson was in order to knock some sense into her. However, if he allowed Don Albert's men to slap her 10,000 times, she would certainly sustain serious injuries, if she survived at all. How would his wife react? If Elaine were gravely harmed, Claire would be utterly devastated. Realizing he couldn't just stand by, Charlie moved swiftly just as a strong man raised his arm, preparing to strike Elaine's wrinkled face. He stepped forward and seized the man's wrist. Elaine sat on the floor, her body shaking uncontrollably. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for the blow she expected from the muscular man looming over her. But when the slap didn't come, she opened her eyes in bewilderment. To her astonishment, Charlie, her seemingly worthless son-in-law, had stepped in and was gripping the man's wrist. At that moment, Elaine felt utterly disoriented, she couldn't wrap her head around what was happening. Why was Charlie suddenly showing such courage? Don Albert was equally taken aback. Who dared to defend this old woman in such a tense situation? He snarled, "Who are you? Do you have a death wish?" Charlie responded with a faint smile, "You're Don Albert, right? You can beat up anyone you want, but please, don't lay a finger on my mother-in-law. A shadow of anger crossed Albert's face. This old woman is your mother-in-law? And who do you think you are, asking me for favors? Fury bubbled within Albert as he spoke. He was a figure of high regard in Oris Hill, yet today he faced immense humiliation. First, an impertinent man named Kevin White had shouted at him, then an old geezer joined in. And now, this young man appeared out of nowhere, making absurd demands. Did they really believe that Don Albert Rhodes could be treated like a mere puppet? His face reddened with rage, and he bellowed to his men, "Beat this arrogant fool to a pulp." Charlie maintained his calm demeanor, replying, "Not so fast. Let me make a quick call first, I want him to hear what I have to say." He pulled out his phone and dialed Isaac Cameron, the general manager of Shangri-La. When the call connected, Isaac answered respectfully, "Young master, how can I assist you?" Charlie replied nonchalantly, "Are you familiar with a man named Albert Rhodes, also known as Don Albert?" Isaac chuckled lightly, "Of course, I know him. People claim he's the boss of the underworld, but to me, he's just a small-time gangster." He continued, "He's been trying to win me over since he found out I work for the Wade family, asking me out for dinners and such, but I've been ignoring him." "Why? Do you know him?" Charlie answered casually, "Oh, I see. Well, he's trying to kill me." Isaac's reaction was immediate, a loud thud echoed through the phone. "Damn it! That bastard! He's asking for trouble by messing with you. Where are you? I'll send someone over right away to handle him. I'll let him speak to you." "Hold on," Charlie said, passing the phone to Albert. "Here, take it." Albert took the phone, his brow furrowed in confusion. What was happening? Charlie didn't seem to be acting, he appeared genuine. Did he really have an impressive background that Albert was unaware of? Looking Charlie up and down, Albert noticed that his clothes weren't designer, and he seemed to be dressed in something that didn't even cost $500. Even his phone looked cheap. What kind of support could this man possibly have? Despite his skepticism, Albert took the phone and asked cautiously, "Hi, I'm Don Albert. Who are you? How dare you defend this man?" Isaac's voice exploded through the receiver. "Albert Rhodes. You lunatic, are you out of your mind? How dare you provoke my young master? Believe me when I say, I will bury your entire family alive tonight." As soon as the voice reached Don Albert's ears, his mind raced to identify it. It was Isaac Cameron, the very man he had been trying to impress. Had he just claimed that Albert had offended his young master? Could it be the individual standing before him? To make matters worse, Isaac was well aware that there were 25 members in Albert's family. Had he conducted an in-depth investigation into his background? Isaac Cameron was not just anyone, he represented the Wade family in Oris Hill. The Wade family's reach and power were so vast that eliminating Albert would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Albert felt his legs turn to jelly as he absorbed Isaac's furious tone. Stammering, he pleaded, "Mr. Cameron, please, calm down. I didn't realize, it was just a misunderstanding. The young master and I." "Silence!" Isaac bellowed, "The identity of our young master is of the utmost secrecy. If you even hint at it, I will ensure that you and your entire family are erased from existence." Albert trembled uncontrollably, shaking more violently than someone with Parkinson's disease. He quickly responded, "I'm sorry, Mr. Cameron, I sincerely apologize. I'll take care of this immediately." The mere mention of Mr. Cameron sent him into a panic, and the thought of the Wade family in Eastcliff made him feel insignificant. They were a godlike presence that he could only admire from a distance. Yet here he was, audaciously offending the young master of the Wade family. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Albert turned to Charlie, his voice quaking as he stuttered, "Mr. Wade, I'm so sorry. I had no idea she was your mother-in-law. It was a mistake, truly. Please forgive me." Without hesitation, his legs buckled, and he knelt before Charlie. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief as they watched Don Albert kneel and apologize to Charlie. Even Mr. White paled in comparison to Albert's stature, Yet this young man had the power to make the formidable Don Albert bow before him. Who was he, really? Albert's men shared the same shock. Don Albert was a kingpin in the underworld, and yet here was a young man causing him to submit. Charlie had no intention of punishing Albert, as his men were the ones who had harmed his mother-in-law. In fact, he found it quite amusing to see his mother-in-law get a taste of retribution. Thus, Charlie addressed Albert, "I can let this go, but you must return every single penny you scammed from her, with interest." Albert gasped, astonished at Charlie's willingness to forgive him. He quickly bowed his head and stammered, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away." He then turned to Axel and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get moving! Hurry up! I'll break your legs if you don't start moving." Elaine stood frozen, watching the entire scene unfold in disbelief. Was this really her once helpless son-in-law? Did he truly just make the infamous Don Albert kneel before him? In that moment, Elaine felt that Charlie had transformed into a figure of strength and unpredictability. Kevin, who had recently suffered multiple slaps, was equally perplexed. Wasn't Charlie the family's well-known loser? How had he instilled such fear in Don Albert? At that moment, Axel dashed towards them, carrying a black suitcase, his face as pale as a ghost. He approached Elaine and nervously said, "Auntie, your capital fund is 1.3 million, and the promised dividend is $200,000, totaling $1.5 million. Here's $2 million, the additional $500,000 is an apology from us. Please accept it." Elaine was left utterly speechless, her mind racing. When had her once useless son-in-law gained such significant influence? Not only was she receiving her money back along with the dividends, but they were also offering her an extra $500,000. Elaine was ecstatic and slightly in disbelief upon hearing Axel's announcement. Her funds had skyrocketed from 1.3 million to a staggering 2 million. She gasped, "Are you certain? Are you genuinely giving me 2 million? Axel nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. It's all yours." "That's incredible!" Elaine exclaimed, bursting with joy. As Elaine celebrated not only the return of her money but also an additional $500,000, the other elders grew increasingly anxious. They felt that if Elaine was getting her money back, they deserved the same treatment. One of them began to voice their concerns, "Mr. Jordan, what about our funds?" Axel turned to Albert, visibly frustrated. Albert was reluctant to return all the money he had accumulated, but he was in no position to confront the Wade family. Doing so could cost him dearly. Reluctantly, he said, "Just refund them all. For Mr. Wade's sake, they'll receive their principal and the dividends." The crowd erupted in cheers. Suddenly, Charlie's icy voice cut through the excitement. "Don Albert, what do you mean by, 'for my sake'? I have no involvement with these people. Are you trying to intimidate me?" Albert was taken aback. "Mr. Wade, what are you implying? I'm confused. What I'm saying is that these individuals' money has nothing to do with me. It's entirely your choice if you want to return their money, but if you dare to say it's for my sake, don't blame me for turning against you right now." These elders had just mocked him, so why would he lend them a hand now? In fact, he wouldn't just refrain from helping them, he wanted to remind Albert that if he returned their funds, it would be against his wishes. Albert understood immediately. He nodded earnestly, saying, "Okay, Mr. Wade, I comprehend." He turned to Axel and declared, "Mr. Wade and his mother-in-law are our only priorities. Ignore the others." "Ha!" The elders, who had been so jubilant just moments ago, now stared in disbelief. Some began to wail and cry out loud, while others pleaded for Charlie's mercy, but he remained unresponsive. Did these rude seniors forget how they had insulted him just moments before? How dare they now seek his help after witnessing Don Albert's respect towards him? "Go away, all of you." Seeing the disruptive seniors bothering Charlie, Albert shouted angrily, "Be quiet. All of you. Whoever dares to utter another word and annoy Mr. Wade, I'll take care of them." The commotion ceased immediately, and the elders fell silent as mice. Albert then glanced at the bewildered Kevin and asked, "Mr. Wade, is this Mr. White your acquaintance?" Charlie shot Kevin a skeptical look, and Kevin quickly pleaded, "Charlie, please. Help me. Tell Don Albert that we're friends. Just please." Charlie dismissively replied, "I don't know this man. You can do whatever you wish with him, just let him go once you're done." Albert nodded knowingly and ordered his men, "Damn it, beat the hell out of him. This guy is such an eyesore." Kevin screamed in terror, "Charlie. I'm so sorry. Please help me. I beg you." Charlie shot Kevin a frosty glare and muttered, "I have no issues with you, nor any ties to you. Yet, you've spent all this time mocking and provoking me, and now you expect my help? Not a chance." Kevin fell to the ground, sobbing, "Charlie, I'm genuinely sorry. Please, you have to help me." Noticing the displeasure on Charlie's face, Albert yelled to his men, "What the hell are you doing? Get a hold of him right now." Startled, Albert's bodyguards quickly seized Kevin by the neck and hair, launching a brutal assault on him. Blood soon poured from Kevin's mouth, and a few of his teeth were knocked out, but Albert's men showed no signs of stopping. Each slap aimed at Kevin's face was swift and merciless. Turning to Charlie with a sycophantic grin, Albert asked, "Mr. Wade, are you pleased with our efforts?" Charlie nodded indifferently, "Very good. Now, I need to be on my way." Albert respectfully handed Charlie his business card, saying, "Mr. Wade, here's my number. Don't hesitate to call if you need anything, I'll always be available." Charlie gave a slight nod and tucked the card into his pocket. He then turned to Elaine, saying, "Mom, it's getting late. Let's head home." Even though Elaine's cheeks still stung from earlier slaps, she couldn't help but smile as she looked at the suitcase, thinking about the $700,000 she had just earned. Her pride swelled as she glanced at her son-in-law. He was truly remarkable. As Charlie picked up the suitcase and prepared to leave with Elaine, a group of seniors stepped in front of him, speaking earnestly, "Charlie, it was my mistake to underestimate you. I had no idea how powerful you are, you're such an impressive young man." "Exactly. Charlie, you're so smart and handsome, you're the role model for the youth today. My son-in-law can't even compare to you. If it's not too much trouble, could you assist us in negotiating with Mr. Jordan to get our money back? It's our hard-earned cash." Charlie frowned, irritation evident in his voice as he replied coldly, "Why would I help you? You were all so arrogant just a moment ago. If you can't retrieve your money today, why not ask your own son-in-law for assistance?" With that, he turned away and left, leaving the seniors sighing in disappointment, regretting their earlier behavior towards Charlie. Great, their only chance of recovering their money had just vanished. As they contemplated this, some slapped themselves in frustration, others crouched in disbelief, and a few rolled on the ground, wailing in despair. All their money was gone. Yet, they had only their own foolishness to blame, along with their lack of an exceptional son-in-law like Charlie. On the drive home, Elaine, with a coy smile, asked Charlie, "Charlie, how do you know Don Albert? Why does he treat you so respectfully?" Charlie responded casually, "I don't know him at all. Who am I to be acquainted with someone like him? I simply called a friend who had enough influence to make Axel return the money." Elaine felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. She had imagined that Charlie wielded some extraordinary power she was unaware of, but it turned out he had just called someone for help. This revelation dimmed the excitement she had felt earlier. However, she was relieved to have her money back, along with an extra $700,000, which somewhat improved her perception of Charlie. She added, "Charlie, I hope you can keep today's events a secret and not tell anyone. I may be older, but I still have my dignity, okay?" Charlie offered a weak smile and nodded in agreement. "All right, Mom, I understand." After resolving Elaine's issue, she and Charlie said their goodbyes. With a suitcase hugged tightly to her chest, reminiscent of a child with a lollipop, Elaine headed to the bank to make a deposit, while Charlie returned home. Upon entering the house, Charlie noticed Claire's shoes in the hallway, indicating that she was back, so he made his way straight to their bedroom. As he stepped inside, he found Claire hanging up the phone, her face lit up with surprise and excitement. Curiously, he asked, "Dear, who were you talking to?" Claire exclaimed with enthusiasm, "It was my best friend, Laureen. Do you remember her?" "Of course," Charlie replied with a nod. "She studied in Oris Hill and was very close to you. If I'm not mistaken, she's the daughter of the wealthy Thomas family from Eastcliff, right?" "Yes," Claire confirmed. "Laureen's family is quite well known in Eastcliff." Charlie smiled and inquired, "So, what's the news? Is she coming to Oris Hill for a visit?" "It's more than just a visit, she's coming to work here," Claire said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Charlie frowned, puzzled. "But she's from a prominent family in Eastcliff. Why wouldn't she work for her family's company instead of coming here?" Claire shrugged. "I'm not sure either. She mentioned that she's going to start working for Grand Group. As for why she chose Grand, I have no clue." Charlie acknowledged her response, but a thought lingered in his mind. While the Thomas family may not compare to the Wades, they have a strong presence in Eastcliff. There's no reason for Laureen to abandon her family business and come to Oris Hill to join Grand. Does she have an ulterior motive? Skepticism filled Charlie's mind, and without any clear answers, he decided to wait until Laureen started at Grand Group so he could have Doris investigate her background and intentions. In the meantime, Claire suddenly patted her forehead, as if struck by a realization. "Oh yes, Charlie. I have a meeting with Grand Group tomorrow, so I won't be able to pick up Laureen from the airport. Could you do that for me? And find a nice place for lunch too?" Charlie nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll make the arrangements tomorrow. Make sure it's a nice place, and don't worry about the cost." "Here, take my card," Claire said, reaching for her purse. Charlie quickly stopped her. "No need for that. I have a friend with a great restaurant. Let me take care of it." He pulled out his phone, intending to text Isaac at Shangri-La to book a table. However, realizing that Shangri-La was meant to be a special surprise for Claire, he decided to reach out to someone else, Don Albert. "I would like to host a dinner for a friend. Please arrange it at a high-end hotel, excluding Shangri-La." Before long, he received a response from Albert. "Mr. Wade, I own a restaurant called Heaven Springs, one of the most exclusive spots in Oris Hill, comparable to Shangri-La. I'll reserve the best diamond suite for you and your guest, along with a fantastic feast. It's an honor to have you dine with us." Charlie replied simply with an "okay." The following day, Claire spent the entire time at the Grand Group headquarters, working on project details and collaboration arrangements. Meanwhile, Charlie contacted Doris to inquire about Laureen's job appointment. Doris was pleasantly surprised that he knew about it. She informed him that Laureen had applied for the position of administrative director, which is a mid-level management role. After reviewing her resume, they deemed her an exceptional candidate and decided to hire her. Laureen's first day of work would begin in just a few days. Charlie instructed her to keep a close watch on Laureen after she started her job and to report any unusual behavior back to him. After his conversation with Doris, Charlie hailed a taxi to the airport to pick up Laureen. Upon arriving, he stepped out of the taxi and was about to enter the arrival hall when a Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly screeched to a halt in front of him. Harold, Claire's cousin, poked his head out of the car window, scowling at the sight of Charlie. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to pick up Claire's friend." "What about you?" Charlie replied, returning Harold's frown as he noticed the familiar faces of Gerald and Wendy seated in the car. Harold smirked. "Are you referring to Miss Thomas? We're here to entertain her, so you're just in the way. Why don't you just leave?" Charlie scoffed dismissively, saying, "You're the one who should get lost." Ignoring them, he strode into the airport's arrival hall. Harold's face flushed with anger, and he was ready to hurl insults at Charlie when Wendy quickly pulled on his arm. "Hey, Miss Thomas will be here any minute. Remember Grandma's advice? You need to make a good impression. If you win her over, your standing in the family will be unbeatable. Just let the loser be for now." Harold blinked in surprise as he processed his sister's urgency. He had nearly forgotten the main reason for his presence today. Welcoming Laureen to the city was indeed a secondary task. His primary goal was to impress her and win her heart. The Thomas family held significant influence in Eastcliff, and a relationship with Lorraine would elevate his own status and bolster the Wilson family's reputation. Thus, he swallowed his irritation with Charlie and hurriedly exited the car, rushing toward the arrival hall. At that moment, a striking young woman caught everyone's attention as she stood out in the crowd. Her long maroon hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, and she wore a white dress that highlighted her graceful figure. Although she had sunglasses on, they couldn't hide her captivating beauty. Her skin was smooth and porcelain-like, complemented by fiery red lips. Upon closer inspection, her features and figure rivaled Claire's, each possessing their own unique allure. All eyes in front of the arrival hall were momentarily fixed on her. Harold was equally taken aback by her presence, and even Gerald, who had come along as a +1, was struck by her beauty. He couldn't help but exclaim, "She truly embodies the reputation of a daughter from Eastcliff's elite. Her beauty and grace are remarkable." Just then, Lorraine spotted them in the crowd and quickly made her way over while waving enthusiastically. "Harold, Wendy, and Charlie. Hey, it's been a while." Harold felt a surge of excitement welling up inside him. He quickly replied, "Hey, Lorraine. It's great to see you again. You look more beautiful than ever." Charlie offered a polite smile and added, "Hi, it's been some time." Harold jumped in, "Lorraine, I've booked a suite at the best hotel in Orris Hill just for your arrival. Come on, let's go." Lorraine glanced at Charlie before turning to Harold with an apologetic smile. "Harold, I'm really sorry, but I've already accepted Claire and Charlie's invitation. Let's postpone our plans for drinks, okay? I'll be in Orris Hill for a while, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to meet." Frustration began to boil within Harold, replacing the earlier excitement. Charlie, the loser, had come to spoil his chance to impress Lorraine on such an important day. With a sarcastic edge, he remarked, "Lorraine, I reserved a suite at Heaven Springs, the most renowned restaurant in Orris Hill, just for you. By the way, it's the Golden Suite, which has a minimum spend of $300,000. He shot a contemptuous glare at Charlie and added with a malicious grin, "I can only imagine where my lowly cousin-in-law decided to take you. It would be quite disrespectful if he booked some mediocre place." Charlie was taken aback when he discovered that Harold had also booked a suite at Heaven Springs. What a strange coincidence. Didn't Don Albert mention owning Heaven Springs? Hadn't he arranged a suite for Charlie at the restaurant as well? Meanwhile, Gerald stared in disbelief. "Wow, Harold, did you really manage to secure a reservation for the Golden Suite at Heaven Springs? That's not something everyone can do." Harold chuckled with pride. "Honestly, aside from the Diamond Suite, which is definitely out of my reach, the other suites are easy to book." However, beneath his boastful tone, Harold was merely showing off. In reality, Lady Wilson had pulled strings and asked for numerous favors to get the Golden Suite reserved. Lorraine, who had heard of Heaven Springs even while in Eastcliff, quickly chimed in, "We're all friends here, you don't need to go to such lengths just for me." With a sly grin, Harold replied, "Oh no, you're our esteemed guest. How could I treat you as just another friend?" He then turned to Charlie and inquired, "By the way, which restaurant did you book?" Charlie responded with a hint of indifference, "What a coincidence, I also made a reservation at Heaven Springs." "Ha ha ha." Harold laughed heartily. "Charlie, are you seriously not embarrassed by your ridiculous bragging? I doubt you could even secure the most basic suite at Heaven Springs with your status. You really should stop with the nonsense." Charlie simply smiled and replied, "Even if I am bragging, what does it matter to you? I'm not inviting you to dinner, so why are you so concerned?" Harold sneered, "Humph. I doubt you could even make it through the door." Lorraine, witnessing the exchange, felt pity for Charlie. She knew about his position within the Wilson family, where he faced both financial and emotional discrimination. It seemed unrealistic for him to book a suite at such a prestigious restaurant for her. She sensed that Charlie was likely fabricating this claim to preserve his dignity, and she didn't want him to feel embarrassed. So, she quickly suggested, "Hey, let's put an end to this argument, okay? Since both of you have reservations at the same place, why don't we go there together?" Harold shot a glare at Charlie and huffed, "Fine, for Lorraine's sake, I'll treat you to a meal today and let you experience what a high-end restaurant is like." Charlie merely smirked and brushed off the insult. The notorious Don Albert would kneel in front of him. What kind of impact could his restaurant possibly have? It was a shame that Harold was too blinded by his arrogance to see the truth. Heaven Springs was a charming, elegant European-style restaurant. The interior boasted exquisite classical decor, with an air of exclusivity and elegance. Even the sign outside was crafted from high-quality yellow rosewood. Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the lavishness of the restaurant. He hadn't anticipated such opulence at Albert's establishment and thought about bringing Claire there someday. Lorraine looked around in awe and exclaimed, "I've heard so much about Heaven Springs back in Eastcliff, and it certainly lives up to its reputation." With a smile, Harold replied, "Lorraine, I had to take you to the best place during your visit, of course." Then, he shot a mocking glance at Charlie. "Unlike someone here. If it weren't for you, he'd probably never get the chance to visit such a fancy restaurant in his life." With a playful smile, Wendy asked, "Charlie, didn't you make a reservation here too? Which suite did you pick? Let's go check it out." Charlie replied flatly, "To be honest, I didn't really think about which suite to reserve. I just sent a text to their boss and asked him to arrange it for me. Let me check the message now, give me a moment." Harold scoffed with disdain, "Keep quiet. Do you have any idea who the boss is here? It's the renowned Don Albert Rhodes. How can you talk like that? Be careful, or he might crush you with just a flick of his finger." Charlie brushed off their cruel remarks and looked at his phone. "He said he reserved the diamond suite for me." Harold burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. The diamond suite? Come on, Charlie, don't make me laugh. Do you even know who is allowed in the diamond suite? Only a handful of people in Oris Hill can access it. You're nothing but a joke." Amid the chaos, Lorraine remained silent, her thoughts swirling. She hadn't expected Charlie to be such a sore loser. Who did he think he was, being offered the chance to dine in the diamond suite? She had always viewed him as someone without money or influence, a bit hopeless even, but now she realized he was just vain. Her disappointment in him was palpable. Charlie simply smiled at their childish taunts. In his eyes, they were nothing more than pretentious fools, and he didn't feel the need to stoop to their level. Gerald chimed in, "Charlie, even my dad isn't worthy of dining in the diamond suite. You're just full of nonsense." Wendy added, "Right, a loser like him isn't even worthy of eating the leftovers from the diamond suite, let alone dining there." Charlie shot Gerald a cold sneer. "You foolish dog, Don Albert just dealt with your cousin yesterday, what gives you the nerve to dine in his restaurant today?" With that thought in mind, he asked, "Gerald, I heard something happened to your cousin yesterday, is that true?" Gerald frowned, curious. "How do you know about that?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "He was attacked yesterday and is still in a coma. We're looking into who did it and we'll make them pay. Do you have any information?" Charlie shook his head, feigning ignorance. "I have no idea what happened, I just heard some rumors." "Ha!" Gerald huffed in frustration, "Don't you dare mock the White family behind our backs. If I hear you do it again, you'll regret it." Charlie completely ignored him. It was evident that this foolish family had no clue that Albert was responsible for his cousin's injuries. This was getting interesting. At that moment, a man in a black suit approached them and stood in front of Charlie. Recognizing the familiar face, Charlie realized he was one of Albert's bodyguards. The man recognized Charlie right away, greeting him with an eager smile and nearly bowing, but Charlie quickly shook his head. The bodyguard paused for a moment, then said, "Hi, your suite is ready, please follow me." Harold was taken aback. He hadn't even mentioned his arrival to the ringmaster yet, and here someone was coming to greet him personally. When did diners in the Golden Suite at Heaven Springs start receiving such attentive service? Gerald stared in disbelief. "Harold, you're amazing. That guy seems to work directly for Don Albert. It looks like the Don really appreciates you. Do you know him personally? I've never heard you mention it, you humble guy." Harold laughed with delight and replied smugly, "No need to flaunt my connections, it's better to keep a low profile." Ha 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 ha. Lorene sat in astonishment, her mind racing. She had no idea Harold was so well connected in Oris Hill. Compared to Charlie, he seemed far more reliable. She thought it would be easier to build a rapport with Harold for her day-to-day interactions. As they approached the Diamond Suite, a man in a black suit respectfully guided them to the door. He produced a bill, handed it directly to Charlie, and said softly, "Sir, please sign here." The Diamond Suite had been specifically reserved for Charlie, and his signature was required for confirmation. Charlie smiled, took the pen, and prepared to sign, but before he could do so, Harold's loud voice cut through the air. "Damn it! Put the pen down." With a scowl, Harold stepped forward, snatched the pen and paper from Charlie's grip, quickly signed his name, and shouted, "You shameless rat! Do you really have no idea who reserved this room? Who do you think you are to sign here?" The man in black was taken aback by Harold's rude interruption. He turned to Charlie, casting a questioning glance as if to offer assistance in dealing with Harold right then and there. Charlie, however, shook his head slightly. "Just let him sign if he's so eager." Charlie preferred to avoid any awkwardness in front of Lorene, who was his wife's best friend. They entered the room, and everyone took their seats. Harold directed Lorene to sit at the head of the table, while Charlie chose a corner spot, receiving only occasional conversation from Lorene. Soon, waiters began presenting exquisite dishes and wine, each course more lavish than the last. The ingredients were top-notch, even the abalone and Australian lobster were mere side dishes. The wine was a century-old vintage worth a staggering $100,000 per bottle. Lorene, coming from a wealthy background, was taken aback by the extravagance of the meal. Gerald let out an envious sigh, asking, "Harold, what's your budget for this meal?" With a puffed-up chest, Harold replied, $300,000. Gerald's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? That's beyond your usual spending range. Even the wine alone exceeds your budget." Despite Harold's casual demeanor, a flutter of nervousness stirred within him. He recalled how the man in black had treated him outside the suite and began to wonder if Don Albert was extending him special treatment, though he barely knew the man. Lorene's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Harold and said, "Thank you, Harold." Harold's confusion melted away at Lorene's warm words, and he grinned widely. "You're welcome, it's my pleasure." He then turned to Charlie with a sly smile, asking, "Charlie, I bet you've never had food this good before, right?" Charlie shot back with a sarcastic smirk, "What gives you the confidence to be so cocky?" Harold sneered, "You should feel honored to dine with me, yet your filthy mouth won't shut up. I dare you to say you've had better food. If you have, go ahead and kick my head like a ball." Charlie simply smiled. His childhood had been filled with extravagance that ordinary people couldn't even fathom. For the Wade family, these gourmet dishes were just everyday meals for the staff. Wendy glared at Charlie, indignation radiating from her. "Charlie, what's with that attitude? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out of here. We're treating you to a meal, and this is how you act. You loser." Just then, the suite door burst open with a loud bang, and a hoarse, fierce voice boomed across the room. "Where did you idiots come from? Who the hell let you in here?" At the entrance stood a pudgy man in an Armani suit, adorned with a large gold chain and a prominent scar that ran like a centipede from the corner of his eye to his chin. In one hand, he clutched the bill, and in the other, a baseball bat, his expression fierce as a lion's. Following him, a dozen burly men with tattoos and scars filed into the room, surrounding the table and leaving everyone stunned. What was happening? The leader was Bill the Bear, Don Albert's right-hand man, known for his infamous reputation in Oris Hill. Don Albert had informed him that the Diamond Suite was reserved for the esteemed Mr. Wade and had ordered him to ensure everything was in order. However, when he checked on the guests, he was furious to see that a nobody named Harold Wilson had signed for the suite. He was enraged at finding someone like Harold occupying the space meant for such an important guest. On the flip side, he felt a surge of anxiety because there was only one lavish banquet menu prepared in the Diamond Suite, and it had already been served to the guests present. What was he going to do when the real esteemed guests arrived? Harold sprang to his feet, his voice filled with alarm. What's going on here? I reserved this suite. Who do you think you are, causing a scene? Bill directed his finger at Harold and asked, Are you Harold Wilson? Harold nodded, puffing out his chest with pride. Yes, that's me. Bill's tone turned icy as he commanded, Bring him to me. Without hesitation, two burly men seized Harold, dragging him from his chair. What are you doing? Let me go. Harold protested. Shut up, one of the men snapped, kicking Harold's knee, causing him to collapse in pain before Bill. Bill scrutinized Harold with a piercing gaze that made him quiver. With a swift motion, he hurled a bill at Harold's head and bellowed, Who allowed you to use this room? Harold cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. This is a misunderstanding. I reserved the golden suite in advance and even deposited $300,000. Gerald chimed in, What's going on? Harold booked this room. Don't you have any rules? Bill spat on the floor and slapped Harold across the face, growling, Golden suite? This is the Motherf * King Diamond suite. It's not for you, you bastard. The room was filled with stunned silence as his words reverberated through the air. Diamond suite? No wonder the room was so opulently decorated, with exclusive dishes and wines. Gerald broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the Diamond Suite was so prestigious that he wouldn't even be allowed to enter, let alone dine there. Wendy urged urgently, Harold, didn't you say you know Don Albert? Hurry up and explain. Harold sighed in frustration. Shut up. How would I know Don Albert? But, didn't you just say? Lorraine shot a cold glance at the siblings during their exchange, coming to the realization that Harold was nothing but a boastful liar. Disappointment washed over her. Bill sneered maliciously, How dare you mention Don Albert's name, you pathetic fool? Are you trying to get yourself killed? He straightened up and commanded his men, Grab him. I want to teach him a lesson. Harold was pinned to the ground, unable to budge even an inch. In a flash, Bill seized a bat and swung it down with force. Arg, my hand! My hand! Harold screamed in agony, his body slick with sweat. Embarrassingly, even his pants became damp. He slumped into unconsciousness, leaving Gerald and Wendy pale as ghosts, their hearts racing. Just moments ago, Harold had been brimming with confidence, but now he had been reduced to this pitiful state. Fear of the consequences loomed over them. Lorraine was equally shaken by the scene, her body trembling uncontrollably. She hid behind Charlie, whispering, What do we do? Will they kill us? Charlie offered her reassurance, patting her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Nobody will harm you. Lorraine looked at Charlie with gratitude. While she knew he might not be able to resolve the situation, his words worked wonders to soothe her anxious heart. Meanwhile, Bill kicked the unconscious Harold, who lay sprawled on the floor, and cursed, What a coward. He then turned his glare at Gerald. And you? You said we have no rules here, didn't you? Get over here, you fool. Gerald was trembling with fear, shivering uncontrollably as he struggled to hold back his panic. His voice came out in a stutter, Big Boss Bill, I'm with the White family. Bill's grin twisted into a sinister sneer. The White family? What a joke. Don't make me laugh. He spat with disdain. Without warning, he kicked Gerald to the ground, his voice dripping with contempt. Yesterday, the Don taught one of your family members a lesson, slapped him 10,000 times. And you still have the audacity to mention the White family? What? Gerald recoiled in shock. He had thought Kevin was just robbed, but it turned out that Don Albert was the one who had beaten him. Just as the realization hit him, Bill raised a bat and brought it crashing down onto Gerald's head. With a sharp bang, the world began to spin, a buzzing filled his ears, blood poured from his mouth and nose, his vision blurred, and soon darkness enveloped him. Wendy let out a horrified scream. Gerald was her fiancé, her only chance at marrying into the White family. If something happened to him, her future was bleak. Call an ambulance. Someone, please, she shrieked in panic. Her hands shook as she fumbled for her phone but was too rattled to press any buttons, her cries echoing in desperation. Bill scowled in irritation. "Shut up. Someone slap her until she can't scream anymore," he barked. "Yes, boss," his men replied with malicious grins, like a pack of hyenas ready to pounce. They thrived on tormenting a beauty, especially one as fierce as Wendy. As the men approached with wicked smiles, Wendy's heart raced with fear. She tried to back away, but soon found herself cornered against a wall, with no escape. "Get over here, B*TCH. One of the men, missing an eye, yanked Wendy's hair, pulling her towards him. He raised his hand, ready to strike her face, a vicious assault that was quickly joined by his brutal companions. These men were seasoned fighters, merciless in their cruelty. Before long, Wendy's face was swollen and bruised, blood mingling with saliva dripping from her mouth. The beating was so severe that it would leave long-lasting scars, almost disfiguring her. Lorene, witnessing the horrific scene and the extent of Bill's cruelty, trembled in fear. She pressed herself against Charlie's back, seeking comfort. At that moment, Bill spotted them hiding in the corner and shouted, "Get them too! How dare they occupy the diamond suite like they own the place? Today's the day they die." One of the men, ferocious and wild-eyed, stepped toward Lorene, ready to grab her. "Not so fast." Charlie intervened, a cold determination in his eyes as he kicked the brute to the ground. Bill's expression darkened as he glared at Charlie, growling, "Who the hell are you?" Charlie replied calmly, "You really don't want to talk to me like that. Trust me, you'll regret it." "That's it, you little punk." Charlie shook his head and immediately called Albert. "Albert Rhodes, I'm in the diamond suite right now. Get here, or you'll regret it." He hung up and shot a chilling glare at Bill. Lorene's face turned pale. Hadn't she seen what happened to Harold after he bragged about knowing Don Albert? How could Charlie be so reckless? He would surely end up dead. Wendy, her face a swollen mess, felt even more anxious after hearing Charlie's call. Was he trying to get them all killed with his foolishness? Bill sneered, "You little brat, provoking the Don in front of me? You're asking for trouble." He gestured to his men with a vicious order, "Finish him." But suddenly, a furious voice boomed from outside the room. "Damn it, Bill! Are you looking for death? How dare you lay a finger on Mr. Wade? I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The room froze as Bill stood paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. Don Albert was here. Who was Mr. Wade? As Don Albert stormed into the room, he zeroed in on Bill, bringing him crashing to the floor. "You idiot! How could you not recognize Mr. Wade? I'll kill you for this." Albert raged, delivering frantic kicks to Bill, who moments earlier had been radiating arrogance and confidence but was now curled up, whimpering like a beaten dog. Lorene watched in genuine confusion. What was happening? The rest of the men were equally alarmed. Was the young man truly Mr. Wade? They had come perilously close to crossing a line they shouldn't have. Albert glared at the group and barked, "And you lot! Why are you standing there like a bunch of fools? Apologize to Mr. Wade right now." In unison, the men dropped to their knees, pleading, "Mr. Wade, we're so very sorry. We were foolish not to recognize you. Please forgive us." Bill, trembling with fear, slapped himself in the face while begging for mercy. "Mr. Wade, I apologize deeply. Spare me, please." Albert followed suit, punishing himself and nervously stating, "Mr. Wade, I'm sorry for my incompetence that led my boys to offend you and your friends." Charlie glanced at Lorene and coolly remarked, "I'm just here to treat my wife's friend to a meal." He then turned to the others and added coldly, "They are not my friends." Lorene was completely taken aback. Charlie wasn't joking after all. He had indeed made a reservation at Heaven Springs, and it was in the opulent diamond suite. Most importantly, this suite had been booked for him by none other than Don Albert. As she reflected on her previous disdain for Charlie, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Meanwhile, Harold quaked in fear upon hearing their conversation. What was happening? Charlie, the so-called loser, was actually friends with Don Albert? How could this be? Wendy was equally stunned. It was true, Charlie really knew Don Albert, and Albert was being exceptionally courteous. Her gaze shifted back to Gerald, who had fainted in a pool of his own blood. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Don Albert assured Charlie, "Mr. Wade, don't worry. This will never happen again. You're welcome to come to Heaven Springs and use the Diamond Suite whenever you wish. If my men fail to recognize you again, I'll gouge their eyes out myself." Charlie nodded and said to Laureen, "We've finished our meal, so let's leave this chaos behind." Laureen, regaining her composure, asked anxiously, "What about them?" She glanced at Harold, Gerald, and Wendy, who were in a dire state. "Let Albert take care of them," Charlie replied calmly. "Mr. Wade, don't worry. I'll call for an ambulance and get them to the hospital right away," Albert declared. "Okay," Charlie responded, "I'll leave everything to you." Still dazed, Laureen followed Charlie out of Heaven Springs. Her heart raced, and her breath was heavy even after they had exited the restaurant. Stealing a glance at Charlie, she noted his calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. He seemed shrouded in mystery, more profound than ever. "Charlie, about today," she began, but he cut her off, speaking in a detached tone. "Laureen, I need you to keep today's events a secret, please. If Claire finds out I'm associated with someone like Don Albert, she'll be furious." Reluctantly, Laureen nodded. "All right, I understand." After Charlie and Laureen departed, Albert promptly called for an ambulance to take the injured to the hospital. Wendy suffered fractures to her facial skeleton from the assault, leaving her disfigured. Harold had a completely broken arm that would take time to heal, and he had also sustained a severe concussion from the blow to his head. Although he was stable after emergency treatment, the lingering effects of the brain injury would haunt him for the rest of his life. Laureen had made arrangements with Doris Young from Grand Group to begin her work tomorrow. After her time at Heaven Springs, Charlie took her back to her hotel before departing himself. Still reeling from the events at the restaurant earlier, Laureen found herself contemplating her future. She had a significant mission for her trip to Oris Hill this time. While it was clear she was there for her new role at Grand Group, she had a much deeper, secretive purpose tied to her family. Her father had informed her that, according to confidential intelligence, the Wade family, the most influential family in Eastcliff, had finally found their long-lost young master. They had even acquired the entire Grand Group as a gift for him to hone his entrepreneurial skills. This meant that the young master of the Wade family was currently in Oris Hill, serving as the new chairman of Grand Group. In Eastcliff, a city known for its powerful and enigmatic families, the Thomas family held a prominent position, yet they were still ranked lower than the Wade family, who enjoyed greater influence and respect. With the true identity of the Wade family's young master still under wraps, the Thomas family hoped Laureen could seize the chance to connect with him early on. Ideally, they envisioned her forming a relationship that could lead to marriage. Although Laureen felt uneasy about this arrangement, she understood the weight of her responsibility to uplift her family's status. The primary reason for her presence in Oris Hill and her role at Grand Group was to get close to the enigmatic chairman and find a way to capture his attention. As one of Eastcliff's beauty icons, Laureen was confident that her looks, intelligence, skills, and graceful demeanor would make her stand out to the young master of the Wade family. If she could marry him, it would elevate the Thomas family to the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in Eastcliff. The prospect of tomorrow's meeting filled her with excitement, but she was equally curious about the mysterious Mr. Wade. She couldn't help but wonder, how old was he? What did he look like? Was he tall and handsome like a prince? Feeling the urge to find distractions, she took out her phone and opened a video streaming app. She selected a widely popular video from her collection that had garnered millions of views, the one where Charlie embarrassed the sales manager at Emerald Court with piles of cash. Laureen had scrutinized this video numerous times. The incident, which occurred in Oris Hill, coincided with the time the young master of the Wade family had been located. As a result, she theorized that the wealthy figure in the video must be the young master of the Wade family, now the chairman of Grand Group. As she watched closely, studying the man whose back was the only visible part, she estimated that he appeared to be in his 20s, tall and lean, even if his face remained hidden. His athletic build was reminiscent of popular K-pop idols, suggesting he must be quite attractive. However, a strange thought suddenly crossed Lorraine's mind. Why did the man vaguely resemble Charlie? Quickly dismissing the notion, she shook her head. Charlie was the son-in-law of the Wilson family, a stark contrast to the elite standing of the Wade family. If he truly was the young master, why would he still be associated with the second-tier Wilson family? Surely, she was just overthinking it. The following morning, Lorraine arrived at the Grand Group headquarters bright and early. Miss Young, the vice-chairman, personally greeted her and handed over her appointment letter. She guided Lorraine through a brief tour of the administrative department, outlining her job responsibilities. "Lorraine, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me directly or visit my office," she added. Gratefully, Lorraine nodded and cautiously inquired, "Miss Young, will I have the opportunity to meet the chairman? Since I'll be overseeing the company's administrative affairs, I believe it's crucial to consult him directly to ensure I meet his expectations correctly." Doris became alert and wary as soon as Lorraine spoke up. Just the day before, Charlie had asked her to keep an eye on Lorraine. When Lorraine reported for duty, her first question was about the chairman, which struck Doris as strange and out of the ordinary. She scrutinized the attractive young woman and thought, "What brings you all the way to Grand Group?" With a friendly smile, Doris replied, "Our chairman doesn't often come to the office, but if he does, I'll make sure to let him know you're here, and I'll inform you if he wishes to see you." Lorraine's disappointment was evident, but she maintained her cheerful demeanor, saying, "Okay, thank you, Miss Young." Once back in her office, Doris wasted no time in reporting Lorraine's behavior to Charlie. Upon hearing that Lorraine had been eager to meet him as soon as she started her shift, Charlie became increasingly cautious. Clearly, Lorraine had come specifically to see him. But what was her intention? Was she trying to harm him, or perhaps trying to charm him? Regardless of her motives, Charlie felt a growing sense of annoyance and unease. He resolved to keep his distance from Lorraine, especially since he couldn't let her discover his true identity. On the evening of Lorraine's first day at work, Claire made a reservation at a fancy restaurant for dinner with Lorraine. As Claire's husband, Charlie had to join them, which dampened his spirits. He wanted to avoid any interaction with Lorraine, yet here he was, heading to dinner with her. Reluctantly, he prepared himself and accompanied Claire to the restaurant. It wasn't until they arrived that Charlie realized Claire had booked a table at the Sky Garden of Shangri-La. The Sky Garden ballroom was typically reserved for elite guests and hotel members, and private suite services were not offered. However, Charlie's decision to reserve the entire venue for their upcoming wedding anniversary was unprecedented. With their anniversary just 3 days away, a prominent notice was posted at the hotel entrance: "The Sky Garden is reserved for distinguished guests and will be unavailable to the public during this time. Thank you for your understanding." This notice left everyone in shock. Who could have booked the entire Sky Garden of Shangri-La? Such a feat was unheard of. Rumors suggested that the children of several influential city leaders had attempted to hold their wedding receptions there but were turned away without exception. Who possessed the clout to secure this reservation at Shangri-La? Claire stared in disbelief when she read the notice. Wow, someone actually booked the Sky Garden? That's incredible. Charlie chuckled, finding her reaction amusing. What's so incredible about it? It's just a ballroom, why shouldn't people be able to book it? No, you don't get it, Claire replied earnestly. This Shangri-La isn't just any local business, it's part of a luxurious global hotel chain. The Sky Garden is a standout feature, reserved exclusively for their top-tier members. If reservations were allowed, every top member would be fighting to book it every day, depriving others of the privilege. That's why they've put a stop to any reservations for the ballroom. She sighed and added, "I wonder who the person is that managed to secure it. They must be someone quite special." With a teasing smile, Charlie said, "Maybe it's someone who truly loves his wife and wishes to hold a wedding here for her." Claire gasped in surprise, "Wow! A wedding for his wife here? He must really adore her. It must be wonderful to be that wife." Charlie felt a surge of happiness as he listened to his wife express her excitement. It seemed he had truly chosen the perfect venue for their wedding anniversary celebration. She must be overjoyed on this special day. They entered the sky garden and settled into their reserved seats. Before long, Lorene made her entrance. Claire. Lorene. The two best friends embraced, their faces lighting up with joy. They eagerly began to reminisce about their shared memories, holding hands as they shared their excitement, taking a little while to calm down. Lorene teased, "Claire, you really are a spendthrift. You actually booked the sky garden for dinner." Claire giggled with delight, "Well, you're here. Of course, I had to splurge a little." Lorene beamed, "You're my best friend. Honestly, I feel a bit out of place dining here. I had to ask Miss Doris Young to make the reservation using her membership card." Lorene sighed. "The Sky Garden has some pretty strict requirements, doesn't it? I heard it's only available for their diamond members or something like that, right?" "Yes," Claire confirmed with a nod. "To be honest, this is my first time here." Lorene smiled warmly. "Thank you so much, dear Claire." She added, "By the way, I noticed a sign at the entrance saying the Sky Garden is fully booked 3 days from now. Is that really true?" "Yes," Claire replied, a puzzled look crossing her face. "That's strange. The Sky Garden has never allowed reservations before. I wonder what's going on." Lorene nodded thoughtfully. "I remember seeing a video online about a mysterious wealthy man in Oris Hill who arrived with a convoy of Rolls-Royces, men in black suits, and suitcases full of cash to buy a necklace. Did you see that video?" Charlie shook his head, but Claire responded, "I did, and it's quite a sensation. Everyone is speculating about his identity." "What's there to speculate about?" Lorene chimed in. "It's all just gossip. People are dying to know who he is, especially since he seems so powerful and charming. Some even say he's the new chairman of Grand Group." Charlie felt a sudden jolt of surprise but quickly composed himself. Lorene continued, "Now someone has gone ahead and booked the Sky Garden. That's unprecedented, right? I bet the person who reserved this place is the same one who bought the necklace in that video." Claire sighed in exasperation. "We haven't seen each other in ages, and you're still just as much of a gossip." Lorene laughed heartily. "Gossip is what keeps us women going." She added, "I'm planning to come back here in 3 days to see for myself who has the power to book the Sky Garden." Charlie, who had been quietly absorbing the conversation, suddenly felt a headache coming on. All he wanted was to surprise his wife with a memorable anniversary celebration, free from any unwanted attention. However, he realized he had underestimated the allure of the Sky Garden. It seemed that many people in Oris Hill shared Lorene's curiosity about the mysterious guest who had reserved the venue. This situation was beginning to become quite complex for Charlie. He felt it was essential to speak with Isaac beforehand and ensure he had adequate protection on the designated day. No matter the circumstances, he couldn't afford to disclose his identity. During dinner, Lorene brought up an idea, saying, "Before I arrived in Oris Hill, I spoke with some of our former classmates, and they suggested organizing a class reunion. What do you think about that?" Charlie immediately replied, "No thanks, I won't be going." "Why not?" Lorene asked, her curiosity piqued. "Even though we weren't classmates for all 4 years, we did spend a year together. When Charlie was taken in by Lord Wilson, he was sent to Oris University to meet Claire before their wedding. He and Claire were in the same class during their final year, and they got married right after graduation. Charlie never really formed friendships with his classmates, and since many of them looked down on him, he had no interest in the reunion." Claire felt similarly and added, "Charlie and I will skip this one. I haven't kept in touch with most of our classmates since graduation." Lorene quickly responded, "The main reason for the reunion is Douglas Adams. He's opening a restaurant that starts operations tomorrow and is inviting everyone to come celebrate together. Don't you think it would be a bit rude not to attend the opening ceremony?" Just as she finished speaking, both their phones beeped simultaneously, indicating an incoming message. They opened their phones to find a flurry of conversation boxes appearing on the screen. It was Douglas who had created a chat group with over 30 people included. In the group chat, Douglas wrote, "Dear classmates, my restaurant officially opens at noon tomorrow in Oris Hill. I encourage anyone in the area to come enjoy a feast together. It can also serve as our class reunion. Plus, Laureen Thomas, one of the two belles from our class, is now working in Oris Hill and will be attending as well. I heard she's still single, so all the bachelors better get ready." Instantly, the group was inundated with responses. "Hey, congrats! Wow, Laureen is in Oris Hill. I had no idea. I'll definitely be there. What about Claire, the other belle? Is she coming? I heard Claire married Charlie, the transfer student, right? And I also heard he's a live-in son-in-law, is that true?" "Yeah, I've heard that too, but I'm not sure since I haven't seen either of them since graduation. I also heard they haven't consummated their marriage, although they are married. I wonder if there's any truth to that." Claire grimaced at the messages and turned to Charlie, saying, "Don't let it bother you." Charlie smiled in response. "It's fine, what they're saying is pretty much accurate anyway. I've grown used to it." Laureen jumped back into the group chat, writing, "Hey, stop spreading rumors. I'm having dinner with this lovely couple right now." "Wow, it's Laureen," came the excited buzz from the group, as everyone quickly gathered around her message. At that moment, Douglas tagged Charlie, saying, "Charlie, even though you were with us for a short time, I remember we got along well in college. You and your wife must come tomorrow." Charlie had a favorable impression of Douglas. He was genuinely kind and never spoke ill of others, making him one of the few classmates Charlie had a bond with. Seeing Douglas's sincere invitation, Charlie promptly replied, "Okay, we'll definitely be there tomorrow." Douglas responded quickly, "That's awesome. It's going to be a fantastic reunion." Since Charlie had agreed to go to the class reunion, Claire reminded him, "We need to prepare some gifts for the opening of Douglas's restaurant. We can't show up empty-handed." Charlie nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll buy a gift for him tomorrow morning." "Great," Claire replied. "I have to stop by the Grand Group office tomorrow morning." Laureen, surprised, interjected, "Is that so? Then why not swing by my office afterward? I can carpool to Douglas's restaurant with you around noon." Claire smiled playfully. "Well, you might want to reconsider that idea. I don't actually have a car. I usually take the taxi or the bus, and sometimes Charlie gives me a ride on his scooter." "What?" Laureen exclaimed, sounding incredulous. "Come on, you're a director now. Why haven't you bought yourself a car?" "I just started working and haven't made much money yet. My salary mainly goes toward our expenses, and I also give my mom an allowance. By the end of the month, I'm usually left with about $1,000, which isn't enough to buy a car," Claire explained. "Honestly, I enjoy riding the bus, it's quite convenient. Plus, riding on Charlie's scooter on a nice day is a lot of fun too." Laureen replied earnestly, "Listen, miss, you don't have to be extravagant, but you need to recognize your current status. You're the director of Wilson Group now, and you're also a partner at Grand. Some people might look down on you if you don't even have a car." Charlie felt Laureen had a point. His wife had always been overly frugal. She handed most of her salary to her mother and didn't keep much for herself. Meanwhile, his mother-in-law was quite the spender, keeping most of Claire's earnings for herself. Instead of allowing Claire to use a couple of $100,000 to buy a car, she would rather invest $1 million of the family's savings in a dubious financial scheme. Charlie decided he should buy a car for Claire. It would make it easier for her to get around and enhance her professional image during business meetings. Resolute, he planned to visit a car dealership early the next morning. After dinner, the couple said goodbye to Laureen and took a taxi home together. During their ride, the DJs on the radio were chatting about the charter of the Shangri-La Sky Garden. They were all astonished, as this marked the first time in history that Shangri-La was closing off the entire Sky Garden for an event. The DJs were curious about the individual behind this decision and their background. The taxi driver chimed in my opinion, it must be that mysterious rich guy everyone talks about online." Charlie listened intently, feeling a bit surprised. It seemed that the announcement regarding the Sky Garden had created quite a stir in Oris Hill. The news spread rapidly, and soon everyone in the city was discussing it. Everyone knew that the Shangri-La Hotel operated on a membership basis, with only the elite members allowed access to the Sky Garden. And as for chartering the space, not even Diamond members had that privilege. Therefore, the person who managed to secure the charter had quickly become a hot topic of conversation. Some speculated that he was the enigmatic figure from the internet, others suggested he was a wealthy foreigner. There were even rumors that he was a mysterious individual planning a lavish and romantic wedding. The third rumor seemed to gain the most traction. The news sent shockwaves throughout the city. After the news broke, many women were filled with envy and curiosity. Everyone was eager to learn who the fortunate woman was, receiving such a grand gesture, a man willing to spend millions in a single night to rent out the entire Sky Garden just to declare his love. Anticipation buzzed in the air as people looked forward to witnessing this extraordinary event for themselves. To keep his identity under wraps, Charlie instructed Isaac to make special arrangements for the Sky Garden on the day of the celebration. He was excitedly counting down to the occasion, determined to present Claire with an unforgettable wedding anniversary celebration. The next morning, Charlie arrived at the car dealership bright and early. He carried a bank card with a staggering balance of $10 billion, most of which he had yet to touch. This time, he planned to splurge on a luxury car for Claire, something elegant and impressive. Initially, he considered purchasing a Rolls-Royce, but he quickly hesitated, worrying that Claire might not accept such an extravagant gift. Explaining how he could afford such a pricey vehicle would be a challenge, and knowing her low-key personality, she might dislike driving something so ostentatious. After weighing all these factors, he opted for a sedan priced at around $500,000. Cars in this price range were impressive without being overly flashy, practical for everyday use, and it wouldn't be a major issue if she happened to ding or scratch it. The ideal choice for him was an Audi A6. This model was popular among well-heeled businessmen and exuded a sense of exclusivity. The extended sedan style also made it a perfect fit for his wife. Upon arriving at the Audi 4S dealership, Charlie parked his modest scooter at the entrance and walked inside. The two sales executives on duty quickly straightened themselves up upon seeing a customer enter, while a woman behind them sighed in irritation, "Ugh, that guy rode in on a scooter. He's probably just here for the air conditioning or Wi-Fi. Just ignore him." As soon as they learned he arrived on a scooter, their interest waned. Given the scorching heat, many people would sneak into the showroom seeking refuge in the cool air. Some even had the audacity to lounge in the cars and refuse to leave. The frustrated sales staff often had to call security to remove these unwelcome guests. Charlie, with his scooter and unremarkable attire, certainly didn't look like someone who could afford an Audi. Unsurprisingly, no one came to assist him, but he paid little mind and made his way directly to the showroom, where various A6 models were on display. He discovered that prices ranged from $300,000 to $600,000. The top-tier model, priced at $600,000, was the long-wheelbase executive version. It was indeed an impressive vehicle, and Charlie felt confident that Claire would appreciate the reasonable price. He declared, "Do you have this top-spec A6 in stock? I want to buy it today." The sales executives exchanged glances, regarding him as if he were foolish. One of them sneered, "Have you even looked at the price tag? Did you miscount the zeros?" Charlie frowned. "I saw that it's $618,000. Charlie, feeling irritated, shot back, "Are you out of your mind? Did you forget to take your medication this morning? Should I call 911 for you?" The salesperson snorted derisively. "Ha! Stop pretending. I'll have security escort you out of here, mark my words. You're just another poor loser looking for free air conditioning and Wi-Fi. Quit the act." With a sarcastic grin plastered across his face, Charlie inquired, "What's your commission on this car?" The salesperson sneered back, $10,000. Charlie nodded slightly, acknowledging the figure. "All right then, you've just forfeited $10,000. With that, he turned on his heel and exited. Just outside, he ran into the shop manager, a man named Arthur Walsh, whose name tag was prominently displayed on his suit. Charlie approached him directly, asking, "Are you the one in charge here?" "That's me," Arthur confirmed with a nod. "How can I assist you?" Pointing to the rude sales executive, Charlie advised, "You need to fire that individual immediately. He's a rotten apple and will harm your business." The sales executive quickly rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mr. Walsh, don't pay attention to his nonsense. He's just a crazy person looking to use our Wi-Fi and air conditioning." Charlie smiled slyly. "A crazy person, you say? Just wait and see." He promptly stepped outside and walked into the adjacent BMW showroom. Upon entering, he was drawn to the centerpiece of the vast hall, the BMW 760, the epitome of luxury within the 7 Series lineup. This stunning model boasted a powerful 12-cylinder engine and an incredibly opulent interior. Truth be told, he felt somewhat irrational too. How dare those Audi salespeople look down on him? Fine, he would show them by purchasing the top-spec BMW. He had the money, after all. He gestured to a sales executive and asked, "Is this 760 in stock?" The young lady appeared taken aback. "Sir, this car just arrived today. Are you sure you want to buy it?" "Absolutely," Charlie affirmed with a nod. "Let's finalize the deal right now." "Wait, it costs $2.6 million. The lady was even more astonished. Although she had been working at the showroom for quite some time, she had never encountered a customer willing to buy a car on the spot like this. Surely, he must be joking, right? With a smile, Charlie replied, "I'm aware of the price. Just let me know if you want to sell it." Yes, of course," the lady stammered, a gleeful smile slowly spreading across her face. "Please follow me." In no time at all, his card was swiped, the payment processed, and the car key handed over. Everything went remarkably smoothly. As the BMW 760 rolled out of the showroom, everyone in the Audi showroom watched in disbelief. Charlie drove the BMW to the Audi showroom entrance, popped open the trunk, folded up his scooter, and stowed it away before casually driving off. The sales executive who had mocked Charlie stared in shock. Arthur shot him a cold glare and ordered, "Head to HR immediately, you're fired. Manager, get lost." The other Audi sales executives were left speechless. Who could have predicted that the man who arrived on a scooter would so boldly purchase a $2.6 million car without a second thought? The fired sales executive cursed himself in regret. Not only had he lost a wealthy customer and a lucrative commission, but he had also lost his job. If only he could go back and change his actions, he would never look down on anyone again. Meanwhile, as Charlie drove the BMW 760, he couldn't help but slap his forehead in frustration over his impulsive decision. It wasn't the money that bothered him, but the car's hefty price tag. It far exceeded his original budget. How would he explain this to Claire? Could he really say that $2.6 million just fell into his lap? That would sound utterly ridiculous, wouldn't it? Charlie had a lightbulb moment about what to do next. He headed over to a local car repair shop, where he spent $20 to swap out the BMW 760 logo for a 520. While the main distinctions between these models lay in their engines and interior designs, the outside of a BMW 5 Series closely resembled the 7 Series, making it tricky to tell them apart unless you looked closely at the rear badge. The 520 was the most basic model in the 5 Series, featuring an average engine and standard technology. It was an all-around average car. In contrast, the 760 was the top-tier model in the 7 Series, equipped with a powerful engine and exceptional handling. It was a beast on the road. Charlie couldn't help but grin as he drove the 760, now sporting the 520 badge. Claire, who didn't know much about cars and had little interest in them, would undoubtedly believe him if he claimed this was a BMW 520. The workshop owner watched with a smirk as the BMW rolled out of his shop. He was surprised at the young man's cheekiness, especially considering his seemingly innocent demeanor. It was clear that Charlie had a clever scheme in mind by switching the 760 logo to a 520. After finishing his car shopping, Charlie remembered his next task: finding a gift for the grand opening of Douglas's restaurant that was happening at noon. Since Douglas had been the only classmate who treated him kindly during college, Charlie wanted to give him something special. He drove to a large consignment shop where he spent $200,000 on an early painting by Rachel Royce, a renowned artist from the Dutch Golden Age. Although Rachel Royce's reputation has faded in contemporary art circles, Charlie knew that this painting would be a meaningful gift. He chose an older piece for two reasons. He wanted to present Douglas with something significant and valuable, but he also wanted to keep others from knowing its true worth. If anyone inquired about it, he planned to downplay the cost, saying it was merely a few $1,000s. As the clock approached noon, Charlie called Claire to let her know he would pick her and Lorraine up from the Emgrand Group headquarters. When Claire saw him pull up in a BMW 5 Series, her jaw dropped in astonishment. She stared at him, wide-eyed, and exclaimed, "Where did this car come from?" With a warm smile, Charlie replied, "I bought it for you." "You bought it?" Claire asked, even more shocked. "How did you afford it?" "Private savings, of course," Charlie shrugged casually. "I didn't spend a dime during our marriage, and for all these years, you and your family have covered my expenses. So, what's wrong with saving a little pocket money?" "But it's your savings. You should treat yourself. Why spend it on such an expensive car? It must have cost around $400,000. Charlie chuckled. "You're my wife. What's wrong with using my savings for you? Would you prefer I spend it on someone else? Plus, now that you're a director, it's important for you to have a car. People might tease you otherwise." Lorraine chimed in, "Claire, you definitely need a car for your daily commute. This one is perfect for you. Charlie loves you so much, you should be thrilled." Claire nodded, feeling grateful. "Thank you, Charlie." Charlie gently took her hand and said, "You're welcome, my dear." Then he encouraged them, "Let's head to Douglas's restaurant now." Claire suddenly remembered something and asked, "Did you get him a gift?" "I did," Charlie confirmed. "I bought him a painting." "A painting?" Claire inquired with curiosity. "What kind of painting?" "It's an ancient piece I found on Antique Street. It features a pomegranate, which symbolizes righteousness. I thought it looked nice, so I decided to get it." "How much did you pay for it?" Claire asked. "Several $1,000s, he replied. Claire laughed, "You might have been scammed. Authentic paintings don't come at that price." Charlie smiled nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter, what counts is the sentiment behind the gift." Claire nodded in agreement. "You're right, it's the thought that counts. Let's go." Douglas's restaurant was situated in a newly redeveloped area of Orris Hill, quite far from the city and surrounded by a sparse population. This raised Charlie's curiosity about Douglas's decision to open a restaurant in such a location. Claire explained to him that several large manufacturing companies, including multinational giants like Foxconn, were planning to establish their operations in the redevelopment zone. This influx would inevitably lead to the area's growth and prosperity. In light of this information, it seemed that Douglas had made a smart and strategic choice by opening his restaurant now. Named The Charm, Douglas's restaurant occupied a prominent corner on a wide, newly paved street. The two-story building had an inviting exterior, and its name hinted at an artistic flair. As Charlie pulled up to the restaurant, he noticed a line of cars parked near the entrance and a group of people gathered in front of a golden BMW, chatting and smoking. To his surprise, Charlie recognized them as some of his college classmates, though he had never been particularly close to them. One member of the group stood out in Charlie's memory, Clinton Tucker, a well-known wealthy student back in college who had harbored feelings for Claire, which she had never returned. At that moment, Clinton leaned casually against his golden BMW, basking in the admiration of his friends. "Clinton, you're such a champ. It's been how long since we graduated? And look at you, already driving a BMW. Is that the 540? The top-of-the-line model?" one of them exclaimed. Clinton chuckled arrogantly, replying, "Haha, this 540? It's just, what, $700,000 or $800,000? I use it for my daily commute, it's really no big deal." "Wow! A 540? That's the priciest option in the 5 Series, another friend chimed in. "I can't even manage the down payment on a BMW 1 Series." Clinton, you're incredible. Your ride must be a powerhouse, right? Someone asked eagerly. With a smug expression, Clinton said, it's just nice. The acceleration is pretty strong, and I haven't seen a car on the street that can keep up with mine. That's so cool. I wish I could afford a BMW. My girlfriend is always critical, saying I can't even get a decent car. It's frustrating. Suddenly, someone spotted another BMW approaching and gasped. Wow, is that another BMW? Could it be one of our classmates? Oh my God. Is that Charlie the loser? Wait, I think the girl in the passenger seat is Claire. What the heck, the loser drives a BMW. It must belong to Claire, not him. What a joke. Clinton's expression darkened as he noticed Charlie in the car. Ugh, it's that bastard. He's so lucky. Meanwhile, someone in the group asked, what series is he driving? Charlie maneuvered the car closer and then reversed into a parking spot. Upon seeing the 520 badge on the back, Clinton smirked derisively. The 520, the lowest model of the 5 series. Only a pretentious loser like him would drive that. One of Clinton's friends nodded in agreement. Clinton, your car is the premium model of the 5 series, while his is the most basic. Yours must be way better. Clinton scoffed, I could buy 2 of his cars for the price of mine. You're the best, Clinton, his friends cheered. Meanwhile, Charlie had parked the car, and Claire and Laureen stepped out, making their way toward the restaurant first. The guys blinked in astonishment and rushed to greet them, exclaiming, wow, look at our 2 beauties. Claire and Laureen welcomed everyone with warm smiles. Meanwhile, Clinton clenched his teeth in frustration as he watched Claire, who seemed to grow even more radiant and beautiful over the years. Back in college, he had earnestly tried to win her affection, but she had brushed him off completely. To his dismay, she ended up marrying a lazy bum who lived off her hard work. Why on earth did that happen? It felt as if fate had turned a blind eye. With a scowl, he narrowed his eyes and sneered, hey Charlie, it looks like you're living the good life after marrying Claire. Driving a BMW now, huh? Did Claire buy it for you? You're the perfect example of a trophy husband. Claire was visibly irritated by his jibe, while Laureen quickly interjected, Clinton, you've got it all wrong. It's not Claire who bought the car, Charlie got it himself. Wow! Clinton retorted, smirking. Impressive. You can actually afford a BMW 5 Series now. Then, with a challenging tone, he added, since the streets are so quiet and straight, how about we race to see who's got the faster ride? Charlie frowned, feeling annoyed at Clinton's obvious provocation. Why can't you just leave me alone? I want nothing to do with you, Charlie thought to himself. Besides, my car is way faster than yours. This is a BMW 760, the top model. If I accept your challenge, I'll just look like a bully. Clinton misinterpreted Charlie's silence as fear and smirked. Come on, Charlie, still a coward like in college? It won't use much gas. I'll even cover your fuel costs later. Laureen was fed up and exclaimed, Clinton, give it a rest. Your car is a 540, and Charlie's is a 520. Even I can see there's a massive difference in engine power. Do you really think your street race idea is fair? Clinton shrugged nonchalantly. Well, it really depends on the driver's skills. A good car doesn't guarantee speed, it's all about the driver's abilities and bravery. I wonder if Charlie has the guts to take on the challenge. But I wouldn't be surprised if he backs out, he's always been the underdog. His friends quickly chimed in, yeah, Clinton's right. Just admit it if you're scared, there's no shame in that. Charlie, however, remained unfazed. With a smile, he replied, I'm up for a race, but what's the fun in just talking about the bet? Let's think of a more interesting punishment for the loser. All right. Clinton felt a wave of relief wash over him, worried that Charlie might not take the bait. When Charlie suggested a punishment, he excitedly jumped in, thinking Charlie was digging his own grave. Let's bet that the loser has to kneel and apologize to the winner. What do you say? Charlie shook his head. Nope, that's too childish. We're adults, so let's come up with something more mature. Just then, Douglas emerged from the restaurant, dressed sharply in a suit and carrying a large stack of fireworks. Spotting Charlie, he walked over with enthusiasm. Hey Charlie! Great to see you. Charlie greeted him with a warm smile, saying, Douglas, congratulations on the opening of your new restaurant. Thanks, buddy. Douglas replied cheerfully. Clinton, not ready to drop the subject, interrupted coldly, Charlie, don't change the topic. What are you really thinking? Curious, Douglas asked, what's happening here? What are you guys up to? Charlie glanced at the fireworks Douglas was holding and inquired, Doug, how long are those firecrackers? 3 meters. Douglas chuckled. They weren't cheap, I spent over $600 on them. Charlie nodded thoughtfully before turning to Clinton and suggesting, I've got an idea. Let's go ahead with the race, and whoever loses will have to put the fireworks in their car and light them up. What do you think? Clinton could barely contain his excitement when he heard the terms of their wager. He was driving the powerful 540 model, while Charlie was in the less impressive 520. There was no way the loser could come out on top, no matter how hard he tried. Clinton was taken aback by Charlie's boldness in making such a daring bet. With the fireworks planned for the loser, Charlie's car would be utterly destroyed, the interior, seats, and dashboard would be obliterated in an instant. Charlie was digging his own grave, and Clinton felt it was time to give him an extra shove. Without a moment's hesitation, Clinton proclaimed, Hey everyone, you'll be our witnesses. We're going to race to see whose car is faster. The loser will have to place fireworks inside his car and light them. He then added with a fierce tone, anyone who dares to break this bet will face severe consequences. The onlookers along the roadside erupted into cheers. Classmates who were inside the nearby restaurant rushed out, drawn by the commotion, and soon a crowd of 20 to 30 people gathered, eager to watch the race unfold. Many in the crowd couldn't believe Charlie's audacity. How could he challenge Clinton's 540 with his 520? This was a straight race, where skill wouldn't matter, it was all about the power and performance of the cars. Even if a racing legend like Schumacher were driving the 520, there was no way he could outpace the 540. Unfortunately for Charlie, his brand new BMW 520 was about to face a devastating fate. Claire tried to intervene, Charlie, he's just trying to provoke you. Don't let him get to you, we shouldn't race. With a reassuring smile, Charlie replied, Don't worry, my dear, your husband is destined to win. Clinton burst into laughter. Wow, Charlie, I admire your confidence. Let's cut the chatter and get this race started. Alright, Charlie agreed. What's our starting plan? Clinton pointed to the intersection at the end of the road and said smugly, We'll start together and race to the end of the road, then turn around. The first one to cross the line wins. Sound good? Charlie smiled, exuding confidence. No problem. Fantastic. Clinton shouted with enthusiasm, Everyone, be our witnesses. Let the race begin. He climbed into his BMW 540 and positioned it on the road. Despite Claire's concerns, Charlie hopped into his car, aligning it next to Clinton's. One enthusiastic guy stepped forward, grinning, I'll do the countdown. Let's do it. Clinton shouted, We're ready whenever you are. Charlie nodded and switched his BMW 760 into sport mode. The 760 boasted a 6.6-liter engine with a powerful 585 horsepower. In contrast, the 540 had a mere 3.0-liter engine with only 340 horsepower. When compared, the displacement of the 540 was half that of the 760, and there was a staggering 245 horsepower difference between the two. They were worlds apart in performance. However, Clinton remained blissfully unaware that Charlie's 520 was actually a top-spec 760. The naive and overconfident Clinton believed he was assured of victory. With excitement, the countdown began, ready. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the countdown finished, Clinton slammed down on the accelerator. He was convinced Charlie was destined to lose, and he aimed to humiliate him even further by creating a significant lead. But to his shock, a black blur shot past him on his right side, leaving him in its dust in the blink of an eye. It was Charlie's BMW 520. Clinton could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be happening? It was impossible. Charlie's BMW 520 was equipped with just 184 horsepower, while Clinton's BMW 540 boasted a robust 340 horsepower. Logic suggested that Clinton's car should be significantly faster and more powerful than Charlie's. So how was it possible for Charlie to overtake him so effortlessly? The spectators were equally baffled. None of them expected Charlie, who many had assumed would be defeated, to zoom past Clinton like an arrow shot from a bow. In a matter of seconds, Charlie's car surged ahead, leaving Clinton far behind. By the time Clinton reached the halfway point, Charlie had already turned around at the intersection at the end of the road. When Clinton finally reached that same intersection, he was stunned to see Charlie back at the starting line. Charlie had emerged victorious. And it was a resounding triumph. As Clinton turned around, he caught sight of Charlie celebrating at the finish line with Claire, and he nearly fainted. What on earth was happening? How could the BMW 520 outperform the 540 so dramatically? No way. That guy must have modified his car. How dare he use a modified vehicle to outsmart him? Unbelievable. As he parked his car and stormed out, seething with anger, he confronted Charlie. You modified your car, didn't you? That's why it's so powerful. You cheated me. This race is null and void. Charlie smirked and replied, Come on, Clinton. Didn't you say that skill and courage outweigh the car's specifications? Now that you've lost, are you going to go back on your own words? No, I'm not. Panic flickered in Clinton's eyes as he scrambled for an excuse. You cheated, it's unfair. Lorene shot him a disdainful look and chimed in, Clinton, you're going back on your promise, you pathetic loser. Remember what you said? Whoever breaks the bet will face dire consequences. Exactly, murmured the crowd, who had been anticipating Charlie's defeat but were now irritated by Clinton's blatant disregard for his own words. They recognized him as a sore loser unwilling to honor a bet he had instigated. Someone shouted, Clinton, you're such a coward. Everyone here witnessed you challenge Charlie to this race. You even claimed that engine power didn't matter and made that outrageous bet about consequences. Now you want to renege? Are you saying you won't honor your bet even if your family's life is at stake? Yeah, a girl added, we always thought you were brave and responsible, but now we see you're just a coward who can't keep his word. Another voice piped up, now it's clear what kind of person you are. Just a double-standard loser. If Charlie had lost, you wouldn't have let him off the hook. But now that you've lost, you're making excuses. Pathetic. Clinton's face turned a mix of green and red, his anger boiling. He had just bought that car for over $700,000 less than a month ago. The thought of igniting the fireworks inside it was unbearable. This car was his prized possession. Normally, he wouldn't tolerate even the slightest scratch or speck of dust on it. Why would he willingly destroy it? But the disdain from his friends was palpable. If he continued this charade, they would distance themselves from him and spread rumors about his dishonorable actions and broken promises. His mind raced with the potential fallout. If he didn't set off the fireworks, he would be ridiculed. Suddenly, Charlie broke the tension. Clinton, we're all friends here. Some jokes aren't meant to be taken seriously. Since your car is so valuable, why don't we just forget about it? Clinton felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the crowd began to murmur, wow, Charlie is such a gentleman. Clinton is the real jerk here. Absolutely. Charlie is being gracious while Clinton is just a poor loser. These comments ignited a fire within Clinton. Who says I'm a sore loser? Where are the fireworks? I'll honor my bet right here for everyone to see, he declared defiantly. Charlie couldn't help but smile slyly. At that moment, Clinton was completely losing his composure. He was determined not to let Charlie, whom he deemed a loser, humiliate him in front of his friends. With his lips pressed tightly together, he snatched the fireworks from Douglas and tossed them into his car. Then, picking up a lighter and igniting the end of the firework, he yelled, "Hey everyone! I'm not a sore loser. I don't need Charlie's pity." With that, he sparked the lighter and set off the fireworks. In a flash, the fireworks erupted, cracking loudly inside the car. Initially, flames flickered within the vehicle, but before long, thick white smoke filled the air. While Clinton felt his heart sink with despair due to the chaos inside his car, the spectators around him were filled with excitement and thrill. Many pulled out their phones to capture the bizarre spectacle, eager to share the footage online with others. The 3-meter fireworks continued to explode and pop, quickly wreaking havoc on the plush seats of the BMW 540. The seats, packed with flammable sponges, soon caught fire, fueled by the fireworks' ignition. No one anticipated that the fireworks would ignite the car, and the dense smoke made it impossible to tell the extent of the damage. However, as the fireworks began to fizzle out and the smoke started to clear, a sudden spark ignited the entire interior. A piercing scream echoed down the street as Clinton shouted in panic, "Oh no! F***CK! The fire! Help!" He had initially believed that the fireworks would merely scorch the seats and interior, thinking he could easily pay tens or even hundreds of thousands to fix the car. He never could have imagined that the fireworks would lead to an explosion and engulf his car in flames. Desperate, he called for firefighters while watching helplessly as the fire consumed his beloved vehicle. When the fire truck finally arrived, all that remained was the charred frame of the BMW 540, barely recognizable as the luxury car it once was. Clinton sank to the ground, heartbroken, staring at the wreckage of his prized BMW, now reduced to ashes. If only he had known this would be the outcome, he would have never challenged Charlie to a street race, even under duress. Not only had his reputation been tarnished, but he had also lost his cherished car. Douglas, wearing a neutral expression, found the whole situation amusing and silently gave Charlie a thumbs up. Turning to Clinton, he said, "Hey, buddy, cheer up. It's time to head inside for dinner, don't you think?" In light of everything that had happened, Clinton felt an urge to leave immediately, but the thought of letting Charlie win was unacceptable. Charlie was the reason behind the complete loss of his car, and Clinton was determined to restore his dignity. So, he stood up, took a deep breath to compose himself, and declared, "There's no reason to be upset. A bet is a bet, and I'm just following through, that's all." The friends who had been trying to console him quickly chimed in, "Clinton is so wealthy, what's a BMW to him anyway?" Exactly. For him, it's just another car for daily use. Knowing Clinton's arrogant demeanor, they decided to drop the topic and followed Douglas into the restaurant for the opening ceremony. Inside the restaurant, several banquet tables were set up in the main hall, adorned with banners celebrating the reunion and the grand opening displayed prominently on a small stage in front. As the celebration continued, many guests approached Douglas to present their gifts. Among them, Charlie walked up, holding a painting, and said, "Congratulations, buddy. This is a little something from us to celebrate your grand opening." With a bright smile, Claire added, "Douglas, congratulations. Wishing you all the best on this momentous occasion. May your business thrive for many years to come." "Thank you so much," Douglas replied, his excitement palpable. Leaning in closer to Charlie, he whispered playfully, "I can see that you and our Belle are quite close, contrary to what the rumors suggest. So, when are you planning to have a baby?" Claire's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing the whisper. Charlie quickly responded, "Cut it out. If we do end up having a baby, you'll be the first to know, and I expect a gift from you." Douglas chuckled and nodded. "Absolutely. I'll make sure to get the little one something special." At that moment, an average-looking woman, heavily made up, approached Douglas and inquired, "Douglas, who are these people?" "This is my college buddy, Charlie, and this is Claire, our class belle and also Charlie's wife," Douglas introduced them. After the introductions, Douglas added, "And this is my fiancée, Lily Lewis." "Oh? Is he the deadbeat?" Lily blurted out, then quickly realized her faux pas. Clearing her throat, she forced a smile and said, "Douglas speaks so highly of you both. You truly seem like a match made in heaven." Ignoring her earlier comment, Charlie handed the painting to Lily. "This is just a little token of our affection." Lily smiled. "Oh, you really didn't have to." However, despite her words, she eagerly accepted the large gift box. "You two go ahead with your plans, we'll entertain ourselves," Charlie said. "All right," Douglas replied apologetically. "I'm sorry, Charlie, but I need to greet some other guests as well." Once Charlie and Claire left, Lily wasted no time opening the gift box. Inside, she found a scroll and frowned in disappointment. "What is this? What did your friend give us?" Douglas replied, "Can't you see? It's a painting." "Duh!" Lily scoffed, rolling her eyes. She unrolled the scroll and sneered, "What on earth is this? Some old, rotten painting that's probably only worth a couple of $100. Douglas, now serious, said, "You can't put a price on everything. Their sincerity and goodwill are what truly matter. Enough with your preachy attitude. I warn you, stay away from friends like them. They can't even afford to give us something decent." Lily retorted, her irritation evident. Douglas's expression darkened as he replied, "Lily, are you really that much of a snob?" Lily shot back indignantly, "Douglas Adams, how could you say that? If I were a snob, why would I be with you, a pauper? Don't forget, my dad invested most of the money in this restaurant." Douglas blinked, caught off guard and somewhat embarrassed by her outburst. At that moment, Clinton approached them, looking much more confident after recovering from the earlier incident with his car. A smug expression returned to his face. He handed Douglas a thick envelope, saying flatly, "Doug, I wasn't sure what to give you for the grand opening, so here's some financial assistance." Lily graciously thanked him as she accepted the envelope. Squeezing it, she estimated it contained at least $8,000 or $10,000 in cash, and a coy smile spread across her face. "Thank you so much." Clinton waved dismissively and inquired, "I noticed Charlie gave you something earlier, what was it?" Lily scoffed, "Oh, just a painting, probably something from a junkyard sale or flea market, worth maybe a couple of $100. Clinton smirked in response, "Once a loser, always a loser." Charlie, Claire, and Laureen were seated together at a table, enjoying each other's company when Clinton arrived and took a seat next to Laureen. With an enthusiastic grin, he asked Laureen, "Hey, Laureen, I heard you recently started working for Grand Group in Oris Hill. Is that true?" Laureen confirmed with a nod, "Yes, I just started." Clinton's smile grew even wider. "What a coincidence. My dad is the deputy general manager of a department at Grand. I can ask him to look out for you at work." The table erupted in surprise, with several voices exclaiming, "Wow, Clinton, your dad is the deputy general manager of Grand Group." "Yep." Clinton replied proudly. "He got promoted last year." Someone chimed in with admiration, "A deputy general manager must earn several $1,000,000 a year, right? That's incredible. No wonder your family is so wealthy." Clinton chuckled and added, "That's just his salary. He has significant authority and various side incomes. You've all heard about Grand Group's luxurious hotel project, right? Once that wraps up, my dad could make between 10 to 20 million. A guy sitting across from him quickly interjected, "Clinton, I really want to join Grand Group, but I haven't heard back after applying several times. Could you please speak to your dad about possibly giving me an internal recommendation?" Clinton casually nodded, "Sure. Send me your resume, and I'll have a word with him." Charlie couldn't help but frown. He was surprised to learn about Clinton's father's high position at Grand Group. This was becoming more intriguing. He planned to send Doris a message later about firing Clinton's father. Charlie then asked, "Clinton, given your father's position, why doesn't he help you get in?" Clinton sneered, "What do you know, loser? If I joined Grand Group, people would constantly be watching me because of my dad. That would be no fun." He then leaned back with a smug expression, "So, I never considered joining. I run a company that supplies building materials, and I can secure deals with Grand through my dad." "Wow," someone exclaimed. "You must be making a fortune then." Clinton scoffed, "Nah, it's nothing major, maybe a few million a year." Turning to Charlie, he asked in a condescending tone, "So, Charlie, what do you do for a living? Don't tell me you've been just doing housework since you married Claire." The table burst into laughter at his comment. Charlie shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, in addition to laundry and cooking, I also drive my wife to work and give her massages every day. It's quite enjoyable." Clinton felt a surge of anger. How could this shameless guy be so casual and proud about it? He gritted his teeth and shot back, "I didn't realize you were such a happy freeloader, Charlie." "So what?" Charlie replied confidently. "I haven't stolen or robbed anyone. I contribute by doing household chores, why shouldn't I be happy about it?" A sudden hush fell over the table as everyone was taken aback. They had never encountered such a bold person before. The irony was that they were envious of him. After all, Claire was stunning and elegant, a dream for many to be able to rely on such a goddess-like woman. Jealousy and resentment filled the air. Why should being a stay-at-home husband be frowned upon if it meant being with someone as beautiful as Claire? It could even be seen as a success. Clinton nearly choked on his drink at Charlie's response. Just then, Lily, Douglas's fiancée, took the stage, expressing her gratitude with a warm smile. "I'm thrilled to see all of you here to celebrate our grand opening today, and I appreciate the thoughtful gifts you've brought. Both Douglas and I are truly touched and grateful. To show our appreciation, we're excited to announce the details of the gifts." It was customary to share the pricing information of the gifts during such an opening ceremony. Douglas never intended to go along with it, but Lily's overpowering personality left him with little choice but to acquiesce to her antics. The guests, however, were far from shocked. As Lily revealed the value of each gift, they quickly assessed how their former classmates were faring since graduation. After all, comparison and envy are ingrained in human nature. With that, Lily kicked off the announcements. "Thank you, Jack Brown, for your generous $1,000. Thank you, Bella Walsh, for the pair of gold ingots. Thank you, Ola Rivers, for the lovely vase. Thank you, Clinton Tucker, for your astounding $10,000. The initial gifts, whether cash or tangible items, were mostly valued around $1,000. But when it came to Clinton's turn, his hefty $10,000 donation sent a ripple of astonishment through the restaurant. $10,000 was no small sum for an opening ceremony. Many attendees gazed at Clinton in awe, praising his generosity. A smug expression settled on Clinton's face, as he basked in the admiration of his old classmates. Then Lily continued, "Thank you, Charlie and Claire, for the old painting." Sinister laughter erupted across the main hall in response to her announcement. Old painting? Was it even worth $100? Those two seemed rather stingy, didn't they? Douglas had organized a lavish banquet for both the opening ceremony and class reunion, costing hundreds per person. How could they show up with just an old painting? Such shamelessness was astonishing. Clinton couldn't help but sneer. "Charlie, you can afford a BMW 520 and its modifications, yet you bring such a shabby gift on your old friend's big day?" Charlie offered a faint smile. "You don't even know the painting's history. How can you call it shabby? Don't think I'm oblivious. You've probably bought something fake and shoddy to pass off as valuable so we can't figure out its true worth." He continued, "So, how much did that old painting actually cost you? $100? Or $80? Charlie maintained his calm demeanor. "The painting is worth more than all the gifts combined today." "Ha ha ha." Clinton laughed mockingly. "Did you rehearse that bragging line before coming here? I donated $10,000, and with around 20 classmates present, if they each gave Douglas $1,000, that would total over $20,000. Are you seriously claiming that the painting is worth more than $30,000? It's worth even more than that." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, uproarious laughter filled the restaurant. Everyone thought Charlie was being ridiculous and pretentious. How dare he flaunt the value of that painting, especially in front of everyone? An old painting worth tens of thousands? Was he trying to pull a fast one on them? Lily, standing on the stage, was both annoyed and intrigued by Charlie's bold claim. She asked, "Mr. Charlie, who is the artist behind this supposedly valuable painting?" Charlie replied in a monotone, "A painter from the Dutch Golden Age, not particularly well known." Lily chuckled, "What a coincidence. My father is a well-respected cultural relic appraiser named Lawson Lewis, who is quite knowledgeable about antiques. I'm sure you've heard of him." Lorraine gasped in surprise, "Lawson Lewis? The Lawson Lewis, the antique expert? I saw him on TV. He's your father?" Lily beamed, "Yes, he is my father. He's upstairs right now. Why don't I invite him down to appraise this ancient painting that Charlie has gifted us?" Clinton stood up and exclaimed, "Yes, please. Lily, bring your father down and let him evaluate the painting. If it truly is worth more than all the gifts combined today, Clinton Tucker, we'll eat this table right here." When news spread that Lily's father was a cultural relic appraiser, everyone turned their eyes on Charlie with a mix of disdain and sympathy. They were all thinking the same thing: Charlie was incredibly unfortunate. His moment of pride was abruptly shattered by the presence of an expert. It felt like a slap to his face. It would be utterly humiliating if Lawson Lewis, Lily's father, came downstairs. Claire blushed, feeling shy. She leaned in closer to Charlie and whispered, "So many people are watching you. You really should reconsider, it would be so embarrassing otherwise." Earlier, Charlie had mentioned the painting he purchased, downplaying its cost. Now, however, he was claiming it was worth a fortune. This sudden shift made Claire feel doubtful and suspicious, thinking that Charlie might have exaggerated for the sake of his image. In contrast, Charlie remained unfazed and replied, "If you don't believe me, let the expert do his job." He then added, "Oh, and everyone, remember what Clinton said, okay? He's so stubborn that he wants to challenge me again, and this time, he'll eat the table." Clinton clenched his teeth in frustration as the memory of his burned car flashed in his mind. He growled, "Charlie, you arrogant jerk. The racing incident was a setup, and I paid the price for it. I'll take the same bet this time. If your painting is truly worth that much, I'll eat this table right here. But if it's just worthless junk, will you eat it?" Charlie nodded casually. "Sure, if it's worthless, I'll eat it." Although the painting wasn't a renowned masterpiece, it was indeed from the Dutch Golden Age painter Rachel Royce. The antique store where he bought it was well known nationwide and offered genuine guarantees, so he was confident in its authenticity. Claire wanted to intervene, but Charlie had already agreed to the bet before she could say anything, leaving her to sigh in resignation. Lorraine, on the other hand, felt a strange sense of curiosity. Why was Charlie so self-assured? As she thought back to the recent events surrounding him, she realized that he was quite the enigma. She still felt shocked recalling how Don Albert, the infamous figure, had bowed to Charlie like a subordinate. Why had that happened? She couldn't figure it out. One thing was clear to her: it had to be linked to his true identity. Seizing the moment, Clinton exclaimed, "All right, everyone be our witnesses. Let's bring Lily's father down and ask him to appraise the painting." With everyone's attention on Lily, she quickly pulled out her phone and called, "Dad, can you come downstairs for a moment? Douglas's friend gave us a painting, and we'd like you to appraise it." Just a minute later, an elderly man made his way down the stairs from the second floor. He was Lawson Lewis, the esteemed cultural relic appraiser of Orris Hill. Today marked the opening ceremony of his daughter and future son-in-law's restaurant, and he had invited an old friend for a small gathering in a private room upstairs. Upon hearing about an ancient painting that needed appraisal, he quickly came down, driven by his professional instincts. He stepped onto the stage with purpose, and Lily handed him the gift box containing the painting. "Dad, could you appraise this painting? Someone claims it's worth tens of thousands of dollars." As she spoke, she shot a disdainful look at Charlie. Who would expect a down-and-out loser, who relied on his wife, to afford such an expensive painting? It had to be a fake. Truthfully, the rest of the attendees shared the same sentiment. No one believed that Charlie could actually buy such an expensive painting as a gift. Amidst the curious gazes, Lawson took the gift box, carefully unwrapped the scroll, and opened it. The old painting appeared a bit yellowed and lacked any extravagant flair. Many, eager to judge appearances, quickly piped up, "Duh, it doesn't look that valuable." "Yeah. I bet it's only worth $50. I think the box is worth more than the painting." Lawson examined the painting carefully for a few minutes before looking up with a smile. "Did you say this painting was a gift from Douglas's friend?" "Absolutely," Lily replied. "They've been friends since their college days." As she spoke, her thoughts turned dark. "Charlie, you and Douglas are such good pals, yet you had the audacity to gift him a worthless piece of trash. Just wait until my dad reveals the truth and exposes you for the fraud you are." To everyone's surprise, Lawson chimed in with a grateful sigh. "Indeed, it appears he is a true friend. Why else would someone give such a valuable gift?" The room fell silent in disbelief. What did he mean by valuable? Was he actually claiming that the yellowish drawing was worth something? Frustrated, Clinton cursed silently. "Damn it. I could head over to Antique Street, buy a cheap imitation, and ruin it to make it look old and yellowish. It would still look more authentic than that piece of junk." Lawson cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "This is an original work by Rachel Royce, a renowned painter from the Dutch Golden Age. Although she may not be widely recognized today, she was one of the most exceptional artists of her time and the first female member of the Confrérie Pictura." He glanced back at the painting and added, "I estimate its market value to be around $200,000. "What? $200,000? Lily gasped, her eyes widening in shock. The artwork she thought was worth less than $100 was actually so valuable. Douglas was equally astonished. He turned to Charlie and stuttered, "Hey, Charlie, why would you give me something so pricey? I can't accept this, it's too much." With a smile, Charlie replied, "Doug, consider it my way of showing affection. Let's not focus on the price." Douglas felt deeply touched and grateful, never expecting his college buddy to be so generous. Meanwhile, Clinton's face lost all color. What was happening? That awful drawing was supposedly worth $200,000. This was outrageous. The others in the room were just as shocked. No one dared to underestimate Charlie any longer. After all, he was the kind of person who would gift a painting valued at $200,000. Everyone envied Douglas for receiving such an extravagant gift during the opening of his restaurant. He had truly struck gold. In the meantime, Lily was also taken aback. Her opinion of Charlie shifted in an instant. She knew her father's appraisal skills well. If her father claimed the painting was worth $200,000, it had to be accurate. She couldn't help but gaze at Charlie in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration for his generosity. Claire, looking puzzled, asked, "Charlie, how much did you actually pay for that painting?" Charlie smiled and replied softly, "To be honest, it didn't cost me much. An acquaintance sold it to me at a low price after acquiring it from a collector." Claire pursed her lips, skeptical. Really? He was willing to sell a $200,000 painting for just a few thousand? That sounds too good to be true. Not everyone prioritizes money the same way. I'm one of those people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given such a meaningful gift to Douglas, Charlie explained. Claire nodded slightly, realizing he was right. He wouldn't have given such a thoughtful present if he valued money over friendship. Perhaps her seemingly aimless husband was more charming than she had thought. At that moment, Charlie stood up and looked at the flustered Clinton with a playful smile. "So, Mr. Clinton, how would you prefer the table to be set? Would you like to gnaw on it directly, or should I chop it into pieces for you?" In that moment, Clinton felt as if he could simply vanish. What a mess! What on earth was happening? Could he not catch a single break? How had he ended up being humiliated time and again by Charlie, the so-called loser? He had never imagined that the painting would actually be real and valued at a whopping $200,000. He had already made a promise, what could he do now? Did he really have to go through with eating the table? That was completely out of the question. Sure, he could buy a new car after his old one was destroyed in the fire, but how on earth could he eat a table? He would genuinely perish if he had to do that. The crowd jeered, "Hey, Clinton, remember you promised to eat the table if you lost. Are you really going to break your word again? Exactly. Everyone is eagerly anticipating your circus act. Someone slammed the table loudly. Come on, let's see your performance. Clinton's face flushed a mix of red and green. He mumbled, we're friends here, do you really have to kick me when I'm already down? Do we? Charlie laughed. You started this, and they're just pushing you to keep your promise. Why so bitter? Clinton lowered his gaze. He realized there was no escaping this predicament, so he swallowed his pride and said meekly, I apologize. I was impulsive and upset. Charlie, I'm sorry for underestimating you. Guys, I'm sorry, I hope you can forgive me. The crowd was taken aback by Clinton's unexpected humility. Was this really the arrogant Clinton Tucker? They couldn't remember a time when he was so submissive. But Clinton felt he had no choice. What other options did he have? If he didn't back down, he'd have to eat the table, which was absolutely out of the question. If he shamelessly broke his promise, the crowd would find countless ways to humiliate him even further. Thus, adopting a humble and meek attitude seemed to be his only escape from this ridiculous wager. Sure enough, as soon as he offered his apology, someone chimed in, wow, it's rare to see Clinton Tucker apologize. Plus, you can't really force him to eat the table, can you? Let's just let it go. Yes, let's forget about the table. We're all still waiting for lunch. Let's get on with it. Charlie recognized that it was impossible for Clinton to actually eat the table, but he felt that Clinton deserved some consequences for his arrogance. His aim had been accomplished with Clinton's apology. However, Charlie knew that this was just a small lesson, he wouldn't let Clinton off so easily. Something much worse was in store for him. So, Charlie declared, since Clinton has apologized, I'll let the table-eating bet go. Today is Douglas's restaurant opening, so let's not steal his thunder. Clinton let out a sigh of relief, but inside, his blood was boiling, and he envisioned getting back at Charlie. Charlie wasn't planning to let Clinton off the hook either. He sent a message to Doris, is there a deputy general manager with the last name Tucker? His son is Clinton Tucker. Can you look into this for me? Before long, Doris replied, yes, Joseph Tucker. What's up, Chairman? Any directives? Terminate him immediately. On it. Clinton was completely unaware that his father was being dismissed from Grand Group and was currently in the process of being terminated. He felt a wave of relief after escaping the bet, but secretly, he was plotting his revenge on Charlie. Most importantly, he needed to find a way to mend his reputation among his former college friends. After being humiliated by Charlie not once, but twice, how could he ever flaunt his success in front of them again? As he contemplated ways to regain his dignity, a sudden uproar erupted at the restaurant's main entrance. The commotion drew the attention of everyone inside, who turned to see what was happening. A gang of young men, each sporting ominous expressions and tattoos covering their arms and bodies, stormed into the restaurant. They wielded baseball bats and galvanized pipes, making it clear they were not there for a meal. The sight horrified everyone, particularly Douglas and Lily, whose faces were etched with fear. The leader of the group, a man with a prominent scar across his face, stepped forward. He surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Douglas with a sinister grin. Boss, why didn't you come over to greet us before the opening ceremony? Are we invisible to you? Lily's face went pale as she managed a forced smile. What do you want from us? Before the opening, Lily had heard whispers of protection racketeers operating in the area. The previous owner of the restaurant had been harassed by these thugs to the point of bankruptcy, leading him to sell the establishment. Despite this, Lily had decided to rent the place at a bargain, believing that these criminals wouldn't dare to be brazen enough to demand money in broad daylight. However, she never imagined that the gangsters would show up at their opening event. With a chilling grin, Scarface declared, if you want to run a business here, you'll need to get on good terms with our boss, Bill the Bear. We don't ask for much, just 20% of your profits, and you'll have our protection for good. Just give us a call if you ever need help. Then, with a cold tone, Scarface added, but if you refuse, I'm afraid we'll ensure your restaurant is out of business starting today." Douglas and Lily exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing at the mention of the exorbitant fee. A 20% cut. It felt like outright robbery in broad daylight. "You have a minute to decide," Scarface said ominously. That's when Clinton spotted an opportunity to play the hero. He jumped up, declaring, "Who is your boss?" Scarface's grin turned menacing. "And who might you be? Why would I tell you that?" Clinton shot back, "I'll have you know my father has connections with both the legal authorities and the underworld in Oris Hill. I'll call the developer's boss right now." Scarface's demeanor shifted slightly, eyeing him with caution. "You know him?" "Of course." Clinton boasted, "You'd better leave if you don't want trouble." Scarface frowned, his agitation evident. "Well, if you can get me someone to talk to, I might just let this slide. But if you can't, you're going to regret it." Lily shot a nervous glance at Clinton and pleaded, "Please, make the call." Clinton offered a faint smile. "Don't worry, I'll call him right now." Clinton's father had some projects in the redevelopment zone, which meant Clinton often interacted with the developer's head. That was why he felt confident. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and spoke with an air of arrogance. "Mr. Lee, why are there protection racketeers in the redevelopment zone? They've even come to my friend's restaurant." On the other end, Mr. Lee's voice trembled as he replied, "Oh, Clinton, what's going on? A friend of mine just opened a restaurant, and some gangsters barged in to demand a protection fee. Can you do something about it?" After a brief silence, Mr. Lee finally said, "I'm sorry, Clinton, but that's not within my purview. I'm in a meeting right now, bye." Before Clinton could respond, the call ended abruptly. Clinton was left in shock. What just happened? Mr. Lee had previously sought to curry favor with his father for more investment from Emgrand Group, so why was he so quick to dismiss him now? Unbeknownst to Clinton, word had spread through the business community in Oris Hill that his father had been fired from Emgrand Group. Clinton was taken aback by Mr. Lee's sudden reaction, feeling a mix of confusion and irritation. His friends were still watching him closely, so he clenched his teeth and sought out another contact. This time, he reached out to the director of the district police branch, recalling that this individual had a good rapport with his father. As soon as the call connected, he launched into the conversation. "Hi, Mr. Kent, this is Clinton Tucker. I'm facing some issues in the redevelopment zone." He went on to explain the situation once again. On the other end, the man cleared his throat uncomfortably, responding, "Clinton, he's Bill's guy, and Bill is Don Albert's associate. I think it's best if you steer clear of this." Confused, Clinton pressed, "Aren't you going to do anything about it?" "You know Don Albert's influence in this city, it's beyond my reach," the man replied. Feeling flustered, Clinton panicked and asked, "Can't you at least do me a favor and speak to him?" The man chuckled dryly. "I'm sorry, but my hands are tied." Growing increasingly agitated, Clinton retorted, "Mr. Kent, I remember you were hoping for that police car donation from Emgrand Group, right? Are you not interested anymore?" In response, the man huffed in frustration, dropping any pretense of politeness, and sneered, "Clinton Tucker, aren't you aware that your father has been fired from Emgrand Group?" "Fired? When did that happen?" Clinton exclaimed, shocked. "Just half an hour ago," he added before abruptly ending the call. "Think it over before you reach out to anyone else." Scarface couldn't help but smirk at Clinton's bewildered expression. "What's wrong? Can't you find anyone to help?" Clinton opened his mouth to respond, but Scarface suddenly swung his arm and slapped him hard across the face. The force of the blow sent Clinton stumbling back, crashing into tables and chairs. Gasps filled the room, and everyone turned pale with shock, yet no one dared to intervene against the intimidating Scarface. "How dare you hit me?" Clinton shouted, his face contorted with anger and resentment as he covered his cheek. "So what?" Scarface replied with a wicked giggle before kicking Clinton in the stomach, causing him to crumple to the floor. He then pounced on him, delivering a brutal beating. Clinton howled in pain, but not a single person stepped forward to help. Soon, Clinton's face was swollen and bloodied, creating a horrifying spectacle. In a state of fear, Clinton cried out, "Boss, please. I'm sorry, just stop." "Sorry?" Scarface scoffed coldly. "What value does your apology hold? After how you've treated me, how do you expect to survive in the underworld without facing consequences?" He then turned to his gang, shouting, "Damn it, go, kick his ass." The group of young thugs surged forward, raining down punches and kicks on Clinton. Some even swung a baseball bat at him, and the brutality of the scene left everyone covering their eyes in horror. While Clinton was being mercilessly beaten, Scarface approached Douglas and threatened, "Since your friend has been so cocky, I'm raising the original 20% to 40%. If you don't agree, you'll end up like him." Douglas felt a surge of panic. Agreeing to the 40% meant he would be working for them. Gathering what little courage he had left, he declared, "If you want 40%, you might as well just kill me now." Scarface frowned and responded, "All right. Your choice." He pulled out a gleaming knife from his pocket and gasps filled the air as the spectators recoiled in fear. As Scarface advanced toward Douglas, Charlie shouted, "Put the knife down." Scarface turned, exasperated, and cursed, "Who the hell wants to die this time?" As Scarface turned his head and spotted Charlie, he appeared bewildered at first. Then, in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He was utterly shocked and quickly dropped to his knees. Before anyone could gather their thoughts, Scarface tossed aside the knife, began slapping his own face, and exclaimed, "Mr. Wade, I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were here, I truly apologize." Charlie was taken aback by this unexpected reaction. "Do you know me?" he asked. Scarface nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mr. Wade. Bill is my boss. I saw you at Heaven Springs the other day." Suddenly, Charlie had an epiphany. How intriguing. This was Bill's associate, the very same man who had tormented Gerald and Harold at Heaven Springs recently. No wonder Scarface was trembling with fear. Even Don Albert had lost his composure when he encountered Charlie, so it made sense that someone like Scarface would be terrified. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Lily stood there with her mouth wide open. They were all puzzled as to why this fierce gangster, who had just beaten up Clinton, would kneel before Charlie. He seemed genuinely frightened. Claire was equally astonished. She tugged on Charlie's arm and asked, "What's happening? Do you know him?" Charlie quickly shook his head, anxious that she might misunderstand the situation. "No. I don't know him." Scarface jumped in, "No, he doesn't know me. I don't know him either. It's simply that Mr. Wade's reputation is well known, and I'm honored to meet him." The flattery was absolutely over the top. Honored to meet him? Who? Charlie? It was hard for anyone to accept this bizarre reality, it felt almost surreal. Scarface turned to Douglas in a frenzy, muttering, "Since you're Mr. Wade's friend, I'll provide you with my full protection from now on at no charge. If anything happens, I've got your back." His declaration reverberated through the restaurant like a shockwave, leaving everyone in astonished silence. Lily was so thrilled she nearly cried. The stark contrast between Clinton and Charlie was both exhilarating and amusing. Thanks to Charlie, they not only retained the 40% share but also gained free protection, all because Scarface wanted to win Charlie's favor. They could finally run their business without fear. Charlie was their hero. Douglas expressed his gratitude, taking Charlie's hands and saying sincerely, "Charlie, thank you so much." Charlie smiled softly. "You're welcome, I'm just lending a hand." Scarface glanced at Clinton, who lay unconscious from the brutal beating, and said apologetically, "Mr. Wade, I'm sorry for hurting your friend." Charlie responded flatly, "It's fine, he's not my friend, just an acquaintance." Then he added, "Get him to the hospital. Don't disrupt the opening ceremony here." Scarface nodded eagerly. "Don't worry. We'll take him to the hospital right away. Mr. Wade, please continue with the party. Excuse us." He gestured for his men to carry the unconscious Clinton and hurried out the door. Once they left, everyone turned their attention to Charlie. The initial disdain had transformed into shock and then admiration. No one could fathom how Charlie had suddenly acquired such influence and power. It seemed like he had transformed overnight. As the gathering continued, many approached Charlie to ingratiate themselves, including Lily, who had previously looked down on him. Now, Lily treated Charlie like a deity, showering him with gratitude and even offering him a lifetime of free meals at their restaurant. Charlie took it all in stride. His intentions were simple, he just wanted to help his friend Douglas, and that was all. However, to everyone else, the events of the day seemed shrouded in an extraordinary mystery and enchantment. Everyone was eager to learn what had happened to the once disrespected loser. Claire was filled with curiosity about the unusual events that unfolded today. It all started with the car racing incident. Why was Charlie's BMW 520 so much faster than Clinton's 540? It didn't make sense. Then there was the ancient painting, valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars. And how did Charlie have connections with the underworld? The way those individuals treated him with such politeness was baffling. On their way home, Charlie attempted to clarify the series of events that had piqued Claire's interest. First, he mentioned that the BMW 520 was a test drive vehicle, customized by the showroom to give potential buyers the false impression of immense power. Claire, who didn't have much knowledge about cars, accepted his explanation without hesitation. Next, while dining at the restaurant, he elaborated on the painting. He revealed that he had acquired it at a bargain from an acquaintance as a courtesy and subsequently gifted it to Douglas as a gesture of affection. The situation with Scarface, however, posed a challenge. Charlie needed a convincing explanation for their connection, especially since Claire had witnessed Scarface's respectful demeanor towards him. Ultimately, Charlie claimed that Scarface's brother was a relative of a mutual friend they had met at a previous gathering. He recognized him at the restaurant and showed respect on behalf of that friend. Initially, Claire sensed something was amiss and was reluctant to accept his explanations. However, Charlie's serious demeanor led her to realize that she was unlikely to receive further clarity, prompting her to refrain from pressing him for more details. Meanwhile, Laureen had been keeping a watchful eye on Charlie. The more she observed him, the more convinced she became that he was not as simple as he appeared. She resolved to uncover his secrets. Clinton had suffered severe injuries and was in a coma upon arriving at the hospital. His father was dismissed from Grand Group for abusing his power for personal gain, leading to his arrest and a lawsuit from the company's legal team. In short, the Tucker family was in ruins. However, since Clinton and his family were not well known in the social circles of Oris Hill, their downfall garnered little attention. Instead, people were focused on the enigmatic wealthy individual making waves online and the person who had booked the Sky Garden at Shangri-La. Everyone was eager to discover the identity of these individuals and whether they were one and the same. As the day of their wedding anniversary approached, Charlie had informed Claire that he planned to surprise her. Before they left the house, he encouraged her to wear an elegant white evening dress. Reluctantly, Claire complied, mumbling, "We're just going out for dinner. Do I really need to wear such a formal dress? Even if it is our wedding anniversary, is it necessary to dress up so extravagantly?" Charlie smiled warmly and replied, "It's our third anniversary, and I want to make it special and memorable. I've already arranged the dinner, and I'm sure you'll love what I have planned for tonight." He had kept the surprise under wraps so effectively that Claire had no doubts about it. Claire felt a gentle smile spread across her face. She was truly touched. In the past 2 years, they had celebrated their anniversaries at home with simple dinners. Charlie had been financially strained, yet he always managed to prepare small gifts for her. This year, however, felt entirely different. Charlie's air of mystery left her guessing about his intentions for the evening. After a while, they got ready, hailed a taxi, and headed to Shangri-La. As Charlie exited the car, he glanced at Claire beside him, his eyes filled with warmth and passion. "Claire, we're here to celebrate our third anniversary tonight. What do you think?" Claire wore a puzzled expression. Was this really the place where Charlie had made reservations for their anniversary dinner tonight? Unable to contain her skepticism, she asked, "You're not just messing with me, are you?" Charlie laughed joyfully. "Of course not." He continued, "I booked a table a few days ago. If you don't believe me, let's go inside and check." Claire shook her head. After 3 years of marriage, she knew Charlie would never deceive her, especially on such a significant occasion. "Nah, I believe you," she replied. With a curious tilt of her head, she inquired, "Did you manage to get a spot in the Sky Garden? I heard some VIP reserved the entire venue for today, right?" Charlie quickly clarified, "The table I reserved is right next to the Sky Garden, and it has a view of the inside. We can sneak a peek later to see who booked the whole place. What do you think?" Claire chuckled. "I'm not as nosy as you are." They then made their way into the Shangri-La Hotel. While waiting for the elevator, a piercing shriek filled the air. "Hey, Claire! What are you doing here?" Claire glanced up to see a young couple approaching. The man was dressed in an opulent suit that screamed wealth, while the woman was clad in high-end fashion from head to toe, her makeup flawless. However, her haughty demeanor made her outfit seem gaudy and overdone. Claire recognized the woman immediately. It was Julie Downs, her college roommate, though they had been in different classes. Despite sharing a dorm, Claire and Julie had never been close, primarily because of Julie's prideful and envious nature. Julie always believed that she deserved to be recognized as the belle of the college rather than Claire. In reality, she paled in comparison to Claire in looks, figure, temperament, and personality. To give credit where it was due, Julie did excel in flirting and attracting wealthy men. Rumor had it that numerous affluent suitors had supported her financially throughout her 4 years in college. Feeling a surge of irritation, Claire still greeted them politely as they approached. "Julie, it's been a while. My husband and I are having dinner here. What about you?" Julie gasped in feigned surprise. "Wow, what a coincidence. So are we." With a tone of exaggerated curiosity, she asked, "Which suite did you book? The standard, premium, or luxury?" Not having any details about Charlie's plans, Claire replied honestly, "I'm not sure, my husband made the reservation." At that moment, Julie finally noticed Charlie, who had been quietly standing by Claire's side. She covered her mouth and let out a mocking giggle. "Oh, so this is your husband, Charlie? I remember him being known as a deadbeat loser back in college." Her disdainful remark was particularly harsh and unpleasant. Claire felt a flush of embarrassment. Julie quickly composed herself and added apologetically, "Oh, I'm sorry. I can be too blunt and outspoken. I hope you don't mind." Charlie frowned in irritation. It was clear that Julie was not a nice person. Julie was oblivious to the sudden shift in Claire's expression. With a smug smile, she pulled the man beside her closer and announced, "Let me introduce you to my husband, Kyle." She continued with a flourish, "He is the young master of the Sullivan family and the heir to their immense fortune, worth hundreds of millions." Claire offered a polite nod in response. Meanwhile, Charlie shot an irritated glare at the couple. This was supposed to be a romantic occasion for him and his wife to celebrate their wedding anniversary, but now they had to deal with such an insufferable pair. Unfazed, Julie maintained her smug tone, adding, "Oh, and just so you know, my husband is a platinum member here, which means he enjoys numerous benefits and privileges. I suppose the best Charlie could manage is a standard suite, right? How about I have Kyle upgrade you to a luxury suite?" Claire was about to turn down the offer when Charlie chuckled and replied, "Actually, I booked a pretty nice place, so we'll pass, but thanks." He had reserved the entire Sky Garden to create a grand experience for his beloved wife. Why should he feel impressed by someone boasting about being a mere platinum member? Moreover, his family owned the entire Shangri-La hotel chain. It would be beneath him to accept a luxury suite meant for platinum members. Julie's expression darkened, and she sneered, "Claire, just look at how rude and ungrateful your husband is. How do you usually lecture him?" With that, she wrapped her arms around Kyle, resting her head on his shoulder, and added with a teasing smile, "With that attitude, Charlie doesn't belong at such an elegant and lavish event. Perhaps you should let my husband teach him about aristocratic etiquette and how to conduct himself. After all, Kyle has studied in the UK." Kyle shot a disdainful glance at Charlie and smirked, "Dear, please don't assign me such a difficult task. Mr. Wade here is so unique and free-spirited, it's quite a challenge." Julie nodded in agreement before turning to Claire and sighing, "Honestly, I think you should consider divorcing him. It's a shame you'll spend your life with a loser like Charlie." Her comment was blunt and lacked any regard for Claire's feelings. Claire's lips pressed together in indignation as she retorted, "What gives you the right to say that about my husband?" Suppressing a giggle, Julie replied, "I've disliked you since our college days. If it weren't for your family's wealth, do you really think you'd have been the belle of the college? Can't I point that out now that you're married to such a loser?" Charlie felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Julie Downs had always been a promiscuous and crude girl in college, chasing after rich men of all ages, leveraging her youth and beauty. Now that she had married a wealthy man, did she really consider herself a high-class socialite? How dare she insult his wife? She was only digging her own grave. A surge of anger bubbled within him. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Isaac, the general manager of Shangri-La. "I need all the information on Julie Downs, daughter-in-law of the Sullivan family in Orris Hill. I want it in 3 minutes." Noticing Charlie focused on his phone, Julie smirked and said, "Just look at your deadbeat husband. Here I am mocking you, and he doesn't even dare to stand up for you. He's truly a joke, ha ha ha." At that moment, Charlie received a reply from Isaac. "Young master, I've sent you the information on Julie Downs." Charlie read through the details of the lengthy message, then looked up at Julie and Kyle with an amused smile. "I have some intriguing information here. Would you like to hear it?" Julie frowned and asked, "What kind of information?" Charlie announced loudly, "Julie Downs, 26 years old, graduated from Orris University. According to the records, during your freshman year, you checked into various hotel rooms over 100 times with 8 different men, including Brett Cooley, Jack Pierce, and Austin Cannon." Julie's complexion drained of color, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth hung open in shock. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "What on earth are you talking about? I'll sue you for slander." Meanwhile, Kyle's forehead was etched with deep frowns. It was clear that he was both shocked and traumatized by the revelations. Charlie pressed on, "This one is quite astonishing. There were instances when you checked into hotel rooms with 2 men at once, Ben Decker and Jade Decker, who happened to be brothers. Were you involved in a threesome?" Julie screamed in horror, "Shut up. Just shut up. This is all nonsense." Ignoring her protests, Charlie continued, "Also, during your sophomore year, you had a sugar daddy who was the vice president of Herolution's enterprise. He provided you with $30,000 per month for 3 years. Over that time, you underwent 4 abortions, all performed at Orris Women's Hospital. The last abortion resulted in a declaration of infertility from the doctor." He then turned to Kyle, asking curiously, "Mr. Sullivan, if I'm not mistaken, you two still don't have a child together, correct?" Kyle's face contorted in disgust as he glared at Julie and shouted, "What is going on here?" Cold sweat trickled down Julie's face as she panicked, "Kyle, don't listen to him. I was a virgin when we got together. You know that." Charlie wore a knowing smile. "Just wait, there are even more thrilling stories coming up." In a frantic attempt to escape, Julie tugged at Kyle's arm, urging, "Let's go, dear. We're going to be late for dinner." Kyle stood motionless, frowning as he spoke to Charlie in a flat tone, "What else do you have?" Charlie grinned. "Listen closely. After Julie graduated from college, she underwent a complete body makeover at a plastic surgery clinic. A month later, she started working at Sullivan Group and got to know you, Mr. Sullivan, after accidentally scratching your Bentley." Charlie glanced at Kyle, "Am I correct?" Kyle was taken aback. Indeed, it was all true. Did this mean that the other claims were true as well? Julie trembled, her face now ghostly pale. She pleaded, "Charlie, please, I'm begging you, stop." Charlie smirked with contempt. "Oh, now you're begging? It's too late for that." He proceeded to read from the text. A month and a half after meeting Kyle Sullivan, during a business trip to Lancaster, she underwent hymen reconstruction surgery. Following that trip, she officially became Kyle Sullivan's girlfriend, and they got married 6 months later. Julie's legs gave way as she sank to the floor, staring blankly in shock. She couldn't fathom how Charlie had uncovered all her secrets and exposed them in front of her husband. Kyle's face turned a deep shade of red. He glared at Julie and shouted, "So you deceived me that night? You told me it was your first time, but was it really your 100th, 1000th, or even millionth time?" Julie quickly protested, "No, I didn't lie. Kyle, you are my first." Charlie smiled maliciously. "Don't worry, I can obtain her medical records from the hospital regarding her hymen repair surgery. You can verify it for yourself." Kyle harshly grabbed Julie by the collar and slapped her. "You still refuse to tell me the truth, don't you? Just wait until I confirm all of this. I'll throw you out of my house, along with your family. And your brother? He's fired from my company. I'll make sure you all end up on the streets." Julie broke down in tears, kneeling on the floor and crying, "Please don't be angry, dear. I'm sorry. Those were mistakes from my youth. I've changed since knowing you, all I want is to spend my life with you." Charlie smirked as he added, "Don't believe her. After marrying you, she still had a few rendezvous with her sugar daddy. He even recorded one of their encounters as a memento. I could send you that video if you'd like." Kyle's face turned an alarming shade of green, his anger boiling just beneath the surface. For the first time, he truly understood the pain of being cheated on by his wife over and over again. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and began striking Julie forcefully, shouting, "You liar. You've been deceiving me this entire time. You cheated on me. I swear I'll make you pay, USL*T. I'm going to end you." Julie shrieked in pain, her cries echoing as her hair flew wildly around her. Kyle continued to yell while hitting her, "I want a divorce immediately. You won't see a single dime from me. If you try, I'll ensure that your parents and brother disappear from this world." Julie felt utterly crushed. She had gone to great lengths to marry into the Sullivan family, finally achieving her dream of becoming a wealthy wife, but today that dream lay in ruins. And it was all Charlie Wade's doing. Filled with rage towards Charlie, she glared at him, but he merely smirked and turned to Claire, saying, "Let them sort it out. Come on, let's go." He took Claire's hand and led her toward the elevator. Claire's eyes sparkled with shock, still struggling to process the overwhelming events. How did Charlie know so much about Julie's hidden secrets? Turning to Charlie, she asked in disbelief, "You had someone investigate her, didn't you?" "No. Why would I do something so elaborate?" Charlie chuckled awkwardly. "I have a friend who was hurt by Julie. He has been gathering her secrets for years, and I had no idea it would come in handy like this." As they entered the elevator, Charlie pressed the button for the top floor. Claire quickly inquired, "Charlie, did you press the wrong button? The top floor is the Sky Garden, right?" Charlie smiled warmly. "That's exactly where we're headed, the Sky Garden on the top floor." Claire stood frozen in astonishment, feeling as if she had been hit by lightning. Sky Garden? How could this be possible? Everyone in Oris Hill knew that a mysterious man had reserved the entire Sky Garden for the evening. It seemed impossible for Charlie to have booked a venue at the Sky Garden for their third wedding anniversary, even if he had supernatural abilities. Suddenly, a daring thought struck Claire. Could Charlie be the mysterious man? This notion felt absurd, yet it was the only explanation that made sense. As the thought swirled in her mind, she glanced at Charlie and asked, "Did you really book the Sky Garden?" "Yes. This is the surprise I prepared for you. I want to give you a wedding celebration that no one else can replicate." "What?" Claire felt like her mind was on fire. If this was indeed the grand surprise Charlie had in store, she would be the happiest woman in Oris Hill that night. Breathless with excitement, Claire could hardly think straight, her mind racing with possibilities. As turbulent waves swirled in her confused mind, the elevator finally arrived at the top floor of the Shangri-La Hotel. A waiter positioned by the door bowed respectfully and greeted them with a warm smile. "Ms. Wilson, on behalf of Shangri-La Hotel, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you and Mr. Wade on your wedding anniversary this evening." Charlie waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, you can leave now." The staff nodded in unison and exited the scene. In an instant, Claire and Charlie found themselves alone in the expansive sky garden. Claire felt as though she had stepped into a beautiful dream. Before her was an open space adorned with luxurious decorations. A stunning crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting bright, clear sparkles that enhanced the elegant and tranquil ambience of the opulent sky garden. The soft melodies of piano masterpieces floated through the air, warming the hearts of those present and melting away any tension or anger. Fresh, exotic flowers, flown in from abroad, decorated the walkway and the hall, filling the air with their divine and aromatic scent, which lifted the spirits of all who breathed it in. It was a moment of indescribable beauty and tranquility. As the piano playlist shifted, the classic wedding march, Midsummer Night's Dream, began to play, its enchanting notes reverberating through the space. While Claire reveled in the dazzling surroundings, Charlie, dressed sharply in a smart suit, approached her holding a bouquet of flowers. With every step he took, vibrant red hearts seemed to rise from the crystal glass floor, dancing in rhythm with the music and creating a striking visual display. Outside the sky garden, numerous onlookers craned their necks, trying to glimpse the enchanting scene within through the crystal glass walls and floors. Despite their curiosity, the glass had a blurring effect, allowing them to see only a young couple, the exquisite floral arrangements, and the red hearts that continued to float up from the floor. Women sighed dreamily, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so romantic. I've never witnessed such a magical scene in my life. If I were her, I think I might just faint. Goodness. That man looks just like the mysterious rich guy from the internet. It's such a shame I can't see his face. Ugh, this is torture." The spectators were completely absorbed in the endless romance unfolding in the sky garden. Thousands of eyes gazed in envy at the couple, their hearts filled with blessings as they admired the grand garden seemingly suspended in the air. Many women couldn't hold back their tears as waves of jealousy washed over them. They longed to be the bride in this lavish celebration. Though they couldn't see the couple's faces tonight, they could sense the bride's immense happiness and love. Within the garden, Charlie walked slowly towards Claire, stopping in front of her. He pointed towards the night view of Oris Hill outside the window and spoke tenderly, "Claire, I love you. I regret not being able to give you a proper wedding back then. I hope you enjoy this intimate celebration just for the two of us." Claire, momentarily shaken from her reverie, covered her mouth in amazement as tears streamed down her radiant cheeks, falling to the floor like precious pearls. Unable to contain the tumult of emotions any longer, she threw herself into Charlie's embrace, her voice trembling with sobs, "I love it. I love it so much. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you." Her tears flowed even more freely as she realized that all the hardships she had faced over the past 3 years were worth it. Regardless of how Charlie had orchestrated this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In that instant, she was the happiest woman in Oris Hill. The entire Oris Hill was captivated by the opulent wedding, peering through the delicate frosted crystal glass. While they marveled at the couple and their luxurious surroundings, curiosity nagged at them. Who were these two individuals tying the knot in the sky garden? Even more intriguing was the fact that the wedding was a private affair, attended solely by the couple themselves. There were no relatives, no friends, not even a witness in sight. On the sparkling crystal stage, Charlie took Claire's hand and presented her with a stunning jade necklace he had been planning to give her for quite some time. "Claire, this is my anniversary gift to you. I hope you love it." Claire gazed in awe at the exquisite jade necklace and gasped, Isn't this the treasured possession of Emerald Court? Charlie, how did you manage to get this?" Her astonishment was palpable. Could Charlie be the enigmatic billionaire from the video? How else could he have acquired such a remarkable piece? But this made no sense. She knew Charlie well. How could he possibly be that mysterious figure? The term wealthy had never been associated with him, not even once. Charlie noticed the mix of surprise and confusion in Claire's eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to reveal his true self to her, to share the truth about his identity. He longed to tell her that he was a descendant of the Wade family from Eastcliff, an heir to a vast family fortune. Yet, a chilling thought struck him. He had no idea what the current state of the Wade family was. He recalled meeting his uncles as a child, which indicated that his father was not the sole heir of his grandfather. If that were the case, his uncles likely had children of their own. These relatives would certainly see him as a rival in the matter of inheritance. If he hastily revealed his identity without understanding his family's dynamics and without the means to protect both himself and Claire, he could put her life in jeopardy. Inheritance disputes could be ruthless and treacherous, and Charlie was determined not to let his beloved wife endure such dangers because of him. Thus, he quickly fabricated a story. This necklace may look just like the prized treasure of Emerald Court, but it's actually a replica that I commissioned. It's made from quality jade, but it's not the same as the one from Emerald Court. I only paid tens of thousands of dollars for this. He looked at her with concern and asked, "Claire, do you still like it now that you know it's a fake?" Claire let out a heavy sigh of relief. Everything made sense now. She immediately smiled brightly and replied, "Dum-dum, of course I like it. You've done so much for me, and I'm truly touched." Charlie felt a wave of relief wash over him as he swiftly placed the jade necklace around Claire's neck. He gazed at her earnestly and said, "Claire, we've been married for 3 years, and I've only caused you trouble and humiliation. I'm sorry for that. But from this moment on, I promise you that no one will ever bully you again." Claire nodded, her heart swelling with happiness. In that moment, she realized her husband was finally ready to stand tall and be the man she believed he could be. After the wedding, Charlie and Claire quietly exited via the private elevator in the Sky Garden. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Did they really just leave like that? After all the romantic displays for everyone to see, they simply departed? In no time, the lavish wedding at the Sky Garden became the talk of the town. Yet, the identities of the bride and groom remained a mystery. Charlie drove his customized BMW 520 as he headed home with Claire. Claire was still basking in the joy of the day, feeling as if she were floating on cloud 9. She couldn't help but ask, "How did you manage to book the Sky Garden? They've never allowed that before." Charlie replied with a sly smile, "Well, the senior executive of Shangri-La is an old friend of mine from the orphanage. We went through tough times together, and I used to share my steamed buns with him. So when I asked for a favor, he happily agreed." Claire raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I see. How come I've never heard about this before? I have many friends from the orphanage, and it would take me at least 3 days to tell you about all of them. I didn't mention it because I thought you might not want to hear about my past," Charlie explained. With sincerity, Claire said, "You are my husband, I'm definitely interested in your past. I'm quite curious." Charlie chuckled, "All right then, I'll share more with you." "Great," she replied enthusiastically. Once they reached their neighborhood, Charlie parked the car downstairs. As they stepped out, they unexpectedly ran into Claire's parents returning from an outing. Elaine, Claire's mother, exclaimed in surprise, "Claire, where did this BMW come from?" Jacob, Claire's father, had a twinkle in his eye upon seeing the car. "Wow! A BMW. Is this your new car, Claire? You've really splurged, huh?" Claire quickly corrected them, "Mom, Dad, I didn't buy this car, it belongs to Charlie." "Charlie?" Jacob furrowed his brow, intrigued. He turned to Charlie and questioned, "Where did you find the money for this car? You didn't use Claire's money, did you?" Charlie waved his hands in protest. "No, Dad, I bought this with my own savings." Elaine pulled Jacob toward the car for a closer look, then frowned, "Huh. You live under our roof, and we pay for your meals, but you don't even show us appreciation when you can afford a BMW. You ungrateful young man." Claire quickly intervened, "Mom, please don't talk about Charlie like that." With a hint of jealousy, Jacob remarked, "A 520? Does he really think he deserves such a nice car? I think a 3 Series would be more than enough for him." Elaine responded coldly, "Your dad doesn't even have a car yet. At his age, he deserves to enjoy life more. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Then, with a commanding tone, she suggested, "How about this? You should gift the car to your dad and let him use it." Claire turned to Charlie, biting her lip as she asked, "Charlie, what do you think?" In Charlie's mind, he didn't mind the idea, but he knew the car was actually a 760, not a 520. Truthfully, he thought a BMW 760 would be overkill for his father-in-law, who was a henpecked husband and not exactly in Lady Wilson's good graces. As he pondered this, he quickly crafted a flattering excuse. Dad, this is actually a BMW 520, the most basic model in the 5 Series. People might tease you if they see you driving it. Elaine frowned, clearly displeased. Why? You don't want to give it to us, do you? Charlie rushed to clarify, oh, no. That's not what I meant. It's just that I can't let you drive such a basic model. How about this? Let Claire use this car, and I'll buy you a 530. It's a step up from the 520 and will look much better for you, don't you think? Elaine looked intrigued, her frown softening. You still have enough money to buy a 530? Yes, I have some funds left since I only made a down payment on this car. Don't worry, I'll take you car shopping tomorrow morning. Wide and bright smiles lit up the faces of Charlie's in-laws when he announced he would be purchasing a better car for them the next day. Meanwhile, Jacob was unaware that he had just missed out on the high-end 760 model. Claire felt a twinge of concern. After they returned to their room and freshened up, she softly asked, "Are you sure you still have enough money to buy a new car? I have a little secret stash here, take it with you tomorrow." Charlie waved his hands dismissively. "No, I don't need your money. I still have enough saved up." Claire apologized, saying, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect my mom and dad to act this way." "What do you mean?" Charlie replied with a smile. "Your parents are my parents too. We're a family, and I love being able to spoil them with gifts now and then." Charlie reclined on his small bed on the floor, a gentle smile on his face. "Don't worry. I'll get a new car for Dad tomorrow morning." Claire beamed at him. "Thank you, Charlie." Charlie chuckled, "The pleasure is all mine, my dear." Suddenly, Claire felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she asked, "Aren't you going to be cold sleeping on the floor?" Charlie quickly replied, "No, not at all. Seriously, I'm fine." Claire pouted in annoyance. "Then just go to sleep already. Dum-dum." She felt the urge to invite him to share the bed, but it seemed that Dum-Dum didn't catch her hint. Realizing his mistake, Charlie hastily said, Dear, it's really cold. I'm shivering." Claire huffed in exasperation. "If you're cold, just grab a quilt." Sigh. Charlie felt a wave of regret wash over him. After a moment, he tried once more, "My dear, I think it's getting colder." "I'm really cold." Claire tossed a quilt onto the floor, exclaiming, "How cold can it be on a summer night? If it's that bad, I'll get you a jacket." Charlie was disheartened and quietly scolded himself. It appeared that his wife had no intention of letting him sleep in bed tonight. The following morning, Claire got up early to prepare for work. Charlie made breakfast for her and handed her the car keys, saying, "Drive to the office today." Claire hesitated, "But it's your car. Can I really use it?" "Of course. You're my wife. Besides, I bought this car for you, not for myself," Charlie assured her. Claire smiled softly, taking the keys from him. "Thank you." Jacob watched their exchange with envy and chimed in, "Charlie, you remember you're buying me a car today, right?" "Absolutely." Charlie replied quickly. "I'll head out to buy it right away. Just wait for me to bring home the new car." Jacob grinned widely. "I'll be waiting at home. Remember, I want the BMW 530, don't get it mixed up." Charlie laughed, nodding in agreement. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure to get you that BMW 530 today." With that, he went downstairs with Claire. He opened the trunk of the BMW 760 and pulled out his little electric scooter. Claire drove off to work while Charlie hopped on his e-bike, heading to the BMW showroom once more. On his way, he passed by the Audi showroom as he approached his destination. As Charlie made his way toward the Audi showroom, he caught the attention of the staff inside. One of the salespeople exclaimed, "Wow, it's the e-bike guy who just bought the BMW 760. I have to stop him and convince him to buy the top-of-the-line Audi A8, even if it means I have to grovel." Absolutely. In an instant, a swarm of Audi salespeople dashed out to surround him. "Sir, come take a look at the latest top-spec Audi A8 we have in our showroom." "Sir, our A8 is incredibly powerful, featuring a W12 engine that outperforms the BMW 760's V12. Charlie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Really? That sounds impressive." "Yes." One eager Audi salesman stepped forward quickly, explaining, "Let me clarify, our W12 engine has two sides, and you can deactivate one side whenever you want. It's more fuel efficient if you only use half of the cylinders." Charlie scoffed, "Are you serious? Why would I buy a 12-cylinder car just to turn off 6 for fuel savings? I might as well just get a 6-cylinder car." The salesman's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he realized his blunder. Charlie smirked, "I can see what you're thinking. You're frustrated because I bought a BMW 760 yesterday and now you desperately want me as your customer, right?" The group of salespeople nodded vigorously. Charlie chuckled. "Let me make it clear, it's too late. You ignored me and treated me dismissively yesterday. Today, I'm out of your league. Beep beep." He honked his little scooter and declared, "Move aside, I'm heading to the BMW showroom to buy another car." Suddenly, the BMW sales team rushed out and shouted, "You Audi guys, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to poach our customers? Can't you see he's not interested in you? Step aside. If you block him again, I'll call the press and expose this." The Audi salespeople sighed in defeat and retreated. The manager of the BMW showroom approached Charlie personally and said respectfully, "Good morning, Mr. Wade. Are you looking to purchase another car today?" Charlie nodded and replied, "Do you have a BMW 530? I'll pay cash." "Absolutely. We have it in stock." The manager was thrilled. A 760 yesterday and a 530 today, he was indeed a valuable customer. "Please follow me, and I'll show you the car." Charlie hummed in agreement as he followed the manager into the showroom. Inside, he spotted a BMW 530 on display. As he sat inside to assess it, he noticed that while the exterior bore a strong resemblance to the 7 Series, the interior fell short. Nonetheless, it was luxurious enough for his aging and pretentious father-in-law. Just as he was about to pull out his card to complete the purchase, he heard a familiar voice nearby, "Oh dear, I really love the BMW X6. Could you buy me one, please?" Charlie turned his head and saw Lily, Douglas's fiancée, clinging to the arm of a stranger, speaking in a flirtatious and intimate tone. Frowning with irritation, Charlie thought, Lily just called this man, dear. Is she cheating on Douglas? Anger bubbled within him. He despised unfaithful women lacking moral integrity. Moreover, Douglas was diligently working to advance his career, while this woman was betraying him. How revolting! He overheard the man leeringly teasing her, "If I buy you the X6 now, how would you explain this to Douglas?" Lily responded with disdain, "Douglas? Ugh, don't even mention him. He's just a loser. He's not wealthy, has no talent, and offers nothing. I'd never be with him if it weren't for his honest and down-to-earth nature." The man wore a smug grin as he pinched Lily's cheek and declared, "You're my woman now. Why would you still want to be with him? I don't allow any other men to touch what's mine." Lily quickly tried to soothe him with a playful tone, "Jerome, don't worry. Ever since we got together, I haven't let him touch me. He's just so filthy. My body belongs to you and only you." She continued, "Honestly, I wanted to break things off with him as soon as the restaurant opened, but I didn't realize that the loser had a friend who was resourceful enough to help me deal with Scarface at the redevelopment zone. Just wait until our business is successful, I'll kick him out of the restaurant for good." Jerome Hunt chuckled arrogantly, saying, "It's just Scarface. If you had told me sooner, all I'd need is one phone call and his boss would come begging for your forgiveness." Lily laughed with delight and replied, "Oh, Jerome, you're my hero. It was such a pressing situation at the time, I didn't manage to reach out to you. Plus, Douglas was there, and I didn't want to bother you with that." Jerome playfully pinched her waist, laughing, "You're such a good girl." Lily affectionately rubbed against him like a cat and said, "Jerome, could you please get me that BMW X6 now?" Jerome smirked confidently, "Later, sweetheart. First, we'll head to my place, and I'll pamper you a bit. Then, after you ditch that loser, I'll buy you that X6 tomorrow." Lily squealed with joy, "Jerome, is that true? You'll really buy me the X6 tomorrow? When have I ever lied to you?" Jerome grinned. "But remember, you need to make me happy first." Lily looked at him flirtatiously, "You naughty dog. Don't worry, you'll be on cloud 9 when we get to your place later." With that, they turned and exited the BMW showroom. Meanwhile, Charlie felt a surge of disgust at the sight of the couple. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Douglas. As soon as the call connected, Douglas's surprised voice rang through, "Charlie, how are you? What's with the sudden call?" Charlie replied flatly, "Just wanted to check in." "What are you up to?" "I'm at my restaurant, busy as usual. It's almost lunch hour, and customers will be arriving any minute, so I'm here to help out," Douglas explained. "Do you go to the restaurant every day?" "Absolutely. We're just getting started, and there's a lot to manage. Plus, more than half of the capital comes from Lily's father. They'd look down on me if I didn't put in the effort." "How much did you invest in the restaurant?" $100 grand, all my savings since graduation," he replied. "Who officially owns the restaurant?" "That would be me, of course." "Is your name on the business registration?" "Nope, it's registered under Lily's father's name. Since we're not married yet, it wouldn't be appropriate to put mine down, especially as he invested the bulk of the money." Douglas continued, "But her father promised he'd transfer ownership to me once Lily and I are married." Charlie shook his head in disbelief at Douglas's words. This poor guy didn't even realize he was being played. Lily was treating him like a servant, keeping him busy with the restaurant while she was unfaithful with a wealthy man and planning to kick him to the curb. Douglas had no legal claim to the restaurant since it wasn't registered in his name. If Lily betrayed him, he would walk away with nothing, his hard work would be in vain, and he wouldn't even get back his $100 grand. Charlie's disgust for Lily grew stronger. He asked Douglas directly, "Where's Lily now?" Douglas chuckled softly, "She's at the hair salon." "Why do you ask?" Charlie raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "Hair salon? Is that really what she told you?" "Yes," Douglas replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. "And you actually believe her?" Charlie pressed on. "Charlie, what are you implying? Just come out with it, stop dancing around the subject," Douglas urged in a curious tone. Charlie let out a thoughtful hum before saying, "All right, here it is. I spotted Lily at the BMW showroom with a guy named Jerome Hunt. They were all over each other, hugging and cuddling, and she even called him dear. It looks like she's cheating on you." "No way!" Douglas exclaimed, his voice raised in disbelief. "Lily would never do that." "Are you sure it was her?" "Absolutely, it was her," Charlie asserted firmly. "No. I refuse to believe it." Douglas shot back coldly. "Charlie, I consider you a good friend, but you can't slander my fiancée just because we're close. Douglas, open your eyes. Your fiancée is with another man, and that jerk Jerome even promised to buy her a BMW X6. They've gone back to his place, and she plans to break up with you tonight. As your friend, I strongly advise you to prepare yourself." Without waiting for Douglas's reaction, Charlie continued, "You should move that painting I gave you to a safe place. It could be your starting capital for a fresh beginning. But if you still refuse to believe me, then there's nothing more I can do." Douglas was pacing anxiously, muttering, "Charlie, stop this nonsense. Lily is my fiancée. I know her well, she would never betray me. I swear I'll kick your ass if you talk bad about her again. Charlie frowned, his disappointment evident. Alright then. I've done my part as a friend by giving you the warning. If you choose not to believe me, that's on you. Good luck. With that, Charlie ended the call abruptly. He shook his head in frustration, muttering to himself, "What a fool, blinded by love. I should have recorded a video and sent it to him when I had the chance." At that moment, the manager of the BMW showroom knocked on the window and asked, "Sir, how do you feel about the car? Do you like it?" Charlie nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's fantastic. I'll take this one. Please get me a new one from the warehouse." The manager grinned widely. "Of course. Please give me a moment, and I'll have someone bring it out front." Shortly after, a sleek black BMW 530 pulled up to the entrance, driven by a salesman. Charlie took out his card, made the payment, folded his small scooter, tucked it into the trunk, and drove off casually. On his way home, Charlie received multiple calls from his in-laws asking when he would arrive. When he got back, he noticed his in-laws waiting outside the gate. Excited and nervous smiles spread across their faces as they saw Charlie pull up in the BMW 530. Jacob circled the car in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, this is an amazing car. I never imagined I would ever get to drive a BMW." Charlie replied with a smile, "Dad, who knows? You might even drive a Rolls-Royce someday." Jacob chuckled joyfully. "Well, my hopes rest on you and Claire." Elaine beamed with happiness, her gaze toward Charlie softening with warmth. Jacob hopped into the car and took it for a spin around the neighborhood. When he returned, he remarked, "This car is not only beautiful, but it's also very comfortable. However, it's a bit too long for me to handle. Charlie, can you drive me this afternoon? I have some business to take care of." Charlie nodded, "Sure thing, Dad." Elaine chimed in excitedly, "And I want you to drive me too. I need to impress my friends with the fact that I have someone to chauffeur me in a BMW." "Alright, Mom." After lunch, Jacob, who is Charlie's father-in-law, was already smartly dressed and urging Charlie, "Come on, hurry up. We're taking our new car to Antique Street. There's a shop there with an imported Tang Dynasty kiln vase that I want to see." Charlie replied, "Dad, are we really diving into the antique obsession again? We don't have that kind of money right now, and it's a pretty extravagant hobby." Although Jacob didn't have any skills to earn money, he loved daydreaming about quick schemes to get rich. He frequented Antique Street, hoping to stumble upon a rare antique at a bargain price, but all he had found in recent years were scams and deceit. He had taken a break from his hobby, but now, not only had he picked it up again, he was feeling the itch to dive back in. Jacob was irritated by Charlie's sensible comment. With a scoff, he said, "Enough of your nonsense. Just drive me there." Feeling helpless, Charlie knew he couldn't refuse his father-in-law, so he reluctantly agreed and drove Jacob to Antique Street. Oris Hill was a renowned historical city, and Antique Street, located just outside the main tourist attractions, was famous among both local and international antique enthusiasts. Recognizing its popularity, the local tourism department had invested significantly to renovate Antique Street, turning it into a major tourist destination. Upon their arrival, Jacob approached the entrance of an antique shop and informed the receptionist that he had an appointment. She nodded and led them to the VIP room at the back. Just as Charlie was about to step out, Jacob turned and said, "You should stay here. You don't know anything about this. Just wait for me by the door of the VIP room." Charlie nodded obediently. "Okay, Dad." With his hands clasped behind his back, Jacob entered the VIP room while Charlie settled into the waiting area. A few minutes later, a loud crash erupted from the VIP room. Jacob hurried out, panic written all over his face, exclaiming, "Oh my God, I'm in trouble." Concerned, Charlie rushed forward and peered into the room. He saw a tall, slender ceramic vase on the floor, shattered into two pieces, with small ceramic shards scattered everywhere. From the size of the fragments, Charlie recognized it as a Yuhuchan vase from the Tang Dynasty. Growing up in the Wade family, he had been educated about antiques and could tell at a glance that this vase was authentic, likely worth millions in the market. This was a serious predicament for his father-in-law. Inside the VIP room, a middle-aged man with a grim expression stated, "Mr. Wilson, we purchased our Yuhuchin vase for $5 million. Since you broke it, you must compensate us." This man was Raymond Cole, the manager of Vintage Deluxe. Jacob, visibly shaken, pulled Charlie in front of him and stammered, "This is my son-in-law. Do you know how wealthy he is? 5 million? He could pay you 50 million. You should handle the compensation with him. I have to go now, goodbye." With that, Jacob shoved Charlie into the room and quickly exited. Charlie stood there dumbfounded. His father-in-law had the audacity to make him the scapegoat. Raymond regarded Charlie coldly and asked, "Sir, the total bill is 5.38 million. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer?" Charlie shrugged casually. "I don't have any money." It wasn't that he couldn't afford the vase, he simply wanted to teach his father-in-law a lesson so he would stop dragging him to Antique Street. "No money." Raymond seethed, his anger palpable. "You broke our property, and all you can say to dodge the issue is that you don't have any money?" Charlie replied nonchalantly, "I'm not trying to avoid it, but honestly, I don't have any cash on me. Besides, I didn't break that vase, so you can't force me to pay." Raymond stomped his feet in frustration. "He's your father-in-law, isn't he?" Charlie replied with a nod, "Yes, he is my father-in-law, but he's the one who caused the damage, not me. You should go find the person responsible for the broken vase. Have you ever heard the saying, 'Find the real perpetrator, don't involve their family'?" Raymond felt his anger simmering, but as he considered Charlie's words, he realized he had a point. If news spread that he was demanding compensation from innocent bystanders, it would seriously harm Vintage Deluxe's reputation. With that in mind, he instructed his men standing nearby, "You go and bring the old man back here." Charlie couldn't help but smirk silently as he watched the men rush off in pursuit of the old man. He could easily swipe his card to cover the expenses, but that would only enable his shameless father-in-law further, wouldn't it? It would be far more beneficial for the old man to face some consequences and learn his lesson rather than having Charlie clean up after him. After all, who knows what trouble he might stir up next time? Everyone at Vintage Deluxe was dispatched to track down Jacob, leaving Charlie alone at the shop. He glanced gingerly at the broken vase on the floor. The vase stood about half a meter tall and had shattered into 2 large pieces along with a scattering of smaller fragments, which was truly unfortunate. Suddenly, he noticed a hidden compartment at the bottom of one of the broken halves of the vase. Curiosity piqued, he reached in and pulled out a small wooden box. He never expected that the vase would hold such a mysterious secret compartment. The Yuhuchin vase was known for its unique design, featuring a small opening leading to a much larger body. The wooden box was clearly 2 to 3 times bigger than the vase's opening, indicating it had not been inserted later but was part of the vase's original construction. This box had been nestled within the vase since the Tang dynasty. Carefully cradling the box in his hands, Charlie examined it before gently prying it open. As the wooden box creaked open, a refreshing, breezy fragrance wafted out, instantly soothing Charlie as he inhaled the scent. Inside the box rested a palm-sized ancient book with a yellowish cover. Charlie cautiously lifted the book and saw the title, Apocalyptic Book, written in ancient script on the first page. That's an intriguing title. I wonder what wisdom it holds, Charlie mused, flipping through the pages. The first chapter, titled Medical Techniques, detailed numerous cases and treatment methods. Charlie furrowed his brow in curiosity. Having studied medicine briefly, he recognized that the content was significantly more advanced than contemporary medical practices. Some diagnostic and treatment methods were completely unfamiliar to him. At the end of the Medical Techniques chapter, he even discovered a section on alchemy and the effects of various medications, which were far beyond modern understanding. Captivated, Charlie settled down on the floor and continued to flip through the book. As he delved deeper, he realized the book encompassed a wide array of topics, including fortune-telling and mysterious practices like treasure inspection and restoration. It contained a plethora of unusual knowledge. Charlie studied the text intently, feeling as if each word was embedding itself in his mind. His heart raced as if he were caught in a tidal wave. He had stumbled upon a treasure. This was truly the ultimate treasure. Filled with excitement, Charlie quickly tucked the apocalyptic book into his pocket, only for it to transform into powder and vanish into thin air. Incredibly, every single word from the book was now etched in Charlie's memory. At that moment, Jacob, who had run off like a frightened animal, was roughly captured by a group of strong men and thrown back into the shop. Seeing Jacob's swollen cheeks, Charlie realized he must have received quite a beating before being dragged back here. Charlie couldn't help but find Jacob's pathetic expression amusing. How dare this old fool call him a scapegoat after getting himself into trouble? It was outrageous. A bit of punishment was just what he needed to learn his lesson. Jacob found himself in a particularly precarious and shaky situation. After his frantic escape, he was panting heavily, struggling to regain his breath. His pudgy and fragile frame made it impossible for him to outrun those younger men. Plus, without the car keys, how could he hope to flee? It took no time for the group to catch him. With his hands bound behind his back and his face swollen from several slaps, he looked utterly humiliated. As Jacob was brought back to the shop, Raymond, the manager, clenched his teeth in frustration and said, "Old man, do you really think you can run away after wrecking our property? You should learn about the Vintage Deluxe's reputation before pulling such a foolish stunt." Jacob stammered in fear, "I didn't mean to. The vase was just too slippery." Raymond shot back coldly, "Enough. You have until this afternoon to come up with the money. If you can't pay, I'll sue you for deliberately damaging my property. A $5 million case will keep you in prison for a long time." Jacob trembled at the threat. He turned to Charlie and clung to him desperately, "Charlie, my dear son-in-law. You have to help me. You can't let them do this to me." Charlie shrugged, feeling helpless. "But, Dad, I don't have that kind of money." In a panic, Jacob exclaimed, "Then you should go to jail for me. The Wilson family has supported you for so long, it's time for you to repay us." Charlie stared incredulously at his shameless father-in-law, wondering how he could possibly say such things now. Before Charlie could respond, Raymond interrupted, "Hold on. At Vintage Deluxe, we conduct our business with integrity. Whoever makes a mistake must own up to it. You broke the vase, old man, so you're responsible." He then turned to Charlie, "You can leave for now, but I suggest you help him find the money. If I don't have it by evening, I'll take him to the police station." Charlie nodded slightly. Jacob cried out, "My dear son-in-law, you can't abandon me here. What will I do without you?" While he wanted to laugh at his father-in-law's fear, Charlie managed to suppress his amusement. Planning to excuse himself under the pretense of getting the money and leaving Jacob to suffer a bit, an idea suddenly sprang to mind about an ancient technique for restoring porcelain artifacts mentioned in the apocalyptic book. He said, "Mr. Cole, if I can fix the vase, will you let my father-in-law go?" Raymond chuckled, "Repair the vase? Who do you think you are? I've already sent photos to experts in Oris Hill, and they said it's beyond repair." Charlie shook his head, unconvinced. "The vase is already broken, so what's the harm in letting me try?" Raymond's smirk widened. "Oh, so you're a stubborn one, huh? All right. Let's see what you can do." Charlie replied confidently, "I need a sheet of Chinese rice paper, a brush, and 5 raw eggs." Raymond, eager to witness the spectacle, readily provided what Charlie asked for. Soon, one of his men returned with a basket of raw eggs. Yet, he couldn't help but scoff, "Restoring artifacts with eggs? That's absurd. Just a warning, don't try any tricks. You either pay up or we'll sue your father-in-law. $5 million is enough to keep him in prison for life." Charlie nodded eagerly. "What if I take care of the repairs?" Raymond scoffed, "I'll need to consult the appraisers first. If they confirm you've managed to fix it and recover most of the damage, then I'll let both of you leave." "Sounds good," Charlie replied with a grin. "It's a deal." With that, he swiftly turned back to his workstation and began his task in silence. Armed with a brush, he carefully outlined the vase on a sheet of Chinese rice paper. Next, he gently tapped an egg to create a small crack, dipped his index finger into the egg white, and applied it to a fragment of the vase before pressing it against the paper model. He repeated this process for each fragment, steadily covering the paper with pieces of the vase. Everyone held their breath, watching intently, afraid to disrupt his restoration efforts. Before long, half an hour had flown by. When Charlie finally stood up, the once damaged fragments had transformed into a stunning Tang Dynasty Yuhuchun vase that seemed to radiate new life. He smiled at Raymond, saying, "Take a look and see if you can find any flaws." Raymond picked up the vase, examined it briefly, and then grimaced in contempt. "You must be joking. Do you really think you've repaired it by just applying some egg liquid? Seriously? Why don't I break your leg and stick it back together with egg liquid, huh? Don't you dare touch the vase." Suddenly, a sharp and concerned voice echoed from the doorway. A striking young woman in a white casual suit stepped inside. She possessed a breathtaking beauty and a statuesque figure, standing at around 1.7 meters tall. As she surveyed the room with a cool, haughty gaze, she emanated an air of elegance akin to that of a snow queen. Raymond's expression changed dramatically upon seeing her. He bowed his head respectfully and asked, "Miss, what brings you here?" The young lady was Jasmine Moore, the owner of Vintage Deluxe and a prominent member of the Moore family, one of the leading families in Oris Hill. Jasmine, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "If I hadn't arrived, I fear you would have single-handedly ruined this shop. What on earth is happening?" Raymond offered a sheepish smile and replied, "A customer accidentally broke the vase while examining it. His son-in-law attempted to repair it with egg, which is utterly absurd. I was just about to discuss compensation with them." Jasmine leaned closer to the vase, studying it intently, and a look of shock crossed her face. She turned to Raymond, scolding, "Put it down, you fool. Don't lay a finger on it if you don't know what you're doing." Raymond, taken aback by her sudden outburst, stammered, "Miss, I don't understand. This is an artifact that has just undergone restoration. Only restoration experts are allowed to handle it. Don't you know the rules?" Raymond hesitated, but he just used some eggs to stick it together. "That hardly counts as restoration, does it?" Fury blazed in Jasmine's eyes as she retorted, "You clueless fool. After restoration, the vase's value will at least double, but thanks to your careless handling, it will lose at least 2 million. Pack your things, you're fired." She recalled a porcelain plate from the same era as the Yuhuchun vase that had sold for a staggering $13 million at an auction in Shipton. The plate had a fascinating history, having been broken during the Song dynasty and restored by a skilled craftsman using the same rare method now applied to the vase. Because of the unique nature of that restoration technique, the porcelain plate's auction price had soared well beyond its original value. Now, with Charlie's expert restoration of the Yuhuchun vase, its value was destined to rise significantly. Raymond felt the color drain from his face at Jasmine's command. He hadn't anticipated that a simple touch could lead to such a massive loss and cost him his job. Jasmine then demanded, "Who is the master who repaired this vase? I need to see him immediately." Raymond was completely taken aback. He never imagined, not even in his wildest dreams, that the vase would become an even more valuable treasure after being restored with just a few eggs. He pointed towards Charlie, exclaiming, "Miss, this is the man who fixed the vase." As Jasmine looked at Charlie, she couldn't help but be curious about how such a young man could possess knowledge of the long-lost technique for restoring cultural relics. Despite her skepticism, she managed to smile politely and asked, "Hello, I'm Jasmine Moore. How should I refer to you? Where did you learn this relic restoration technique?" Jacob, still trembling nearby, was shocked when he heard Jasmine Moore's name. The Moore family. They were the most distinguished family in Oris Hill. Their influence could not be compared to the elite families of Eastcliff, but in Oris Hill, they stood at the top of the hierarchy, unreachable by anyone else. He never expected to meet a member of their family here. Meanwhile, Charlie remained indifferent to Jasmine's prestigious background. While the Moore family had immense wealth, worth hundreds of billions, they were dwarfed by the Wade family, whose wealth soared into the trillions. He replied flatly, "I'm Charlie Wade, and I don't have any masters. You could say I'm self-taught." He continued, "I repaired the Yuchunha vase that my father-in-law broke. Please assess its specific value on your end and let us know if we need to make any compensation." Jasmine shook her head with a smile. "Thanks to your restoration, this vase is now worth much more than before. So, actually, we owe you." Charlie smiled lightly. "I appreciate that. Since we've settled the matter, we should be on our way." However, Jasmine's expression turned playful. She didn't want Charlie to leave just yet. With a smile, she said, "Sir, I seem to have forgotten your name. How should I address you? Could you leave me a contact number so we can stay in touch?" She took out her business card and said as she handed it over, "This is my card. You can reach me at the number listed." Charlie accepted the card, nodding. "I'm Charlie Wade, but I don't have a business card." "That's all right," Jasmine replied. "Could you share your phone number with me instead?" Charlie regarded her cautiously. He believed that establishing connections could be beneficial. Moreover, Jasmine Moore appeared polite and humble, unlike others who might be arrogant and domineering. Making friends with her seemed harmless. So, he exchanged phone numbers with her. Afterward, Jasmine asked, "Mr. Wade, would you like me to give you a ride home?" Charlie waved his hand in response. "Thank you, but I drove here." Jasmine nodded. "Then I'll see you off." She accompanied Charlie and Jacob to the BMW 530. Once they drove away, she returned to Vintage Deluxe. On their way home, Jacob inquired curiously, "Charlie, where did you learn the art of cultural relic restoration?" The contents of the apocalyptic book swirled in Charlie's mind like a tempest. He certainly couldn't reveal to his father-in-law that he discovered this magical and mysterious book inside the broken vase. He needed time to fully digest its incredible insights, and he couldn't share it with anyone. So, he fabricated a lie. "I learned it from a cleaner at the orphanage." Jacob nodded in understanding. "Thank goodness you were there, otherwise, I might be behind bars right now." Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly added, "Oh, and don't mention this to Claire or your mother-in-law, all right?" Charlie nodded in acknowledgement. "Got it." The elderly man let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his face as he muttered, "If I had known you possessed such talent, I wouldn't have rushed over. Now I'm not only exhausted, but I've also been slapped multiple times. What bad luck." He then asked, "Is my face still red?" "Just a little," Charlie replied. The old man grumbled again, "If your mother asks, tell her I ran into a pole." Once they got home, Charlie quickly headed to the supermarket to pick up groceries and prepare dinner for the family. He called his wife, Claire, to check if she had any dinner cravings. However, she mentioned that she needed to work on a project with Doris Young that night, and as a result, Doris had invited her to dinner at Grand Group. Upon hearing this, Doris added, "Sir, the project is in progress, so your wife might be quite busy for a while. I hope that doesn't trouble you." Being understanding, Charlie responded, "I hope the company serves her good food and treats her well." Doris quickly assured him, "Don't worry, I'll make sure she has the best dinner the company has to offer." "Sounds good," Charlie texted back. With Claire out for dinner, he didn't feel the need to plan an elaborate menu, so he casually picked some ingredients and whipped up a simple meal for his in-laws. After dinner, the elderly couple went out for square dancing, while Charlie stayed home and immersed himself in a captivating book. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Douglas Adams. Charlie hesitated to answer. Douglas could be quite stubborn. After a previous attempt to offer him advice, he had responded by yelling, which had been incredibly frustrating. However, realizing Douglas was likely in a tough spot, Charlie decided to pick up the call. "What's going on?" he asked. On the other end, Douglas was sobbing. "Charlie, my dear brother. I'm so sorry, I've wronged you." Hearing his distress, Charlie's demeanor softened. "Did you discover the truth?" Douglas cried, "After our fight, I felt increasingly uneasy. I tracked her iPhone and ended up at a villa in the suburbs. When I knocked to confront the cheater, the man's chauffeur and butlers beat me up, and I ended up in the hospital." Douglas broke down again. "Charlie, I was so blind. Please don't be mad at me. You're my best friend, my only friend. If you cut ties with me too, I'll have no one left in Oris. Charlie sighed and replied, I don't hold it against you. Which hospital are you at? I'm at Silverwing Hospital, Douglas sobbed. He broke my legs with a baseball bat. The doctor said I won't be able to walk for a few days. Can you help me sell the drawing you gave me? I took it with me to catch that cheater. I spent all my money at the restaurant and now I'm completely broke, so I can't pay for the hospital bills. Charlie's heart sank. They didn't cover your medical expenses? No, Douglas replied, his voice trailing off. Did you call the police? I did, but they said I broke into their house, and the others were just protecting themselves. How dare they? Charlie was furious. Wait for me, I'll be there in just a few minutes. When Charlie arrived at Silverwing Hospital, he found Douglas lying on one of the ward beds, his body bruised and battered. A cast encased his right leg, and he appeared utterly dejected. Charlie felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Here was a grown man, heartbroken and injured, having been betrayed in the most painful way. As soon as Douglas noticed Charlie, his swollen eyes filled with tears, streaming down his cheeks like a rushing river. Charlie, he sobbed, his voice breaking. Charlie approached him gently, speaking in a soothing tone, it's all right. She's just a B*TCH, she isn't worth your tears. Douglas continued, I chased after her for 3 years, throwing away my dignity in the process. I feel like a pathetic dog, clinging to whatever scraps I could find. Now, I see that I never had anything to begin with. His tears choked him as he spoke. That B*TCH didn't just leave me, she wanted to take everything. I've spent every penny I earned in the last few years, even dipping into my $10,000 in savings at that restaurant, and now she refuses to pay me back. I was so blind, how could I have fallen for someone so cruel? Charlie offered comfort. Douglas, as a man, you need to learn to let go. You can start fresh. Remember the painting I gave you? It's worth at least $200,000, enough to kickstart a small business. Douglas nodded, wiping his tears. I have it with me. Thank you for reminding me, otherwise, she would have taken that from me too. Charlie sighed in relief. Good. Now, you should rest and try to forget all this. I'll grab you something to eat and take care of your hospital bills. Tears flowed down Douglas's cheeks again. Charlie, my dear brother. Thank you so much. I promise I'll repay your kindness. Yeah. We're brothers, there's no need for thanks, Charlie replied gently as he stepped out of the ward. In his rush to get to the hospital, Charlie hadn't had the chance to buy anything, but seeing Douglas in such a state tugged at his heart. So, he decided to pick up some fruits and pay the $10,000 for Douglas's medical bills up front. When he returned to Douglas's room, Charlie noticed the door was wide open. Upon entering, he saw Lily Lewis standing by Douglas's bed, clinging to Jerome Hunt. Douglas shouted at the sight of them. What are you doing here? Come to mock me? Lily laughed mockingly. Who has time for that? She spat on the floor in disdain and added, I'm here for that painting. Where is it? Hand it over. Douglas shot back angrily, Lily Lewis, that painting was a gift from my brother. Who do you think you are to take it from me? A gift? Lily scoffed. Use that tiny brain of yours for once. Why would Charlie give you that painting? It was to celebrate the opening of the restaurant. And who owns that restaurant? Just a little reminder, my dad does. Douglas was taken aback by Lily's audacity, his voice shaking with rage. Lily Lewis, don't you dare cross that line. I invested $10,000 in that restaurant too, and you still haven't paid me back. As for the painting, it was a gift from my brother. Do I need to repeat that? It was a gift. Lily glared with intensity. Enough of this ridiculous charade. The restaurant has nothing to do with you, so don't even think about hoping I'll pay you a dime. That painting is the property of the restaurant. If you don't return it immediately, I'll have no choice but to call the police and report you for theft. Standing beside Lily, Jerome also scoffed. Listen, Kid. You'd be wise to cooperate with us. My connections in Oris Hill are not something you want to test right now. If you refuse to hand over the painting, I'll have to pay a visit to the Public Security Bureau, and they'll lock you up without hesitation. Given its value, you could be looking at a minimum of 10 years behind bars. Douglas, overwhelmed with emotion, let the tears stream down his face as he pleaded with Lily, "I've always treated you well over the past few years, giving you everything I could. It's fine if you don't love me, but why do you have to do this to me?" Lily let out a chilling laugh. "Love you? Who do you think you are to expect that? Listen closely, fool, I've never loved you. You don't deserve it. I would only fall for a man like Jerome, someone who truly merits my affection." Jerome smirked sarcastically. "Oh, and I should add, we definitely know how to meet each other's needs in bed." Lily blushed. "Oh, come on, Jerome. Why bring that up? It's so embarrassing." "Embarrassed?" Jerome chuckled. "Why don't we close the doors and show this worthless loser how it's done? Let's demonstrate how you usually satisfy me." "Jerome, darling, no. That would be far too embarrassing," Lily protested. Unable to endure the spectacle any longer, Douglas hurled a pillow at them while shouting, "You maniacs! Get out of here!" Jerome swiftly caught the pillow and sneered. "I'm warning you, hand over the painting, or I'll break your other leg and have you thrown in jail." At that moment, Charlie, who had been listening at the door, strode into the room and shouted, "You dare to harm my brother? Do you have a death wish?" Jerome turned to face Charlie, locking eyes with him. "Who are you?" Lily chimed in, "He's Charlie Wade, the one who gifted the painting." Jerome erupted in laughter. "Ah, just the useless toy boy. You've made quite a name for yourself, you know. Everyone in Oris Hill knows who you are." Jerome then shot Charlie a cold glare. "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. If you do, I'll pretend you were never here and won't lay a finger on you." Charlie, irritated, scoffed back. "Get out of your sight. Who do you think you are?" Jerome gritted his teeth. "Are you challenging me, kid?" Charlie responded coolly, "I don't care who you are, but you've crossed the line today. I'll give you a second chance, apologize to my brother right now, and let him break one of your legs as an apology for what you did to him. If not, you'll suffer a horrifying fate." Jerome threw his head back, laughing maniacally, but his expression quickly soured. "What did you just say, punk? Me, Jerome, apologizing? Do you want to die?" Lily, chuckling, added, "Charlie, are you out of your mind? Challenging my darling Jerome? Do you really want to meet your end that badly?" Charlie shot back coldly, "Shut your mouth, you witch." "You," Lily fumed, turning to Jerome. "Jerome, darling. He just called me a witch. Have someone tear him apart." Jerome clenched his jaw again. "Just wait, you pathetic swine. I'll have someone take care of you right now." Charlie smiled coldly at Jerome's threat. "Sure, but remember this, if you fail to take me down, both you and this witch will pay dearly for it later." Jerome quickly dialed a number on his phone and shouted, "Zaz, I'm at Silverwing Hospital. Bring a few of your guys, we've got a brat to take care of." In contrast, Charlie chose to send a text instead of making a call. He messaged Albert Rhodes, "Come to Silverwing Hospital, someone is trying to kill me." Almost immediately, Don Albert returned the call. "Mr. Wade, who is this son of AB*TCH, he demanded. Charlie replied nonchalantly, "Less talk, just get here." Don Albert assured him, "Don't worry, Mr. Wade, I'll be there in a few minutes." Jerome, noticing that Charlie was also on the phone, scoffed. "Ha, don't tell me you actually called for backup. That's hilarious." Charlie brushed off his comment with a smile. "As I mentioned earlier, you both will experience the most painful death imaginable." Jerome burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. "Who do you think you are? No one in Oris Hill dares to stand against me." Meanwhile, Douglas, struggling to sit up in bed, panicked and said, Charlie, just leave. You can't win against this guy. Please don't. Charlie approached him and gently tucked him back under the covers. Just lie down and relax. Still in a state of panic, Douglas insisted, you don't understand how powerful he is. His family has a huge reputation in Oris Hill. Charlie peeled a mandarin and popped a piece into Douglas's mouth. There's no one I fear to stand against. Lily scoffed. Oh, really? You're so misguided. Do you even know who you're up against? Charlie interrupted her before she could elaborate. I don't care who he is, I only know he's going to be disabled for the rest of his life. He paused for effect before adding, oh, and your fate will be no different. Lily's face darkened immediately. Fine. If you're so eager to die, just you wait. Charlie turned to Douglas and asked, did you tell her father, Lawson Lewis, about this? Yeah, Douglas replied. I gave him a call. Charlie nodded. And what did he say? Douglas furrowed his brow in frustration. He said it wasn't his problem. He just wanted to find a way to avoid me bothering him anymore. Charlie pressed further, what about the $10,000 you put into the restaurant? Did you ask him for a refund? I did. Douglas's frustration grew. That old bastard, he claimed the money was a gift from his future son-in-law. He said I had no right to ask for it back, so he refused. How dare he? Charlie exclaimed, anger boiling inside him. No wonder he has such a nasty daughter, he's just as scummy. Lily, furious, shouted, what did you just say, Charlie? How dare you insult my father? You're playing with fire. She then clung to Jerome and pleaded, Jerome, look at what he said about my father. Make him pay. Jerome was merely a player in this scenario. He was shorter and not as muscular as Charlie, who not only managed everything around the house but also lived a healthy lifestyle. If a fight broke out between them, it was clear who would come out on top. Moreover, Charlie's father had taught him Wing Chun from a young age, and even after his parents' passing, he never missed a day of training at the orphanage. His dedication meant that no one dared to bully him. In a fair fight, Jerome wouldn't stand a chance. Even 5 of him wouldn't be enough to take Charlie down. Jerome was aware of his predicament. He knew that confronting Charlie would only lead to his defeat. So, he took Lily's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, babe. Zaz is on his way with his crew. Once he gets here, we'll make sure he's dealt with. Charlie sent a text to Isaac Cameron at the Shangri-La, who is this Jerome Hunt? Isaac quickly replied, his family runs a business primarily in the jade industry. They deal with stocks and auctions. His influence in the area is indeed as formidable as people say. Why do you ask? Did he upset you? Charlie texted back, yes. I've already asked Albert to take care of it. However, I need a favor from you. Isaac responded eagerly, anything for you, young master. Charlie instructed, I need you to bring Jerome's father to the hospital, along with another elderly man who appraises antiques, his name is Lawson Lewis. Bring them both to me. Isaac quickly replied, understood, young master. I'll get them to you right away. Charlie added, you don't have to do it yourself, just send someone else. I don't want it to be obvious that we know each other. Another message from Isaac popped up, all right then, young master. Should they be taught a lesson? Charlie texted back, yes, give them a good beating first, then tie them up and send them to me. Isaac immediately complied, yes, young master. Your orders will be carried out at once. Shoving his phone into his pocket, Charlie turned to Jerome and Lily, his voice icy. The parents will bear the consequences of their child's actions. I'll have both of your fathers brought here, let's see what they have to say about your behavior. Jerome's face darkened. I suggest you don't cross certain lines, punk. If you do, you'll find yourself dead in a ditch once my men arrive. Charlie scoffed. Tell your men to hurry up, I'm growing impatient. Just as Jerome opened his mouth to retaliate, the ward door swung open, revealing a burly man accompanied by 7 or 8 underlings. Upon spotting Zaz, Jerome pointed at Charlie. "Zaz, it's this little brat. Teach him a lesson." With a frown, Zaz spoke in a chilling tone, "So, you're the one who riled up my brother?" Charlie smirked coldly and nodded. "What of it? Are you planning to beat me up as he instructed?" Zaz looked puzzled. Charlie was a stranger to him, and he found it strange that Charlie showed no fear. After a long pause, Zaz asked warily, "Hey punk, where are you from?" Charlie replied dismissively, "I'm from home." Jerome chimed in, "Zaz, this brat is a boy toy. He lives off women." Then, Jerome leaned closer to Zaz and whispered, "Zaz, this brat has no connections. You can beat him up as much as you please. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." "A boy toy?" Zaz let out a sarcastic laugh. "Sure. Let's see if he can still rely on women after I break him." Without waiting for Charlie to respond, Zaz signaled his underlings. "Let's finish this punk off, damn it." Jerome shot Charlie a mocking grin. "Hey, Wade, any last words?" Charlie ignored him, focusing solely on Zaz, and finally stated coldly, "Kneel down, and I might consider sparing you." Stunned, Zaz rubbed his ear and frowned. "What did you say?" "Repeat that, and I promise you'll meet a swift end." Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the door. "Zaz, Mr. Wade told you to kneel down, are you deaf?" Zaz was taken aback. Don Albert had arrived. As the voice reverberated throughout the room, Don Albert strode in, accompanied by Bill and a sizable entourage of men. Upon his arrival, he commanded Bill, "Shut the doors. No one gets in here." Bill promptly nodded, "Got it, Don Albert." Zaz stood frozen, his eyes fixated on Don Albert, utterly astonished. It felt as if his mind had short-circuited. It was Don Albert Rhodes, the notorious underground overlord of Oris Hill. In contrast, Zaz was merely one of the lesser leaders in the region. Yet, Don Albert was the reigning authority in this territory. Everyone in the city understood that Don Albert held the ultimate power. He never imagined he would come face to face with Don Albert simply because he had been tasked with handling a trivial issue for Jerome. Jerome, unaware of Don Albert's significance, noticed Zaz's shock and furrowed his brow. "Zaz, what's happening? Who is this old man?" At Jerome's words, Zaz was gripped by fear, causing him to tremble. Before anyone could react, Zaz seized Jerome by the hair and slammed his face into the ground, breaking his nose with a sickening crunch. As blood streamed from Jerome's nose, Zaz gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you wish for death, hunt, don't drag me down with you. This is Don Albert." "What?" Jerome was left utterly stunned. Don Albert? The underground overlord of Oris Hill? What was he doing here? Don Albert approached with a stern look and delivered a swift kick to Zaz's groin. A wave of agony surged through Zaz, forcing him to his knees, his face paling rapidly. Don Albert glared at him and spoke coldly, "You're really asking for trouble, aren't you? How dare you offend Mr. Wade?" He then turned to Charlie, bowing deeply in respect as he apologized, "I'm sorry for my tardiness, Mr. Wade. Please, punish me." Witnessing Don Albert's deference toward Charlie left everyone in shock. Jerome began to tremble, realizing he had angered such a powerful figure. Charlie nodded and looked at Zaz. "Do you know this man?" Don Albert answered, "Yes. He's just one of the minor leaders around here, but he had the audacity to upset Mr. Wade. Just let us know how you wish to punish him, Mr. Wade. We'll execute your orders." Charlie replied, "What a tyrant. He claimed he would disable me as soon as he walked in. Someone like that is a menace to society. I say we break his kneecaps so he'll need a wheelchair from now on." Zaz felt as if his soul had left his body. He was a man who earned his living through fighting. If he were to become crippled, how could he continue to lead? It would spell the end for him. Desperate, Zaz fell to his knees and crawled toward Charlie, pleading, "Mr. Wade, this is all my fault. Please grant me another chance. I'll never dare to offend you again." Charlie looked down at him with cold indifference. "I already gave you a second chance. You chose to disregard it. Zaz recalled Charlie's previous words. Kneel down and I'll consider forgiving your sorry self. He had thought it was just a bluff, but now he understood that the one with a death wish wasn't Charlie, it was Zaz himself. Terrified for his life, Zaz groveled at Charlie's feet, begging, Mr. Wade, please, just give me another chance, please spare me. Charlie ignored his desperate cries and turned to Don Albert. Well, what are you waiting for? We don't have all day. Don Albert stiffened and immediately commanded his men, you lot. Break his kneecaps right now. In an instant, several of his men lunged at Zaz and pinned him to the ground. Charlie sent a text to Isaac Cameron at the Shangri-La, who is this Jerome Hunt? Isaac quickly replied, his family runs a business primarily in the jade industry. They deal with stocks and auctions. His influence in the area is indeed as formidable as people say. Why do you ask? Did he upset you? Charlie texted back, yes. I've already asked Albert to take care of it. However, I need a favor from you. Isaac responded eagerly, anything for you, young master. Charlie instructed, I need you to bring Jerome's father to the hospital, along with another elderly man who appraises antiques, his name is Lawson Lewis. Bring them both to me. Isaac quickly replied, understood, young master. I'll get them to you right away. Charlie added, you don't have to do it yourself, just send someone else. I don't want it to be obvious that we know each other. Another message from Isaac popped up, all right then, young master. Should they be taught a lesson? Charlie texted back, yes, give them a good beating first, then tie them up and send them to me. Isaac immediately complied, yes, young master. Your orders will be carried out at once. Shoving his phone into his pocket, Charlie turned to Jerome and Lily, his voice icy. The parents will bear the consequences of their child's actions. I'll have both of your fathers brought here, let's see what they have to say about your behavior. Jerome's face darkened. I suggest you don't cross certain lines, punk. If you do, you'll find yourself dead in a ditch once my men arrive. Charlie scoffed. Tell your men to hurry up, I'm growing impatient. Just as Jerome opened his mouth to retaliate, the ward door swung open, revealing a burly man accompanied by 7 or 8 underlings. Upon spotting Zaz, Jerome pointed at Charlie. Zaz, it's this little brat. Teach him a lesson. With a frown, Zaz spoke in a chilling tone, so, you're the one who riled up my brother. Charlie smirked coldly and nodded. What of it? Are you planning to beat me up as he instructed? Zaz looked puzzled. Charlie was a stranger to him, and he found it strange that Charlie showed no fear. After a long pause, Zaz asked warily, hey punk, where are you from? Charlie replied dismissively, I'm from home. Jerome chimed in, Zaz, this brat is a boy toy. He lives off women. Then, Jerome leaned closer to Zaz and whispered, Zaz, this brat has no connections. You can beat him up as much as you please. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. A boy toy? Zaz let out a sarcastic laugh. Sure. Let's see if he can still rely on women after I break him. Without waiting for Charlie to respond, Zaz signaled his underlings. Let's finish this punk off, damn it. Jerome shot Charlie a mocking grin. Hey, Wade, any last words? Charlie ignored him, focusing solely on Zaz, and finally stated coldly, kneel down, and I might consider sparing you. Stunned, Zaz rubbed his ear and frowned. What did you say? Repeat that, and I promise you'll meet a swift end. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the door. Zaz, Mr. Wade told you to kneel down, are you deaf? Zaz was taken aback. Don Albert had arrived. As the voice reverberated throughout the room, Don Albert strode in, accompanied by Bill and a sizable entourage of men. Upon his arrival, he commanded Bill, shut the doors. No one gets in here. Bill promptly nodded, got it, Don Albert. Zaz stood frozen, his eyes fixated on Don Albert, utterly astonished. It felt as if his mind had short-circuited. It was Don Albert Rhodes, the notorious underground overlord of Oris Hill. In contrast, Zaz was merely one of the lesser leaders in the region. Yet, Don Albert was the reigning authority in this territory. Everyone in the city understood that Don Albert held the ultimate power. He never imagined he would come face to face with Don Albert simply because he had been tasked with handling a trivial issue for Jerome. Jerome, unaware of Don Albert's significance, noticed Zaz's shock and furrowed his brow. "Zaz, what's happening? Who is this old man?" At Jerome's words, Zaz was gripped by fear, causing him to tremble. Before anyone could react, Zaz seized Jerome by the hair and slammed his face into the ground, breaking his nose with a sickening crunch. As blood streamed from Jerome's nose, Zaz gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you wish for death, hunt, don't drag me down with you. This is Don Albert." "What?" Jerome was left utterly stunned. Don Albert? The underground overlord of Oris Hill? What was he doing here? Don Albert approached with a stern look and delivered a swift kick to Zaz's groin. A wave of agony surged through Zaz, forcing him to his knees, his face paling rapidly. Don Albert glared at him and spoke coldly, "You're really asking for trouble, aren't you? How dare you offend Mr. Wade?" He then turned to Charlie, bowing deeply in respect as he apologized, "I'm sorry for my tardiness, Mr. Wade. Please, punish me." Witnessing Don Albert's deference toward Charlie left everyone in shock. Jerome began to tremble, realizing he had angered such a powerful figure. Charlie nodded and looked at Zaz. "Do you know this man?" Don Albert answered, "Yes. He's just one of the minor leaders around here, but he had the audacity to upset Mr. Wade. Just let us know how you wish to punish him, Mr. Wade. We'll execute your orders." Charlie replied, "What a tyrant. He claimed he would disable me as soon as he walked in. Someone like that is a menace to society. I say we break his kneecap so he'll need a wheelchair from now on." Zaz felt as if his soul had left his body. He was a man who earned his living through fighting. If he were to become crippled, how could he continue to lead? It would spell the end for him. Desperate, Zaz fell to his knees and crawled toward Charlie, pleading, "Mr. Wade, this is all my fault. Please grant me another chance. I'll never dare to offend you again." Charlie looked down at him with cold indifference. "I already gave you a second chance. You chose to disregard it." Zaz recalled Charlie's previous words. "Kneel down and I'll consider forgiving your sorry self." He had thought it was just a bluff, but now he understood that the one with a death wish wasn't Charlie, it was Zaz himself. Terrified for his life, Zaz groveled at Charlie's feet, begging, "Mr. Wade, please, just give me another chance, please spare me." Charlie ignored his desperate cries and turned to Don Albert. "Well, what are you waiting for? We don't have all day." Don Albert stiffened and immediately commanded his men, "You lot. Break his kneecaps right now." In an instant, several of his men lunged at Zaz and pinned him to the ground. In that moment, Bill pulled out a metal rod and approached Zaz. Despite Zaz's desperate pleas for mercy, Bill lifted the rod high and swung it down with incredible force. Crack! Zaz's right kneecap was shattered instantly, resulting in a comminuted fracture that would be nearly impossible to recover from. In agony, Zaz yelped, but Charlie was far from finished. "We can't stop here. Breaking one leg still leaves him able to limp on the other. I want him permanently crippled." Bill nodded and raised the metal rod again. Moments later, another loud crack echoed as it hit Zaz's left knee. Zaz writhed on the ground, screaming for help, his body on the brink of shock. Don Albert barked an order. "Bill, stuff something in his mouth. His screams will only irritate Mr. Wade." "Yes, Don Albert." Bill complied, shoving pieces of gauze into Zaz's mouth as he curled up into a ball on the floor. Jerome, pale and trembling, knelt and pleaded, "Charlie. I mean, Mr. Wade. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my mouth run wild. Please forgive me." Lily was equally terrified. As soon as Jerome began begging, she quickly dropped to her knees, apologizing fervently. But Charlie merely scoffed. "Do you really think begging will save you? You two are just adorable. Fear gripped them both. Suddenly, several men in black entered the room, bringing with them two middle-aged men bound and helpless. The two men appeared to be on the verge of despair. As the men in black threw them to the ground, they bowed to Charlie. "Mr. Wade, we've brought who you requested." Jerome and Lily nearly fainted at the sight. The two men were their fathers, Dylan Hunt and Lawson Lewis. Charlie took a bucket of cold water and drenched them. Once they regained consciousness, Charlie asked Lawson, "Mr. Lewis, did you know your daughter was being a WH*re and cheating on her fiancé?" Lawson, terrified and still shaken from earlier, shook his head vigorously. "I didn't know, I swear." Charlie nodded. "You didn't know? Isn't that a failure on your part as a father? Bill, break his left kneecap. Just as you did to that other scoundrel." "Understood," Bill replied, turning to his men. "Hold him down." Lawson screamed in fear, "No. Someone, please help me." Lily cried out, "Dad." But without hesitation, Bill smashed Lawson's kneecap as he was restrained. Lawson would have preferred a quick death. Instead, his kneecap was shattered, leaving him with an injury that would never heal. Charlie repeated his question. "Let me ask you again, were you aware of your daughter's infidelity?" Lawson sobbed uncontrollably. "I knew, I did. It's my fault, I promised to discipline her from now on." Charlie huffed. "So you were aware. Why didn't you intervene? You knew your daughter was causing trouble and did nothing. Doesn't that make you a failure as a father?" "Then," he ordered, "Bill, cripple his other leg." Lawson had not anticipated that acknowledging his mistakes would yield no relief. He had fainted from shock, but the agony from the impact jolted him back to consciousness in an instant. Lawson had never endured such torment in his entire life. Tears cascaded down the wrinkles on his face as he cried out in desperation, "Mr. Wade, it's all my fault. I'll never ignore her faults again, I won't allow her to commit such despicable acts." With a look of disgust, Charlie replied, "Well, aren't you skilled at shifting the blame to others?" That single remark sent shivers down Lawson Lewis's spine. Charlie then pressed on, "Lawson Lewis. Concerning the $10,000 my brother invested in your restaurant, why did you refuse to repay him? Why did you insist it was a gift?" Lawson's face went pale as he scrambled to explain, "I was wrong, I was greedy and shameless. I'm so sorry." Turning his gaze to Douglas, who was fuming, Lawson pleaded, "Douglas, I was blinded by my greed. I promise I'll repay the $10,000. Please, tell Mr. Wade to spare me. My old body can't take this anymore." Charlie glanced at Douglas. "Are you going to assist him?" Douglas shook his head vehemently. "No. I won't help anyone here." "All right." Charlie nodded in satisfaction. "That's my man." He faced Lawson, who was drowning in despair. "Not only are you a terrible father, but you also tried to steal my brother's life savings. What separates you from a common thief?" Lawson sobbed, stumbling over his words. "Mr. Wade, I'm a monster. I'm inhumane. I deserve to go to hell. Please let me go, I'm begging you. I'll do anything. I'll call you boss. Boss Wade, please spare me." Charlie let out a chilling laugh. "Let you go? Ha! In your dreams, you ugly bastard." With that, he turned to Bill. "Cripple his right arm. Let's see if he can still steal from others after this." In desperation, Lawson shouted, "No, Mr. Wade. Please, don't." Bill swung his arm down with force, smashing Lawson's arm. My arm, my arm!" Lawson cried out. Charlie instructed Bill, "Shut him up and discard him." "Yes, sir." Bill stuffed a ball of gauze into Lawson's mouth and tossed him toward Zaz. Lily was on the brink of insanity, as was Jerome. Dylan Hunt, Lawson's father, was losing his mind as well. He turned to Jerome and slapped him angrily. "You idiot! Who told you to mess around with someone else's woman? Why did you drag me into this? Charlie smirked. Why? Didn't you realize your son was involved with my brother's fiancée? Aren't you supposed to be his father? Fearful for his life, Dylan's eyes brimmed with tears, utterly lost on how to respond. Lawson's fate was a glaring example of what awaited him. If he admitted he knew, his right leg would be shattered. If he claimed ignorance, his left leg would be crippled. Sure. Here's a revised version of your text, keeping all the names and structure intact while making it unique and easier to read. After a lengthy silence, Charlie turned his gaze to Bill. This old man seems rather astute. He believes he can avoid punishment as long as he remains silent. Bill, break his legs. Yes, Mr. Wade. Bill responded obediently. Turning to Dylan, who was now in a state of panic, Charles spoke chillingly. You have only your son to blame for this. Following two gut-wrenching screams, Dylan Hunt was rendered crippled as well. Watching his father endure such brutality, Jerome felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In mere moments, he found himself sitting in a pool of warm liquid that reeked terribly. He had actually wet his pants. Charlie let out a laugh. Well, would you look at that? Seems like you can't quite control yourself. That's been the root of all your problems. I'd say you won't be needing that anymore. He then commanded, in that case, destroy the very thing that makes him a man. Bill hesitated for a brief moment, flinching at the order as a man himself. Don Albert grumbled, what are you waiting for? Do as Mr. Wade instructs. Snapping back to the moment, Bill barked orders to his men, spread this bastard's legs. Desperate, Jerome pleaded with Charlie. Mr. Wade, please. You can cripple me, but don't destroy my... Charlie chuckled. Do you think this is a multiple-choice situation? You don't get to choose between losing your limbs or that part of you. Wrong. You're facing both. What followed was a brutal stomp from Bill. And just like that, Jerome became a eunuch. Yet, his suffering wasn't over just yet. Bill carried out Charlie's orders, crippling all of Jerome's limbs as well. Once an arrogant jerk who had disrespected others, Jerome was now reduced to a pathetic figure. No one would feel sorry for him, he deserved every bit of this fate. All that remained was to deal with Lily Lewis. On the brink of losing it, Lily crawled to the bed, grasping Douglas's hand. Tears streaming down her face, she begged, "Hubby, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have cheated on you. I truly loved you. Hunt raped me. He even took photos, and I felt trapped. He manipulated me." Jerome shouted in outrage, "Lily Lewis, UWH*re. How dare you blame me? You were the one who came to my pawn shop with your father. You approached me for my wealth and willingly slept with me. Otherwise, I would have never gotten involved with you." Turning to Charlie, Jerome added, "Mr. Wade, don't believe a word this B*TCH has said. I have proof. She was the one who added me on WeChat and claimed it was love at first sight. She even sent me numerous nude photos to entice me. All those pictures are still on my phone, you can check." Lily's face drained of color. "Hunt, you bastard. Didn't you promise to delete them?" Jerome gritted his teeth. "You wicked B*TCH. Thank goodness I didn't listen to you and kept them, or I'd be dead because of you." Lily tried to reason. "Hubby, I was foolish. Please, can't you spare me? After all we've been through together?" Charlie turned to Douglas. "What do you think?" Douglas glanced at Lily before pushing her away. "I don't know this woman." Upon hearing this, Lily broke down in tears. Charlie commanded, "Then let's break both of her legs and leave a lasting scar on her face. Let's see if she can seduce any more men after this." Charlie showed no sympathy for wicked women like Lily Lewis, not even a little. Following Charlie's orders, Bill crippled Lily and scarred her face, even going so far as to cut her hair off with surgical scissors. In the end, all 5 of them paid the heavy price that Charlie had promised. "I hope you find this version suitable." Charlie commanded his men to carry the 5 individuals out, making a chilling remark before they exited, "I'll spare your lives for now. But if even a whisper of this gets out, I will kill all of you. Understood?" The five of them nodded vigorously, realizing how fortunate they were to be leaving alive. Defying Charlie any further was out of the question. Seeing their submission, Charlie turned to Lawson Lewis with a satisfied nod. "Trying to manipulate my brother comes at a steep cost. I expect you and your daughter to vacate the restaurant and have it transferred under my brother's name by tomorrow. Is that clear?" Lawson nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely. I'll be out by tomorrow, no doubt." Charlie then shifted his attention to Dylan Hunt. "Your son got involved with my brother's fiancée and even assaulted him. You'd better prepare $2 million as compensation for him, and don't try to skimp on this, understood?" Dylan readily agreed. "Mr. Wade, I will ensure the money is transferred to your brother by tomorrow." Pleased, Charlie directed Don Albert's men, "All right, you can take out the trash now." With that, the group of men escorted the five individuals out of the room. As they were being removed, Charlie addressed Bill. "Bill, you've done an excellent job this time." A grin spread across Bill's face. "I was just following your orders, Mr. Wade." Charlie replied gently, "I'll have $2 million transferred to your bank account as a reward." Bill was ecstatic and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Wade." Although he had been loyal to Don Albert for quite some time, he knew Don Albert would never be so generous. Such an amount was unheard of. Meanwhile, Charlie texted Isaac to arrange the transfer to Bill. Despite having ample funds in his debit account, it was inconvenient for him to use it in this situation. Within a minute, the money was successfully transferred to Bill's account. Overjoyed, Bill bowed to Charlie repeatedly. Turning to Don Albert, Charlie asked, "Albert, I take it you're not particularly interested in money?" Don Albert replied, "Mr. Wade, it's my honor to serve your needs." Charlie waved dismissively. "I'll remember this favor. I'll ensure you get promoted when the chance arises." Upon hearing this, Don Albert instantly knelt and bowed deeply to Charlie. For him, money was not the ultimate goal, he craved power. Opportunities for promotion were scarce, and he had long aspired to work with Isaac Cameron. However, Isaac regarded him as inferior due to his humble background. Now, with Charlie's backing, he might finally achieve the promotion he desired. His future looked promising, a significant step closer to success. After recognizing everyone's contributions, Charlie turned to Douglas. "So, are you satisfied with how things turned out?" Douglas was still in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend how Charlie had amassed such power overnight, even making the underground overlord kneel before him. He quickly gathered himself and responded, "Yes. Absolutely." Charlie continued, "I've dealt with those people and reclaimed the restaurant for you. Additionally, I've secured $2 million for the damages. Now, it's time for you to stand on your own 2 feet." Douglas replied earnestly, "Charlie, I will repay this favor no matter what. I'll follow your instructions without hesitation." Charlie nodded and said, "Just take some time to rest. Once you're feeling better, you can run the restaurant. If I need anything, I'll make sure to reach out to you." Douglas responded enthusiastically, "I'm here whenever you need me." Charlie added, "Oh, and please keep what happened today to yourself. I prefer to keep my identity under wraps, understood?" Douglas nodded in agreement. "Got it. No one will hear a word from me." Charlie smiled reassuringly. "I'll arrange for 2 caretakers to look after you. Just focus on getting better. I'll see myself out." Once home, Charlie decided against telling Claire about the day's events. He believed it was safer for her not to know anything about his true identity. The following day, while he was grocery shopping, Charlie received a phone call. To his surprise, it was Jasmine Moore, the daughter of the boss at Vintage Deluxe. Intrigued, Charlie wondered what Jasmine wanted from him. As the call connected, Jasmine said, "Mr. Wade, I apologize for interrupting you." Charlie asked, "Is there an issue with the Yuhuchin vase I repaired?" Jasmine replied, "Oh no, it's not that. I'm reaching out to discuss something else." Curious, Charlie pressed, "What is it?" Jasmine explained, "I've recently come across something interesting, but I'm not very knowledgeable in this area. I heard Mr. Wade is, and I was hoping you could help me identify some antiques." Although antiques weren't Charlie's primary interest, he realized he lacked some unique collectibles and decided to inquire further. "What kind of antique are you interested in?" Jasmine responded, "It's a jade piece. The sellers claim that wearing it can soothe the soul and attract success." At that moment, Charlie felt a spark of recognition. He recalled hearing about such mythical relics before. These legendary items were said to bestow incredible benefits upon their owners. Curious about the potential treasure, Charlie agreed to help. "All right, I'll join you." Jasmine replied, "Thank you, Mr. Wade. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp." "Sounds good." Charlie ended the call, his mind racing with thoughts. Wealthy individuals like him were often drawn to mythical relics that promised prosperity and tranquility. Charlie decided to explore this realm of collectibles, hoping to find what he had been searching for all along. The next morning, Jasmine arrived right on time at Charlie's door. As soon as Charlie entered the car, Jasmine began to brief him. "Mr. Wade, there will be significant competition for this jade piece. I've heard that quite a few bidders from Oris Hill will be present." Charlie nodded. The number of competitors isn't the main concern, it's the value of the item itself. "If it's genuinely worth it, I'm confident Miss Moore will secure it." Jasmine smiled appreciatively. "Thank you, Mr. Wade, but we can't underestimate our opponents. There may be some influential figures in Oris Hill we don't even know about." Feigning surprise, Charlie remarked, "What? How can that be? Isn't the Moore family the most powerful in Oris Hill?" Jasmine smiled again. "That's what everyone believes. However, for instance, the new chairman of M Grand Group could easily overshadow the Moores. We should be cautious." With a sigh, Jasmine added, "Honestly, I'm quite curious about this powerful individual, but he remains incredibly secretive. No one seems to have uncovered his true identity." Jasmine was speaking the truth when she said that the new chairman of M Grand Group struck her as an enigmatic figure. After all, he had managed to acquire a company valued at over 100 billion without revealing himself during the entire process. It seemed clear that his wealth far surpassed that of M Grand Group. In contrast, the Moore family appeared quite small and inconsequential. What Jasmine didn't realize was that the chairman of M Grand Group was actually sitting right beside her in the passenger seat. Charlie, the chairman, preferred to maintain a low profile. Even though he would casually respond to Jasmine's inquiries, he never disclosed anything about his true identity. In a matter of minutes, they arrived at a quaint garden near the river, moving at a brisk yet steady pace. The garden exuded elegance and tranquility. While it appeared somewhat worn and rustic from the outside, the interior was nothing short of magnificent. From a charming little bridge over sparkling water to a beautifully designed Suzhou-style garden, complete with graceful pavilions, it was a dream come true for any man. After parking the car, a butler welcomed them and ushered them inside. As they strolled through the garden, they entered a lobby adorned with traditional Chinese furnishings. In the center stood a crimson round table surrounded by several fauteuils. Upon their arrival, an elderly man with white hair rose to greet Jasmine. "Welcome, Miss Moore." A hint of awkwardness flickered across Jasmine's face, but she nodded in acknowledgement. "Uncle Quilt, it's good to see you." The old man smiled warmly. "The master mentioned you would be coming, so I thought I'd come by to check on you." Jasmine nodded and then turned to Charlie. "Uncle Quilt is the appraiser for the Moore family. I suspect someone from my family sent him here as a precaution." Charlie nodded in understanding. It made sense for them to be cautious given his youth and inexperience. Quilt shot a disapproving glance at Charlie. "This is the appraiser you hired? He seems a bit too young for that role." A middle-aged man standing beside Quilt snickered, "You've hired a child for appraisal work? Don't you have enough qualified people in the Moore family? I could introduce you to some real appraisers." "Ha ha ha." Jasmine's demeanor turned icy. "Travis Lane, remember that this is Oris, not Lancaster. I won't tolerate your disrespect here." Travis shrugged nonchalantly. Looks like the Moors have quite the temper. Let's all keep our cool, suggested a middle-aged man seated at the round table, frowning slightly. We're here for business, not bickering. Young man, please take a seat. Jasmine huffed and settled down at the round table. As Charlie took his seat, Jasmine leaned closer and whispered, "That's Travis Lane, the wealthiest man in Lancaster. Next to him is Matthew Gibson, a powerful geomancer. The man who just spoke is Graham Quinton, the head of the Quinton family in Orris. His family has been." Charlie then noticed an elderly man dressed in green traditional Chinese attire sitting next to Travis. The man had a full head of gray hair and an ethereal presence, with his eyes closed. Even as Charlie and Jasmine arrived, he didn't seem to notice them. Suddenly, Jasmine trailed off and stopped speaking. Charlie was intrigued about what she was going to say next, but he chose not to press her. As everyone finally settled in, a portly man in extravagant clothing chuckled. "Now that the fighting is over, let's get down to business. Take a good look at this beauty. You all come from wealthy families, so I'm sure $1 billion is just pocket change for you. Let's not dwell on it for too long." Travis scoffed. "If it truly does what you claim, regulating geomancy and soothing our souls, $1 billion wouldn't be a big deal at all." The stout man cast a glance at Travis before setting a plain wooden box on the round table. Inside the box lay a stunning crimson-red jade, which seemed to be an artifact from ages past. As soon as the lid was lifted, a wave of warm energy seemed to envelop the lobby, captivating everyone present. Eyes widened in amazement. Jasmine turned to Quilt, asking, "Uncle Quilt, what's your take on this?" Quilt examined the jade intently and nodded in appreciation. "I believe this to be genuine. It looks like the bloody jade from the Zhou dynasty. It also appears to have been blessed by a very powerful monk." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully before turning to Charlie. "What do you think, Mr. Wade?" Charlie frowned in disapproval. "It's a fake." Quilt shot him a disapproving look. "You're just a young person. Who gave you the authority to lie in front of so many people?" Next to Travis, the elderly Matthew Gibson opened his eyes and focused on the jade. "May I hold it?" The stout man let out a derisive laugh. "Mr. Gibson, are you serious? Don't you know the rules of appraisal? Jades shouldn't be handled, especially this bloody jade from the Zhou dynasty. If it were to break, who would take the blame?" Startled, Matthew recoiled. "I apologize for my impudence." He leaned in closer to inspect the jade more carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded again. "While I can't definitively say this jade is from the Zhou dynasty, I can confirm that the legends about its ability to regulate geomancy and calm souls are indeed accurate." Excitement rippled through the group. For them, the jade's potential powers far outweighed its historical significance. Quilt smiled approvingly. "Mr. Gibson certainly has a keen eye, unlike those who are inexperienced and merely pretending." Hearing this, Jasmine felt a twinge of disappointment in Charlie. He certainly seemed too young and inexperienced for such intricate matters. While he possessed skill in antique restoration, he clearly lacked the depth of knowledge compared to the seasoned gentlemen around them. Charlie chose to remain silent. It was evident that these individuals were eager to be deceived, and he had no desire to intrude. After the appraisal, the stout man closed the box and grinned. "Now that the jade has been appraised, shall we begin the bidding?" Without hesitation, Graham declared, "I'll bid $1 billion. $1,003,000, Travis countered. Noticing that Jasmine hadn't yet placed a bid, the stout man inquired, "What about you, Miss Moore?" Seeing Jasmine's hesitation, Quilt leaned in and whispered, "Miss, this truly is a rare find. This jade is valued at around $3 billion. If you can secure it for under $2 billion, the benefits will far exceed the cost." Jasmine was nearly convinced, but then she glanced back at Charlie. His calm demeanor suggested he was unconcerned, which only deepened her doubts. Quilt shot Charlie a cold stare, realizing that Jasmine was swayed by his presence, preventing her from bidding. He then challenged, "Since Mr. Wade claims this jade is fake, I'm curious to learn how he reached that conclusion. Let's see what you've got." He knew that if Charlie attempted to bluff, Jasmine would see through him and probably make her bid without hesitation. The crowd murmured their discontent. He's just a useless kid, what could he possibly know? Yeah, who gave him the right to make such claims? If you're not interested, please don't waste our time. Amidst the jeers, Charlie regarded Quilt with amusement. Are you sure you want me to elaborate? Absolutely. Just say what's on your mind. Quilt chuckled. I'd love to see how you con artists spin your webs of deceit. Charlie shrugged his shoulders. I didn't mean to call you out, but if you're pushing me, it would be rude not to respond. Call us out? So you think we've missed something? Matthew Gibson, ever calm and collected, let out a laugh. Charlie shot him a glance and chuckled. Honestly, he's the biggest fool among you all. Are you looking for trouble, kid? Matthew's anger was palpable. The jade is authentic, no doubt about that, Charlie continued, but it's definitely not some legendary jade from the Zhou dynasty, nor was it blessed by a mighty monk. It's merely a high-quality nephrite, worth about 50,000 at most. Nonsense. Can't you see the red hue of the jade? Quilt scowled, clearly agitated. Charlie pressed on as if undeterred. The red tint comes from potassium permanganate minerals corrupting it. Did you really think it was soaked in a powerful monk's blood? What about the warm aura it emits? Graham interjected, his brows knitted in concern. Charlie shook his head dismissively. This piece doesn't possess any mystical powers. To create such an effect, one would need to soak the jade in a solution made from African gallag weed for 6 months. The warm aura you perceive is just a hallucination induced by the drug. It can easily be eliminated by burning the jade. You little brat. How dare you speak such blatant lies? The man slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Travis's expression darkened as he shot a glare at the fat man. Why don't we put it to the test? Fear washed over the fat man as he began to sweat profusely. What do you mean, test it? This kid is clearly lying. Why are you all falling for his nonsense? Graham tapped his fingers impatiently. If it still gives off a warm aura after burning, I'll buy it from you right away. But if the effect disappears, you'll be facing the consequences. Despite our current issues, the Quintons will never allow anyone to walk all over us. Jasmine nodded in agreement. If what Mr. Wade claims is false, then a test won't be a problem. After all, jades are resistant to fire. However, if he's right, you owe us an explanation. The fat man was now in a panic, cold sweat trickling down his plump forehead. He realized that all 3 families present were not ones to anger. He had only agreed to this setup because Quilt would be there to sway Jasmine, allowing them to split the profit from the scam. He never anticipated that Charlie Wade would expose their scheme. Ironically, Charlie had no real expertise in jade appraisal. Yet, the ability to identify the flaw in this jade seemed to come to him instinctively, almost as if it were a skill listed in the apocalyptic book he had encountered. Noticing the fat man's silence, Charlie smirked. So, feeling guilty? Why aren't you defending yourself? The fat man's face turned pale, but he remained silent about conducting the flame test. Charlie was absolutely furious. Do you really think you can escape this by staying silent, you oversized fool? Let me remind you, this is Oris. The individuals in this room are just as influential within this area as I am. They could have you disposed of without a second thought. I strongly suggest you start telling us the truth right now, or you won't even have a chance to save yourself. Jasmine recognized Charlie's attempt to manipulate the situation, so she adopted a serious expression and played along. The Moore family wields significant power. Anyone who dares to deceive us will certainly face severe consequences. We cannot afford to let them go unpunished, as it would tarnish our reputation. The overweight man was taken aback, realizing the truth in Jasmine's words. He knew that the Moore family held immense influence in this region. If he angered Jasmine more, it would surely mean his end in Oris. In a panic, he turned to Quilt, desperate for help. Quilt, you've got to bail me out. This isn't what we agreed upon. Quilt's expression shifted dramatically. What are you talking about? You plan to scam the Moors and now want to pin the blame on me? I'll make you pay for this. With a dagger suddenly drawn from his pocket, Quilt glared coldly as he charged towards the fat man. The fat man shot back, "You backstabbing scoundrel. You're the one who claimed the Moors trusted your appraisal skills. You said this worthless item would sell as long as you vouched for it. You've set me up." Jasmine watched the two argue with a cold gaze before turning to Charlie. "Please excuse me, Mr. Wade. Thank you for accompanying me, let's leave. My family will send someone to handle this situation." Charlie nodded in agreement. "All right, let's head out." As they stood up to leave, Jasmine stepped out of the lobby, while Quilt fell to the ground, pleading pitifully. He was clearly terrified and had abandoned any thoughts of harming the fat man. "Miss, please show me mercy. For the sake of all the years I've served your family, just spare me this one time." Before Jasmine could reply, Travis stood up with a scoff. "Do you have a death wish, you old fool? You tried to scam me and your own master. You were aiming to swindle $2 to $3 billion. Do you genuinely believe the Moors will let you off the hook?" Quilt's face drained of color, leaving him frozen in shock on the ground. Travis added, "Even if they did, I, Travis Lane, will never let you walk away unscathed." Quilt immediately broke down in tears, collapsing on the floor. Witnessing the chaos, Jasmine sighed in disappointment. "Excuse me, Mr. Wade. It was a mistake to hire such an incompetent fool, it's quite embarrassing." Charlie responded, "There's always darkness alongside the light, you don't need to blame yourself, Miss Moore." At that moment, Travis and Matthew from Lancaster exited the lobby, followed by Graham from the Quinton family in Orris. Seeing Charlie, Travis rushed over, grabbing his hands enthusiastically. "Thanks to you, Mr. Wade, I've managed to avoid being scammed by that idiot." Embarrassed, Matthew, who stood beside him, exclaimed, "Mr. Wade is truly remarkable. I honestly didn't notice any changes made to the jade. I'm very ashamed." Graham also acknowledged Charlie with gratitude. "This is all thanks to you, Mr. Wade. Without your insight, the three of us might have ended up fighting over that fake item. Not only would we have faced significant losses, but our families' reputations would also have been at stake." Charlie smiled modestly. "No need to worry. I was invited by Miss Moore to appraise the jade, I was simply doing my job." After a brief and polite exchange, Charlie and Jasmine got into the car, and the garden returned to its peaceful state. As they left, Charlie noticed several men dressed in black rushing in. It seemed the fates of Quilt and the fat man had already been sealed. Jasmine sat in the car with an expression that betrayed her indifference. It was incredibly frustrating for her to have such a useless scoundrel in her family. What added to her irritation was Uncle Quilt's attempt to embarrass her in front of outsiders. If he had succeeded in swindling her out of her money that day, Uncle Quilt would have made off with a significant sum. Jasmine would have felt deeply humiliated to realize she had been duped, especially after losing a considerable amount of the Moore family's wealth. Thankfully, Charlie was there to intervene, preventing her from falling victim to this scheme and safeguarding her family's fortune. Jasmine retrieved a bank card from the glove compartment and handed it to Charlie. "Mr. Wade, this card holds about $1 million. The passcode is 6/8. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." A sigh escaped Jasmine as she spoke. It puzzled her why Charlie had chosen to be part of such a small family when he clearly possessed exceptional skills and professionalism. If he had ventured out on his own and started an antique appraisal business, he could have built a remarkable career in just a few years. Charlie hesitated for a moment, contemplating the bank card she offered. $1 million was certainly a substantial amount, but for the Moore family, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Initially, Charlie had little interest in the $1 million. After all, he had over $9 billion in his own account. To him, that amount was insignificant. What would be the point of accepting it? However, he reminded himself that he wasn't a billionaire, he was just the son-in-law of the Wilson family. Declining the $1 million could raise suspicions with Jasmine, so he accepted the bank card from her. "Thank you, Miss Moore." Jasmine smiled in response, saying, "Mr. Wade, you're far too courteous. After a moment, she asked, "Where are you heading, Mr. Wade?" Charlie smiled back and replied, "Could you drop me off at the vegetable market? I need to buy some vegetables for dinner." Jasmine was taken aback by his response and couldn't help but ask, "I've heard about you, but honestly, Mr. Wade, you have such remarkable skills that it seems a waste for you to be just a stay-at-home son-in-law. Why not work for me? I'd be happy to offer you a starting salary of $1 million a year. What do you think?" Charlie quickly waved his hand with a smile, "I'm quite accustomed to this lifestyle." Jasmine was surprised by his answer but could only let out a sigh. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. She had heard that Charlie was a son-in-law living off his wife. Previously, Jasmine thought this was merely gossip, believing he hadn't had the chance to prove himself yet. Now, she realized that Charlie had chosen to live this way, and she found this deeply disappointing. Consequently, her perception of him shifted dramatically. Charlie was aware that Jasmine would likely look down on him, but he actually preferred that. In fact, it would be advantageous for everyone to misunderstand him. It would allow him to have the last laugh when the time came. When they arrived at the vegetable market, Charlie bid farewell to Jasmine before stepping out of the car. He purchased some vegetables and then headed home. Upon entering the house, Charlie immediately heard his father-in-law laughing heartily and shouting excitedly, "Ha ha ha, come, come. You have to see what I've discovered." Claire, who had just finished work, was seated on the sofa reading some documents. She turned to her father, startled by Jacob's loud voice. "Dad, you nearly gave me a heart attack. You have to look at this." Jacob didn't notice Claire's expression. Instead, he proudly displayed a pair of palm-sized Celadon cups. "These are the blue and white Celadon cups I found at the antique market today. They say these were discovered in the late emperor's coffin and are worth over $500,000. More than $500,000. Claire exclaimed, standing up in surprise. "Dad, where did you get that kind of money?" Charlie was feeling utterly powerless at that moment. Just that morning, Jacob had shattered the Yuhuchan vase, and now, as soon as he left the house, the old man had seized the opportunity to sneak out and roam Antique Street once again. This was so typical of him. He never seemed to learn from his mistakes. With a playful grin, Jacob asked, "Can you believe these Celadon cups are valued at over $500,000? Take a guess at what I paid for them." Claire paused for a moment before responding, $300,000. "Nope. Try again." Jacob replied, waving his hand enthusiastically. $200,000. Claire guessed again. Wrong again. Jacob chuckled. Charlie glanced at the Celadon cups that his father-in-law was holding and instantly recognized that they were fakes, worth only a few $100s. Just then, Jacob beamed and exclaimed, "Ha! I got these for just $300. Isn't that incredible?" Claire's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Are you serious? You only paid $300 for these cups?" At that moment, Elaine entered from the kitchen, drawn by Jacob's excitement. "Are you sure these cups are genuinely valuable and not just replicas?" she inquired. Jacob confidently patted his chest and replied, "Don't worry. The seller wasn't an expert, so I had someone verify the cups for me. He confirmed they're authentic." "Is that true?" Elaine asked, holding one of the cups with a big smile. Charlie stood to the side, maintaining a calm demeanor. He knew the cups were fake, but he didn't want to spoil Jacob's joy, especially since it was rare for the old man to be so elated. Jacob was in high spirits, practically prancing about like a cat that had just caught a fish. He continued, "The seller mentioned that this isn't the complete set. His boss is bringing the rest to the shop tomorrow. I plan to check it out and try to buy the entire set. If I get all the Celadon cups, their value could skyrocket. Who knows, we might even sell the whole set for $6 million. Charlie frowned and quickly interjected, "Dad, it's risky to be overly ambitious when trading antiques. I think just having 2 of these cups is enough. Let's reconsider." Jacob shot Charlie a glare and scolded him, "What makes you think you can give me advice on antiques? Are you trying to stop me?" Charlie quickly replied, No, please go ahead with what you want." After that, he decided to let it go. After all, even if Jacob got taken advantage of, it wasn't his money at stake. Claire chimed in, "Dad, why do you want to buy so many? We can't eat or drink from these cups. Plus, there's a huge gap between the price you paid and their actual value. We still need to confirm if they're authentic." Claire was skeptical. She didn't believe something as incredible as buying cups for $300 and selling them for $500,000 could happen without a catch. If it were that easy, everyone would be wealthy. Seeing their doubt, Jacob responded dismissively, "You all just don't understand. This is definitely an antique. It takes a person with real insight to recognize its value." As he continued to admire his Celadon cups, Jacob added, "Don't worry too much. There were several other buyers competing with me for these cups today. I might not even be able to get the rest tomorrow." Elaine quickly interjected, "If the cups are truly valuable, you must ensure you secure them tomorrow." The two elders continued to marvel at the cups while Claire quietly pulled Charlie aside. "I really don't trust this seller. It feels like a scam to me. Dad is definitely going back tomorrow, so can you go with him to Antique Street and make sure he doesn't get scammed?" Charlie immediately nodded. Honestly, if Claire hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have felt too concerned. But since his wife had spoken up, he couldn't just stand by and watch his father-in-law get swindled. The next day had arrived, and it was already the weekend. Early in the morning, Jacob pulled Charlie out of the house, and they set off to Antique Street. The old man appeared rejuvenated and full of energy. As they stepped out of the car, Jacob waved at Charlie, saying, "Come on. I'm going to show you how to find a great deal." With that, they began strolling down Antique Street. Charlie had to quicken his pace to keep up with Jacob, but he couldn't help glancing around as they walked. Since it was the weekend, Antique Street was bustling with more people than usual. The street was crowded, lined with numerous vendors who had set up their stalls for the weekend, creating a lively atmosphere. Many vendors simply laid out plastic sheets on the ground, inviting passers-by to explore the assorted antiques and jades displayed for sale. As Charlie casually surveyed the scene, he quickly realized that authentic items were scarce. In fact, most vendors seemed to be trying to deceive unsuspecting tourists and locals alike. Many of the tourists, blissfully unaware of the true value of what they were buying, often left with imitations, proudly believing they had struck a fantastic deal. "Over here." Jacob suddenly halted in front of a modest stall, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. A few tourists were gathered around the stall, examining the various antiques. Jacob eagerly joined the small crowd, fearing he might miss out on a good find. Charlie took a closer look at the stall. It consisted of an oiled sheet spread across the ground, adorned with several dozen mud-stained antiques. Among them were blue and white horses, copper coins, wine cups, jade bracelets, and time-worn calligraphy paintings. Despite the array of items, Charlie could easily tell they were all fakes just by glancing at them. The stall's owner was a thin, dark-skinned man dressed in a simple dark blue t-shirt. His hair looked greasy and unkempt, yet he had a straightforward and earnest demeanor. "Look at this!" Jacob exclaimed to Charlie, pointing at a colorful bottle with a large opening. In a hushed tone, he added, "This is the perfect wine bottle to complement my Celadon cups. If I get this today, I can sell the complete set for double the price." Charlie examined the wine bottle, then turned to the stall owner and asked, "How much for this?" The stall owner glanced at the bottle before responding, "Well, my father said I can't sell it for less than $20,000. Jacob nearly burst out laughing at the outrageous price. He quickly urged Charlie, "The owner clearly doesn't know what he's selling. Let's grab it before someone else does." Just then, Charlie stopped Jacob, smiling as he said, "Dad, there's no way this is worth $20,000. We're not buying it." "What?" Jacob was taken aback. "Then what do you think it's worth?" Charlie extended his hand and gestured in front of the stall owner. "This amount." $5,000? the owner asked, staring at Charlie in disbelief. Charlie shook his head. "No. At most, $50. The stall owner looked at Charlie as if he were from another planet before shouting, "Do you even know the value of antiques? This is a treasure from my grandfather. You can't find anything like it today. Are you trying to take advantage of me just because you're from the city?" Jacob, feeling anxious, stepped in to stop Charlie from confronting the owner. "Charlie, don't say anything more. You're messing with his business." Charlie smiled and raised the wine bottle, turning it around. He then wiped away the yellow mud from the bottom and pointed to the small writing there. "Dad, look at this." The writing was tiny, and most people would have missed it if Charlie hadn't pointed it out. It read, "Made in China." Jacob stood frozen for a moment, utterly speechless. After regaining his composure, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at the stall owner, shouting, You fraud." Charlie waved the wine bottle in front of the owner, saying, "The manufacturer wouldn't allow the sale of fake antiques like this, which is why they printed that in fine print. Clever of you to cover it with mud. How about we buy it for $30 now?" This. The stall owner was momentarily stunned, and the smile had vanished from his face completely. "Boss, I think I might have grabbed the wrong wine bottle when I hurried out of the house today." "So, you brought the wrong bottle?" Charlie replied with a smile, lifting another wine bottle that was caked in mud. He wiped it clean with his hand and held it up to the sunlight for a closer look. "What about this one? It appears to be from Suzhou." Indeed, a row of small characters was etched beneath the bottle. "Made by Suzhou Craft Factory." "I can't read it, I'm illiterate," the stall owner smirked in response. He then rubbed the sole of his foot against the oil paper, indicating his lack of interest in conducting any business. This infuriated Jacob, who felt cheated. Seizing the stall owner by the arm, he shouted, "You liar! Give me back my money." "What money? I've never seen you before," the stall owner retorted, struggling to break free. In the chaos, a display of fake coins and jade horses tumbled to the ground. However, when one of the jade horses hit the ground, it didn't shatter at all. It appeared to be made of some type of hardened plastic. "If you don't return my money, I'll call the police," Jacob yelled, his anger boiling over. As they continued to grapple, something slipped from the stall owner's sleeve. Charlie frowned upon seeing the object that had fallen. It turned out to be a fist-sized white pebble, looking like an ordinary stone one might find by a river or beach. Yet, there was a notable difference. A few words were crudely carved into the pebble, "Peace and Wealth." The lettering was rough, making it clear that it had been manually inscribed. Such engraved pebbles were common throughout the city, and they typically held no value, which explained why the stall owner hadn't displayed it among his other wares. Charlie approached the pebble and picked it up. Upon contact, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. A unique aura emanated from this stone. It felt more like an energetic force, pulling Charlie in with an irresistible magnetism. He recognized this as the spiritual energy referred to as Reiki, a mystical force that had been lost to time. While it might not physically transform someone, it could yield remarkable effects on the human body. Excited, Charlie weighed the pebble in his hand and then turned to the stall owner, asking calmly, "Does this belong to you?" The stall owner looked taken aback but nodded slightly. "How much for this?" Jacob, equally surprised, interjected, "Why would you buy that useless pebble? Don't you know all his goods are fake?" "It's just a pebble. Buying it might help ward off some negative energy," Charlie replied with a smile. Seizing the moment, the stall owner managed to wriggle free from Jacob's grasp and sneered at Charlie. "Are you genuinely interested in buying the pebble?" "Yes, I'd like to purchase it," Charlie confirmed. Instantly, the stall owner perked up. "Ah, brother, you have an eye for treasures. This may look like an ordinary pebble, but it has quite the extraordinary backstory. It once served as a paperweight in a wealthy lord's study." Charlie, growing impatient, interrupted, "I don't have time for stories. Just tell me the price." The stall owner grinned and replied, "Given your exceptional taste, I'll let it go for $20,000. Charlie shot him a disdainful look. "Are you out of your mind? I'll give you $300 for it. If you refuse, I'll call the police for selling imitation goods." $300? The owner asked, feigning surprise. Since you clearly understand the value of antiques, I'll accept your offer. Charlie smiled and tightened his grip on the pebble. Meanwhile, Jacob was perplexed, unable to fathom why Charlie would want to buy a seemingly worthless pebble. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, another voice chimed in from behind him. That pebble looks perfect. I want to buy it.